This is Rugby Radio.
Rugby Radio
With Stuart Cameron.
Hello and welcome to Rugby Radio. We're back for a brand new season here at the Gytes and Peebles for the Peebles Sevens. It's first round of the Kings of the Sevens tournament. Round 2 will happen in a couple of weeks' time at Netherdale when Marooned at Gala takes place, and then we take a break of several months before the remaining 8 rounds takes place in April and May. Well, we've got our full team out for today. Hugh Brown is our pitchside reporter, and let's bring him in right now. Hugh, I think it's fair to say that the season is now the full 12 months.
It does seem that way, Stuart, doesn't it? We've even got the Olympic Rugby Sevens to enjoy, haven't we, taking place in Paris. But it seems like only yesterday that we were at the Jed Sevens completing the Kings of the Sevens for 23, wasn't it? 24, and now here we are, 24-25, just a few weeks later.
That's right. We just had the Scotland-Uruguay game happening over there in South America, and here we are again at the official start of the season, which locally certainly has been for a wee while now, the Peebles Sevens. Always very popular, and we're going to see some high-quality rugby today as well. But for some people, it's a bit strange to have an 8-month gap between round 2 and round 3.
It is very weird, isn't it? Because you get into the swing of it, you get Peebles, you get Gala a fortnight from now, and then suddenly there's nothing, as you mentioned, till April and May. And of course the other big change this year is that Melrose have abandoned their traditional second Saturday in April and moved to bank holiday weekend in May to make them the final round of the Kings of the Sevens, and that in itself is controversial because of the way that they choose teams to come to the green yards. The invitational teams, there are less chances for Borders teams to actually win that competition.
Yep, that is true, and we'll be obviously discussing that a little bit later on as well with Dale Clancy and with Robin Purdie. But holders of the Peebles Sevens trophy are Kelso, who came back from 3 ties down last year to beat Hawick, and they went on to win the K7's title for the first time in over 20 years. Had Hawick hung on, they would have won it for the very first time. Amazingly, a great stat, Hawick have never won the Peebles Sevens.
Isn't that amazing? They've never ever won the Peebles Sevens. Well,
5 times in the final.
They're out at the moment on the pitch, and it's 7-all between Hawick and Jed. But I tell you something, Kelso have certainly put down a marker in their first tie. They hammered Gala 22-0, but even more, Melrose went one better, 29-0 against Watsonians. The thing about the Peebles Sevens is that there aren't that many non-Borders clubs. There's the 2 Edinburgh teams, there's Watsonians and Edinburgh Accies, and the only other invited team is Orkney, which is a long way to come from Orkney to Peebles to play on a Saturday afternoon. But I think that means, obviously, the Borders clubs and the Kings of the Sevens, more chances to get points on the board.
Absolutely, and there's a big affiliation, of course, between Peebles and Orkney. It goes back a long, long way. No doubt Dale and Sam Mathews and others will be talking about that point a little bit later on. So it is a pool competition today. As you mentioned, Melrose 29, Watsonians 0 in Pool A. Pool B, Kelso 22, Gala 0. Pool C, Peebles getting past Berwick 26-14. So we're currently in the middle of the first tie in Pool D between Hawick and Jed-Forest. It's just gone half time. In fact, they're just coming out for the second half. So we're currently in the middle, as I say, of Pool D, Hawick against Jed-Forest. Later on we'll be hearing from Sam Mathews and also from Euan Welsh. But first, let's say a very good afternoon to our commentary team of Robin Purdie and first of all, Dale Clancy.
Hello, yes, and good welcome. And it's a new season now upon us again, and we're at the Gytes for the Peebles Sevens, and it's a good opportunity as well to see behind the curtain and what's been going on in the closed season. There's some new additions and some returning faces. One of them in Jed-Forest colours is Finn Scott, who is wearing the number 2 for Jed-Forest, currently looking to try and make a challenge on Hughie Donaldson, who takes play up towards the 10 metre line inside their own half. Hawick centre field through Gareth Welsh, flings it a little bit wider into the hands of Sam Frizzle. Now Charlie Welsh dances back in field, retreats back towards his 22 metre line and then looks to straighten up and find a supporting player. Gareth Welsh is waiting there, but wrapped up and engulfed by some Jed-Forest defenders. He goes to ground and Hawick are able to recycle. Grant hugging now with the ball in hand, but as he's looking to travel, the penalty is awarded. He takes it quickly back inside his Kirkford. He was a try scorer for Hawick, and it's now into the path of Owen Gray, but the referee brings that back for a forward pass. And we've had a few games so far. Robin, you've actually been here longer than me. I've pretty much just arrived, so you are a resident expert on how teams like Melrose have looked, and Kelso. A good win against Gala and Peebles against Berwick. It's difficult to try and judge where these teams are at so early in the season.
Yeah, it's nigh on impossible. Dale, good afternoon. But yeah, no, you're right. Melrose were very impressive in their first tie against Watsonians. They scored from the get-go through Makowski, who looks sharp this afternoon. And as you say, a very good win for Kelso against pretty strong opposition in Gala. So yeah, shaping up to be a good tournament so far.
Gregor Young able to link up with Aaron Weatherhead on the far side. Then Shearer Gibbs there waiting in support. Jed-Forest, traditionally a very difficult sevens team to play. Love possession-based sevens, and will play from anywhere in the park as well as it gets into the hands of Ben Howe. Now Finlay Scott, who looks to kick the heels and go round the outside. He looks to go in between and ghost in between two Hawick defenders, but they close that gap pretty quickly, and it's now a Jed-Forest penalty. It's taken quickly there by Lewis Elder, and he wastes no time in making some good gains in the Hawick 22 up towards the 5 metre line. Now the ball is just squirmed out of that breakdown, but has been swept up well and distributed brilliantly by Jed-Forest. Now Gregor Young is able to tip the ball on to Ben Howe, and he crashes over the line. A thumbs up from David Chang Ling, who is our lazy referee in behind the posts for this match, but he's in a good position to see that ball was grounded, and Jed-Forest take the lead again, 12 points to 7.
Yeah, patient build-up play from Jed, as is their want, as they're traditionally known, and it's culminated in the try. And there was a beautiful offload in there out the back door early in the season. The party pieces already coming out, and Jed in the ascendancy. Yeah,
it was difficult to pick up who actually offloaded that ball. The ball just squirmed out of the ruck, and it was a good opportunity for Hawick, so close to their line, to be able to try and get the ball back and make some gains downfield. But again, Jed, when they've got an opportunity, they like to take it, and they'll feel hard done by, because last year they weren't really able to hit their straps in the Kings of the Sevens due to the plight that they had at 15s.
Yeah, no wins last season for Jed, which is unusual, but they've got a bit of a different look about them. Again, today the likes of Rory Marshall back and Finn Scott. That's a key addition for Jed this season.
Yeah, Aaron Weatherhead as well, making his way up from the Thistle team. He's shown out for the young Jed team in the sevens in the semi-junior level, so it's great to see that there's a conveyor belt of talent still coming through at Riverside Park. And from the restart, it's going to be a put in to the scrum. It looks like it's currently in the hands of Jed-Forest. Lewis Elder waits to get the ball into the scrum. It starts nudging forward pretty quickly, so he's able to take the quick free kick into the hands of Marshall. Now Gregor Young, and he distributes to Robbie Shearer Gibb, who has a little go on the outside, starts to weave back in field, but is defended well by this Hawick side, who rush up on Rory Marshall, who's sweeping up the ball. Presents it back. Shearer Gibb acts as the scrum half to Elder. Now Fotheringham just flings the ball into the path of Howe, who's then got Finn Scott just waiting on the wing. He bounces back in field as well, beats a couple of Hawick defenders. 3 defenders are just left in their wake there by Finn Scott, who then spots the gap and makes good inroads up towards that 22 metre line. It's a physical shove off the ball from that Jed-Forest forward supporting pack, and Howe is able to get the ball to Shearer Gibb again, and then Gregor Young, a grit of the gum shield as he looks to find the gap, and Marshall's linked up brilliantly with Shearer Gibb, returns it again, and Jed-Forest are in for another score, and that was quintessential Jed-Forest sevens play there.
Certainly was, and there's daylight between the two teams now. Jed good value for it as well. They've been impressive so far in this tie, their possession based game, but another key intervention there by Finn Scott. He took it up in the middle, created the space that allowed the likes of Shearer Gibb to get his hands on the ball, and yeah, Rory Marshall, the evergreen Rory Marshall, under the sticks, and you'd expect this conversion to go over, and over it goes.
Robbie Shearer Gibb, who's been suffering from a little bit of an injury, as he was asking for directions to the churro stand at the Border Union show last weekend. He was telling me about his plight of his injuries, but certainly looking sharp there, linking up and using all his experience.
Yeah, where he met you, no doubt.
Well, and I'd already been there, so he was looking. He just knew who to ask, so it was a wise choice.
Yeah, but no, again, another experienced campaigner in the Jed ranks. His umpteenth season at Jed, always full of running.
Restart is on the money, just on the 10 metre line, and Howe is able to get the ball from the flat back from Fotheringham. Some good link up play, as well as Finn Scott is involved, running right across the field and bringing Shearer Gibb into play. And Robbie Douglas was the player with the ball in hand, trying to link up with the outside backs, and now Howe again gets the tip on from Gregor Young. Penalty awarded, centre field. He taps it off the right boot, gives it back to the experienced Gregor Young, who spots some space in behind, and he wants to try and make this a foot race. Is he going to get the bounce of the ball? Is he going to get to the line first? He gathers it and grounds it as well in the corner. And Gregor Young rolling back the years there. There was about 3 or 4 Hawick players trying to chase back, and he was able just to steal a march. Grant Huggin coming across, trying to put him off his stride, but he was able to gather and ground the ball in quite a congested area. Good play again from Jed-Forest.
Yeah, hugely experienced Jed team all in today. Gregor Young, as well as they often forget, as well as the speed and as well as the skill, he's got the bulk as well, and he just managed to shunt that contesting Hawick player out of the way, flop over the try line, or gather the ball and flop over for a great individual score.
Playing against Lewis and Gregor when you were a bit younger, they're so slight, really quick across the ground, as you say, but sometimes that physicality that they have, it takes you off guard because you don't expect them to be so powerful, but they're really, really strong individuals, and Gregor Young showing his physical prowess there.
Oh yeah, they're big lads. They'll be 6'3", 6'4". Big solid units, and their game as well. The twins, they're not shy to mix it either.
Marcus Brogan sweeping up the ball and just not able to gather it off the restart, so the referee brings proceedings to a close. Stephen Turnbull, who was taking charge of that game, brings it to a close, and it was 26 points to 7 in the end to Jed-Forest, and they get their first win of the Peebles 7th. They've got still to play Selkirk, and Hawick obviously have to play Selkirk as well, and Jed-Forest Selkirk will be our final game, so that in the pool stages certainly, so it's shaping up to be a really interesting culmination of that group in Pool D. So that wraps up the first batch of ties in the group stages. In Pool A, Melrose got a 29 points to 0 victory over Watsonians. Kelso 22-0 against Gala. Host Peebles were 26 points to 14 winners against Berwick, and then Jed-Forest just victors there against Hawick by 26 points to 7. And then it takes us back on to Pool A, and we've got Edinburgh Accies against Melrose coming up now, and both sides on the pitch, and Melrose are going to receive the kick-off from Edinburgh Accies, and it's been flapped back straight away from the men from Rayburn Place. They get the ball back on their side, and they're straight round the outside through Rory Brogan, and it looks like Edinburgh Accies are going to strike the first blow in this tie. Brilliant from the restart, flapping the ball back, and they get the ball into some space, and Rory Brogan gets a try for Edinburgh Accies and nudges them in front.
Does indeed, Rory Brogan. That's a new name to me, Dale, but first touch of the ball, I don't think I've seen him on the circuit before, but he's got a bit of pace about him, that's for sure. He burned the Melrose defence there, and another great individual score early on.
Yeah, a lot of experienced players in there. Max Wallace, who represented Caledonia. We've got Cadzow as well in there, who's a really, really good player. Winnington Ingram, familiar names, but yeah, Rory Brogan, certainly a new name in there as well. And Ellis Hancock as well, the only player on there with black shorts on, is a new one for me as well.
And could this be the first time we've seen a 7 squad on the circuit with 3 double-barrelled names?
Yeah, probably. But it's Edinburgh Accies, so if it was maybe Selkirk, would be a bit surprised. But it's Edinburgh Accies, so it's a free kick there on the halfway line. It's been taken by Rolly Brett, giving it to Struan Hutchison, who looks to try and straighten up the line, and he's able to bring Connor Spence in, who offloads straight back to Rolly Brett, and Melrose are going to strike straight back from the restart and dishing out a bit of their own medicine to Edinburgh Accies, getting their own ball from the restart and going right into the corner and getting a 5-pointer through Rolly Brett.
Yeah, good score by Rolly Brett. One of the kind of almost unsung heroes in the Melrose ranks, but always tends to take the right decision. Does Brett, that's his second of the afternoon.
A very talented player, but he's obviously suffered with injury, so it's always good at this point in the season to see players like, I think he's incredibly talented. Obviously had a little stint at the Knights as well, but he just needs a little bit more rugby, and he's had a fresh summer, and he's coming back and he's looking pretty sharp. Yeah,
he is looking sharp. I've heard he's gone well in pre-season. But I'm speaking to Scott White on Thursday, and he said Melrose were after this today. He said they were coming here fully intending to go deep into the tournament, and he did also mention that a lot of the players are in good physical nick given the time of year, and that's been evident so far this afternoon.
Struan Hutchison to take the restart. He hoists it very high, an enticing restart to try and gather. It's been contested in the air. Max Wallace was trying to gather the ball, but it's just not fallen on his side, so Accies will get the penalty. They take it quickly, going through the hands of the try scorer Brogan, then Ellis Hancock, and a little bit wider into the pass of Granger. And a very physical run from Murray John. I think that's most of the double barrel names now utilised in this game, but it's been knocked on, so play grinds to a halt. There'll be a put into the scrum at Melrose, and obviously from your information, they're looking to really target this Sevens tournament. It's a good build-up for them, but the 15s will be an interesting season for Melrose ahead.
Oh, definitely. It's going to be really interesting to see how they fare. They've got a tough old game first up. Heriots at home. Heriots widely tipped by many to be right up there or thereabouts with Ayr this season, so that'll give Melrose a good opportunity first game up to see where they are, because they could be an interesting campaign. I don't fancy them to be top of the table, but I don't see them being in any relegation difficulty either, Dale.
No, I think it might be a season of transition for Melrose as they look to get their footing back at the top table of Scottish Club Rugby in the reshaped format that it is, as Edinburgh Accies make their way to this stand side again through Brogan, and then distributed away there by Ben Granger into the hands of Ross Cadzow, who's a very good player as well. Had a stint in Super Series at the end of the last campaign after starring in the cup final. Good interlinking play, and it's going to be another try here for Brogan if he can just squeeze in. Hutchison trying to keep him out a little bit wider to make the conversion attempt that much more difficult, but it's Edinburgh Accies who sneak back in front.
Yeah, Edinburgh Accies again through that man Brogan, and you run that in from 30-35 metres. Struan Hutchison was semi in attendance, but didn't have the gas to get anywhere near him, to be honest. So looks a good acquisition for the Accies. Accies, of course, good, always good supporters of the circuit, and they always seem to can produce players, and Brogan certainly looks to be a decent recruit.
Yeah, I remember Lewis Wells a couple of years ago being a fresh face, and he certainly went on a unbelievable trajectory in his time since he was at Linlithgow, then going to Edinburgh Accies, and
he's not far from us now, Brogan, and he's a decent enough unit as well.
Yeah, good size, quick and pacey, and physical as well. He was looking to take on the Melrose defence when the time allowed, but now it's Crawford, Donald Crawford, on that far away side here at the Gytes, where the marquee is set up with. It's a healthy support as well for this tournament. Centre field now into the hands of Matthew Klein. He goes back against the grain and gives it to Donald Crawford. He is looking to put boot to ball and make it a foot race, but Edinburgh Accies in behind there, defending it well. Has been swept up there by Ellis Hancock, who wants to get the ball into space, and this is dangerous as Cadzow has got Brogan outside of him. Hutchison is looking to just offer that gap, and Edinburgh Accies splintering again through Ross Cadzow. And it looked like Rory Brogan was on for a hat-trick, but Hutchison just defending him out, making Ross Cadzow make the decision, and he certainly picked the right one.
He did indeed. Sold the dummy, pinned the ears back, Cadzow, and off he went, and he's dotted it down under sticks, and looks like him that's going to take the kick as well from behind the post, kicking back onto the field, and over she goes. So Accies looking well so far. A quick bit of research can maybe tell us that there's a Rory Brogan that's I think he's had a school at Fetty's College, or he certainly was, and I believe the same Rory Brogan won the Scottish under-15 200 metres championship.
There we go. That's
a few years ago. So Google is a wonderful thing.
Google is certainly a friend. A good introduction. Rory Brogan has certainly been a standout player for Edinburgh Accies in this game, and it's a game they currently lead 17 points to 5 against Melrose, who'd already defeated Watsonians 29 points to 0 as Rolly Brett gets the ball through the hands, and now Spence again, who's a very pugnacious and physical character, looks to try and take it forward, but he's been dealt with well by the Edinburgh Accies defence as Rolly Brett looks to try and pick a hole in this Edinburgh Accies defence, which is plugged well yet again. Those sky blue shirts with the white shoulders are certainly covering this Gytes field this afternoon. Struan Hutchison takes a dull one centre field. Physical, this Edinburgh Accies side, which is perhaps not something we've become accustomed to, as the ball just drifts forward, and I think Melrose will be welcoming to see that half-time whistle, and it's a half-time that Edinburgh Accies currently lead here at 17 points to 5. They lead Melrose.
Thank you to Dale and to Robin. We'll be back with them very, very shortly. But Hugh Brown's pitchside now, and he's got a member of the Hawick team with him.
I do indeed. I've got Gareth Welsh with me. Gareth, it wasn't the best start to Hawick's campaign in the Peebles Sevens. A heavy defeat to Jed.
Yeah, it certainly was. You've seen in the sort of that second half, we've got some of the sort of smaller boys on it. Just you couldn't win the ball back. It's sort of simple sevens play there for them. They've played enough of it. They know what they're doing, kind of thing.
It's been an interesting season last year for Hawick, obviously, because you had a change in the coaching lineup, and that in itself was slightly controversial. How are the club feeling about the coming season?
You're sort of you're looking at it in the new season kind of thing. You're not wanting to dwell on what happened last year. Listen, we're really happy with what happened last year. The final wasn't exactly what we wanted, not the result, but we went out there, we played some really good rugby, and at the end of the season we were Scottish Cup champions, and we got that bit of silverware. So looking into the coming year, I think everybody's sort of anticipating what's going to come with these sides coming up. It'll be certainly interesting.
Yes, and of course we've got the addition of the Super 6 players to some of the teams as well, and we don't quite know the lineups yet, but it looks like Ayr will be a very strong team this year, and they start off their campaign at home to Currie. Yes,
well, there were certainly no mugs in the Super 6, and with their club side coming up, they looked like they were joining as well, so it'll be interesting what kind of players they have to select from that, and then obviously with them playing the current Premiership champions, that'll be a really interesting match.
Just finally then, Gareth, it's an interesting question. Does the club focus on 15s or on 7s? Which is the more important, or is that not? Is that a difficult question?
We're here to play rugby. We're here to play rugby. It doesn't matter as long as it's got an oval kind of shaped ball. To be honest, if they played rugby balls with tiddlywinks, I could be competitive at it. But no, we certainly look forward to the 15 season. That's what the club look forward to. The 7s is just that added bit of silverware on top.
You're not down and out yet. Still time for you to come back.
Absolutely.
Gareth, wish you well for the rest of the competition. Gareth Welsh of Hawick, and with that we'll head back for the second half of Edinburgh Accies against Melrose with Dale and Robin.
Always interesting to see how these teams are shaping up. Hawick off the back of a couple of hugely successful seasons for them. We'll find the landscape in Scottish Club Rugby slightly different this season as Edinburgh Accies from the restart gather the ball and they start to make inroads through Max Wallace, but the ball is just knocked forward. And a couple of replacements as well. I was going to see Doug Crawford. I've already mentioned him, but he wasn't on at the time. But Doug Crawford has come on for Melrose, who are now lining up Struan Hutchison at fly half and Donald Crawford in the centre. And they'll be trying to get the ball into the hands of Harry Mikowski, but Crawford looks to just pump the legs, find the gap, gives it to Mikowski eventually. He's wanting to go round the outside of Brogan, offload back into Crawford's hands, who floats it into the path of Struan Hutchison, and it's delicious play there from Melrose, just going wide, and just they've got players that ask so many questions of the opposition, and Crawford just runs that arc so beautifully, and then he was eventually able to keep the ball alive through Mikowski. Good interlinking play and good support from Struan Hutchison.
Yeah, Struan Hutchison, you always expect him to be on the shoulder. Melrose needed that try. They needed the next score and they got the next score. But yeah, you mentioned the outside arcing break by Don Crawford. First view of that this season, most certainly won't be the last.
Melrose making further replacements. Scott Clark coming on. Certainly not trying to bring on any pace. They'll be bringing on a bit of skill though. A very skillful playmaker from his time, and he plays a bit of 9, played a bit of 10 as well. In his second season at Melrose now. He's got the number 4 littered on his back, and Struan Hutchison, after a successful conversion, makes his way back towards the halfway line. And right-footed kick hoists the ball into the air, and there's a few players congregating underneath it, but it's Edinburgh Accies who arrive with the ball in hand. Wallace tries to break free, but it's been tipped back on to Cadzow, and the gap opens up almost there for Winnington Ingram. Floating the ball and linking up now. Edinburgh Accies on the cusp of their own 22-metre line as Cadzow again gives the ball a little bit wider. Some good support in play and offload out the back there into the path of Max Wallace again, who gets the ball off of Ben Granger. And Cadzow again as Edinburgh Accies seem to make some easy ground upfield. Melrose retreating in defence, but from the penalty, Max Wallace now is looking to just win the foot race against Connor Spence, and he just is able just to kick his heels out of the tap tackle and go underneath the posts for a score, and that's that's an interesting score, and at the time where Melrose were almost just getting back into it, and it's a score directly underneath the posts as well. Good play from Edinburgh Accies again.
It was the experienced Max Wallace with a finish, but it was a quick tap and go by George Ellis Hancock, And again, another new name. He's him of the black shorts. He kind of looks like he's come and forgot his PE kit.
Aye.
To be honest, but I've been impressed with him so far in this tie. And yeah, Accies now out to a 12-point lead in Melrose with it all to do with the clock against them.
No, I think in the lost property bin in Peebles, you wouldn't see many black shorts with a red logo due to their rivalry with Biggar. So obviously somebody's been able to give him a line of a pair of shorts, and they've forgone the socks for the young lad as well because he's not got any on. But
you have to be a good player to run about in the ankle socks.
Yeah, you've got to. But another good player is Donald Crawford, who's just got the ball on the 22, his own 22, and he's streaking up the far side here at the Gytes to go in for an instant reply for Melrose, and that'll soften the blow for the try they just conceded. It gives them a little bit of a lifeline because it's an interesting score. They've won their first game against Watsonians 29 points to 0. They're currently trailing by 7 points with the conversion to come. Scott Clark, who's just lobbed that into the trees just to the right hand side of the uprights. A draw makes it interesting for the last game.
Oh, definitely. It'll come down to points. You'd imagine Accies will have enough to see off Watsonians based on Watsonians' performance against Melrose. So yeah, could be a tie where they're going in for the points difference. But yeah, it just depends how long now is on the clock for Melrose.
It could be a vital conversion attempt missed by Scott Clark as Melrose opt to go long. Brogan gathers, then flaps it back in field just into the path of Miskowski, who then has gathered the ball, but he's taken a sore one. No contact at all. He's just crumpled onto the ground, and looks like he's in a little bit of pain. The referee quickly has stopped the game as both sets of players retreat, but rewind 3 seconds before he went down. It was a great scoop up that he was able to gather, and he was looking to try and link up, and perhaps he's just got his legs caught in the ground.
Yeah, look kind of like it, Dale, and the medics are on pretty quickly, which is good to see. But yeah, it's a nasty looking one for Miskowski. He was the beneficiary of a wee bit of inexperience from Rory Brogan, who we spoke up, but he kind of palmed it back in field right into the grateful grasp of Miskowski. Miskowski's so impressive in that first tie. 2 long-range tries run in, but it looks like his race is run, Dale, unfortunately, and let's hope it's not too serious. Yeah,
and that's not what you want to be doing at this stage in the season. Obviously, it's an early sevens tournament, and these teams are preparing for a 15 season ahead, and few can afford to lose players. And perhaps a little thought about Edinburgh Accies at the moment, because they're going to be running into a completely new, highly competitive kind of environment now, with the likes of Boroughmuir Bears, Watsonians coming back into the mix in the top of club rugby.
Definitely, and I've said before, I think the likes of Accies could be a team that potentially benefits from this as much through their geographical location, if nothing else. You know, not all of the players that are at Heriots can play first team for Heriots now, for example. Not all of the Watsonians players will be able to play first team, so the likes of Curry and the likes of Accies could be potential beneficiaries from that, more so than maybe the Kelsos and the Hawks of this world.
Miskowski just being helped off the field of play. There's a scrum put into Melrose now. It's getting through the hands into Hutchison, and then just a tight line back inside sees Donald Crawford go underneath the sticks for a try. Hutchison is quick to get the conversion attempt from behind the goal line, and this would draw it level, and this is what could make this pool really, really interesting going into the final few minutes.
Definitely, well, they're drawing at the moment, but the referee deems that there's life left in this one, so a chance for both of these teams. Accies have let this one slip, if we're being honest. There was clear daylight between themselves and Melrose after that Max Wallace try, but they've let Melrose get back into this.
Accies have come down here with 10 players. Melrose got a squad of 12, and they're interchanging their players regularly here as Hutchison goes towards the 10 metre line. Weir's not able to gather it, and then Edinburgh Accies go on the counter straight away and almost tried to kick it downfield, and that is a great intervention there. I think it was Scott Clark who's perhaps made the tackle on the touchline there, just as Brogan looked to try and kick it downfield. His legs were taken away from him from a swipe at his ankles, which meant that he just knocked the ball on, and he's given possession back to Melrose, and now Crawford's trying to link up on the stand side here. And Doug Crawford standing tall. Scott Clark in support, gets round the corner, looks to present the ball back. He pushes it back. as far as he possibly can to the supporting players, but the referee has called the penalty. So Donald Crawford takes it quickly, angles his run across the halfway line, then into the hands there of Luke Townsend, and then back to Hamish Weir, and Hamish Weir just a little swing of the hips, and then he's in between the gap, and this could be the try that seals a semi-final place for Melrose as he gets a score to take Melrose into the lead for the first time in this game. And it's at a pivotal point in the proceedings, because we think that potentially could be one of the last plays of the game.
I think that will be the last play of the game, and fair play to Melrose. We've spoken before about them looking like a team that don't know when they're beat. I think it was maybe at Jed-Sevens, one of the games they were absolutely dead and buried, if memory serves, and they came back and won that en route to winning the tournament. And yeah, this has been a great effort, and for me, Dale, this has been the squad. 7 for 7. Accies are probably as good as Melrose, but Melrose squad have won the day here.
31 points to 24. Melrose win. A try at the death, a brilliant try at the death from Donald Crawford means that Hamish Weir, means that Melrose will make it into the semi-finals. And next up, we've got Biggar versus Kelso.
This is Rugby Radio. Rugby Radio.
Borders water, Borders barley and Borders people. That's what makes the Borders Distillery. Working exclusively with local farmers, the Borders Distillery is bringing whiskey making back to the region. Our award-winning distillery is open to everyone, where you can meet the people behind the scenes, explore our wash house and shop quality local products. Tour your local distillery and discover the spirit of the Borders. Full details at thebordersdistillery.com. Always enjoy our spirit responsibly. Under 18s must be accompanied by an adult when visiting the Borders Distillery.
Your pet deserves the best, and that's why your pet deserves the care and treatment offered by Border Vets. We focus on delivering the very best care to each and every one of our patients and clients. We get to know you and your pet and offer treatments tailored to every animal's individual needs, from our conveniently located surgeries in Gala, Selkirk and Earlston. Ask about our Pet Health Club for your cat or dog, giving you peace of mind by spreading the cost of vaccinations, regular checks and more. From dental care to travelling abroad and the whole range of veterinary services, bordervets.co.uk is where you'll find everything you need to know. Border Vets, where your pets are part of our family.
Based in Gala but covering the whole region and beyond, Borders Mortgage Hub is your one-stop shop for all things mortgage related in the Borders. Visit us at bordersmortgagehub.com or call us on 01896 807 008. That's 01896 807 008. Borders Mortgage Hub. Mortgages for the Borders in the Borders.
This is Rugby Radio. Rugby Radio.
Biggar playing Kelso now as we see the second round of games in the pools, and Biggar looking to break free from inside their own half, looking at trying to get their way over that 10 metre line, but Dwayne Patterson has just been escorted towards the ground, and Rhys Cullen, who's perhaps a familiar name for some people who have been quite close to the club game for the last decade, he's back in Biggar colours. The ex-Ayrshire Bulls scrum half originally hails from Biggar, has looked to try and link up on the touchline there with Rowan Stewart, but he's just been knocked forward, and Rowan Stewart is another returning player to Biggar, which will be a welcomed addition. He was in Boroughmuir Bears colours as well, and excelling as well in Super Series, so he's back at Hartree Mill. A couple of other additions, Scott McClyman making his way there as well, so there's been a busy summer as Craig Borthwick takes up the head coach position at Hartree Mill, and they're currently putting Kelso under some pressure here at the Peebles Sevens. A hack downfield from Archie Barber, and he's chasing this over the halfway line now. He's got some support with the ball set up kindly to him. He just waits for it to try and rise at the right time, and he links back up and throws it infield to Robbie Tweedy, but Biggar get back well, and Bogle is able to offload, and he's able to find a player there in Murray Lang, who's got a long way to go. It's actually Andy Lamb who's got the ball in the hands, makes it up towards the Kelso 22. Dwayne Patterson with his mitts all over that great body position, but this Biggar side look pretty strong.
Oh, they do, and you'd imagine they will go well, or certainly be much improved with Rhys Cullen in the ranks, but good chase there by Dwayne Patterson, showing his defensive ability.
Kelso now break free round the outside through Murray Woodcock, who just manages to ghost round the outside, and after coming under immense pressure in the opening exchanges in this game, it is Kelso who get the first try, and Murray Woodcock, who was a standout player. Kelso what a season they had last year. He was one of the big finds for them, a local player making his way through the ranks. He certainly was stood up and counted last year for Kelso.
He did in 15s and 70s. He's a wonderful sevens player. He's so quick and young man, still a teenager, I believe, and looks like he's maybe just filled out a wee bit over the summer as well.
Haven't we all? He's making his way by. Andy Tate is, Archie Barber has just dragged that conversion attempt to the right hand side of the uprights. Blob on in front of the posts, but it's just ghosted towards the right hand side, so it's only a 5-pointer. And against this bigger side, that could be pretty dangerous. They look pretty good. Craig Borthwick, who was originally a centre, made his way in towards the middle row, but he was actually a Melrose sevens winner with Watsonians in his time, so he's got a good sevens pedigree himself. As Stuart is lifted there by Rhys Cullen, but Frankie Robson is able to gather the ball, tries to find Woodcock, but he's not able to gather deep inside bigger territory. Robson flaps the loose ball into the path of Tate. Stingle links up with Dwayne Patterson, who just spots a gap right in front of him. It was a huge chasm in the bigger defence, and Dwayne Patterson just exploited it and just raced in for another try for Kelso here, and they double their advantage.
They do indeed, and it's just these classy operators. You know, we're watching the first 90 seconds, 2 minutes of this, thinking, Biggar in with a squeak of a chance here, and all of a sudden, two of the top men, Murray Woodcock, Dwayne Patterson, 2 tries, and Kelso impressive in their first game, and they've started off this one well as well.
Dwayne Patterson now takes up kicking duties from in front of the uprights. He can't miss this one, surely. Archie Barber did before, but he makes no mistake from directly in front of the sticks, and he adds the conversion. And Kelso now in the driving seat in Pool B. A reminder that they were victors 22 points to 0 over Gala, which would mean the final game would be a little bit of a non-event if it was to go Kelso's way in this game. Pool A already wrapped up with Melrose progressing after defeating Watsonians and Edinburgh Accies, and then after this game we've got Orkney, who have travelled a long way to take on Peebles, and then Selkirk versus Hawick will take us into the final round of games in these 4 pools at the first round of the Kings of the Sevens, as Dwayne Patterson links up with Woodcock on the halfway line. Barber just watches the ball almost float in front of him as Lamb puts a bit of pressure on. Now Rhys Cullen putting pressure on the Kelso attackers. Frankie Robson sweeps the ball up and just punctures forward. Woodcock again looking for a bit of physical confrontation from this bigger side. Patterson doing well to thwart the counter-attack from Rhys Cullen, and Archie Barber then spots a little gap in the bigger defence again and just hairs it in, and it's little bits of individual brilliance here for Kelso which are making the difference there. Players likes of Barber just able to show what great talent he is and what he's got. Yeah, we were so impressed by him last season. Again, another player across the whole spectrum, 15s, 7s, regional, district rugby. He really was a top performer in his first full season of adult rugby. It's a 7-pointer now as well, and again just these top men from Kelso hitting their straps when it matters. I say Biggar did look like they were going to be, providing semi-stiff opposition, but Kelso just got too much here for them. A new recruit on Kelso's team sheet is Adam Hall, who's been playing for the Southern Knights, and a returning face in Dom Buckley as well. A man of many clubs is back at Kelso wearing the number 8 on his back. Bogle sweeps up, he's able to gather the ball, then throws it into the path of Tom Main, who gets clattered centre field. Now Rhys Cullen travels with the ball in hand. He's able to distribute into Andy Jardine, who used to be in Melrose colours back at his hometown club, and again just shows you the talent that the Hartree Mill conveyor belt can reel off. And it's Jardine who's been able to gather the ball as they've made their way up towards the Kelso try line, offloaded back inside, and it is going to be Tom Main to get over the try line and gets the ball back off of Jardine. It was desperate defence coming back there from Adam Hall, and he was able to drag down Andy Jardine, and he looks like he's taking a sore one as well, and holding his right shoulder, but Tom Main able to crash over for a try. Yeah, Biggar breathing life back into this, still cut adrift at 19 points to 5. A tricky conversion to come. That conversion's been missed, and I see Adam Hall's making his way at the touchline. That's the last thing any team would want at this time of the season. Obviously, to lose anybody, but a recent recruit and a high standard recent recruit at that. Yeah, and it takes half time. It's Kelso 19, Biggar 5, but we've seen it in the game before with Melrose. Harry Mikowski, he's taken a sore one and he's had to withdraw from this tournament actually. And you don't want to see new recruits likes of Adam Hall, who I think could be a really important player for Kelso this season. They don't want to be losing players like that this early in the game.
Oh no, definitely. I think he's heading to the touchline now. He doesn't look like he's going to join the half-time huddle. He's going to go for some treatment, but no, good signing for Kelso. Mentioned earlier about the fact that the city clubs might benefit more from the disbanding of Super Rugby. The Curries and the Glasgow Hawks and the Mars even might benefit from some of the players that are not going to get first team rugby potentially at Ayr. But yeah, so Kelso, Hawick and the likes of Selkirk could do with all the Super Rugby experience that they can get, and Adam Hall certainly provides that in the Kelso colours.
Well, not just players, but obviously coaches as well, because I can see big Nicky Walker in the centre of the field beside Bruce McNeil. That's a formidable partnership, which is going to be steering the Kelso ship this season. Obviously, his time as assistant coach originally at Watsonians and then head coach. His experience in the age grade setup as well with the national team is another good asset for Kelso.
Definitely. I think Kelso look like they've done reasonably well there over the summer. Don't see Harry Borthwick today in the Kelso ranks. He played a bit towards the end of the season in the sevens for Kelso. I'm not sure of his availability for the 15 season, but that would be another handy Super Rugby. And these teams really are going to be, let's be honest, Dale, they're going to be up against it this season against the likes of Ayr and the likes of Hergetts in particular. Yeah,
it's going to be difficult for them. It's going to take another couple of years for it all to settle out. But the teams like Ayr, they were obviously Ayrshire Bulls folding back into their club team, and Hergetts, they were strong, and Stirling Wolves as well. They're going to start life in National 1. It's going to be hard for the teams in that division, the likes of Peebles, who start their campaign away at Bridgehawk against Stirling County. It's going to be hard for them to compete with these teams as play is back underway at the Gytes. And it's kicked downfield from Biggar, and it's been girdled by this Kelso side. Knocked on, so good to see Nicky Walker's influence being passed on to the Kelso players. But it's knocked on centre field, and it's going to be a put into the scrum to Biggar. And they'll be hoping to try and claw their way back into this. Players like Rhys Cullen, you can't quote me on this. Well, you can quote me on it, but I'm not going to say it's fact. But I think there was a time when he was player of the tournament for Watsonians years ago at this tournament. He was standout about a decade ago for Watsonians in the Sevens circuit. A really talented player. Then went down south to play for the likes of Bristol Bears, and he made his way back for the semi-professional Super 6. As Biggar stretch the field, get it into some space, and again Tom Main almost gets over the whitewash there, and Bogle twists and weaves and gets over. And Euan Bogle with a try. Biggar made to work incredibly hard for that, but they're able to get the score, and it narrows the margins yet again.
Yeah, fair play to Biggar. They've clawed their way back into this, and you mentioned that man Cullen. The more they can utilise his services, the more likely they are to chip further into this Kelso lead. Tricky conversion to come. It's been missed, so it's still a 9-point ball game in the Tweedsiders' favour. But yeah, fair play to Biggar. They've clawed their way back in.
Euan Bogle, who's been a long servant for Biggar as well, a talented player, and it's good to see players likes of Rowan Stewart back as well in the number 7 jersey, playing for Boroughmuir Bears, man of the match against the Knights in one of their last games. I think it was the actual last game for both those sides in Super Series, back at his hometown club. And I think few would argue that Biggar will be a better version of themselves next year in National 1. Certainly looking to invest in their squad as Don Buckley travels forward, gives it to Tate, looking to link up with some teammates there, and finds Angus Utterson. Kelso looking to break free from inside their own 22 as Tate gets the ball back and looks to try and get it into some space. Again, Kelso have found a little bit of a gap in that Biggar defence. It's linked up well, and it's back up towards the halfway line now for Kelso. Linking up well and bringing in William Tweedy into some space now, and Utterson looking to put the afterburners on. He's been chased all the way. The Biggar are able to get back and claw them to ground. Finlay Crozier, but Andy Tate, showing all his experience there in support, gathers the offload and goes in for a try.
Yeah, and you feel that's the game. It was a wonderful try from Kelso. Went from distance. Andy Tate, as you mentioned, using all his experience there running the support line. Good play by young Utterson, and a couple of good interventions in there by Dom Buckley, back in a Kelso jersey as well, and it's not looking overly tight on him, I would say, that Kelso jersey. It does look like he's in probably as decent a nick as he's been for a while, Dom Buckley. I do think he's been doing a bit of running, a bit of CrossFit, to be fair, and yeah, another handy acquisition.
Yeah, I thought he might have looked more like the number on his back. He's got number 8, but he's to his credit, Dom Buckley's looking in good condition. Always a good asset to the clubs he's played for. He's a good player. He's been at Hawick, Jed-Forest, Kelso. A physical player, really skillful. You know, he's played 10, back row, centre. He's just a good all-round rugby player.
He is indeed. He puts himself about. He's not scared of the rough and tumble as well. Dom likes a bit of needle.
Patterson looks to go short here, and he's put it right on the money. It was almost floated up there to Archie Barber, but
that looked all right to me.
Yeah, Fraser Brock, the man in the middle for this game, has awarded the penalty to Biggar, so Rhys Cullen is looking to try and point his teammate Sam Davison in a direction, but he goes it alone, floats it back inside to Andy Jardine with 12 on his back. He's got some supporting players, looks to not use them this time, but looks to put Bogle into some space, and Biggar are hairing onto this ball, and Bogle is going to weave his way in for another try for Biggar, when it's a well worked try. And you know, I think if they continued in that vein, which they did in the opening couple of minutes, it could be a different scoreline here, because they posed them some real problems there with their direct running. But Kelso have just taken their opportunities. Oh,
definitely. Biggar, not the worst team here this afternoon by any stretch of the imagination. They probably are, you know, they're probably up against what I would say has been the most impressive side here so far this afternoon in Kelso. And yeah, Biggar have gave a good account of themselves. They really have. And this, you know, I agree with what you said earlier on, Dale. I think Biggar, it was almost a wee bit of an anomaly last season how they performed in the second tier. Now I do believe they'll be a bit higher up the table this season.
They suffered horrendously with injuries as well last season, and perhaps a little bit of a soft underbelly in the forwards as Cullen gathers the ball off the restart and puts it to ground and pops back onto his feet, gathers the ball again and runs into Frankie Robson. He gets his knees on the ground again, so contact is now over, and Biggar get the ball centre field through Jardine. Now Bogle on the 10 metre line looks for his options back inside, then goes to the right hand side where there is another Cullen waiting there, Isaac Cullen, and he looks to impregnate this Kelso defence, not able to, so Dom Buckley gets a chance to take his slight figure up the touchline towards the 10 metre line. Patterson dancing centre field, goes one way then the other inside of Isaac Cullen, then Rhys Cullen just watches Archie Barber ghost by him, and Sam Davidson is having to charge back, not for the first time in this game. The offload goes into the path of William Tweedy, who's not able to make any more inroads towards that Biggar defence. Frankie Robson goes direct, goes to ground, pops back up, gathers the ball. He trundles half a yard but buys himself some time here. Dispatch from Tate. Patterson throws the dummy but has been wrapped up there by Isaac Cullen. Dom Buckley then spots a gap in the defence, and it's a narrow gap for him to weave through, and he goes in for a try, and he does put this game to bed now for Kelso.
He does indeed, and they've been made to work for it. Kelso, fair play to Biggar, but it's what the good teams do. They allowed Biggar to get slightly back towards them in the vicinity from a scoreline point of view, but yeah, too many top performers in this Kelso team. They look like they've been busy over the summer from a fitness and conditioning point of view, and albeit Biggar have performed well in this tie, Kelso being good value.
The conversion attempt from Patterson not successful as the wind starts to pick up here at the Gytes. You see all the sponsors' flags fluttering at the left-hand side of the pitch as we watch on from the balcony in the main building.
I must say, Dale, the Gytes is looking resplendent here today. The condition of the pitch really is tremendous, and they've got the place looking well, all credit to them.
No, I think Mark Clancy might be listening on with a big smile on his face, because he spends more time down here than he does at home, so much to the displeasure or sometimes pleasure of his wife. She can sometimes see the back of him, but he's been helped this week. He's been away, so I think a lot of the club guys have pitched in. But yeah, I wouldn't be doing my dad any credit if I didn't mention him for looking after this pitch here. But Andy Jardine links back up. It's Isaac Cullen now, looks to go direct and go forward. Jardine gets the ball into the hands of Tom Main. Again, very individual from Biggar as they look to try and get some territory and possession here. Patterson does a great job of just scragging the scrum half. Barber dribbles it out because I think he has had enough of this game. And the referee brings proceedings to a close, and it's Kelso 31 points to 15 victors here, and they secure their place in the semi-final where they'll play Melrose.
Thank you very much to each of the chaps, and joining me now up here in our commentary box high above the stand is Doug Crawford of Melrose. Doug, you were dead and buried in that tie against Edinburgh Accies, but you managed somehow to claw back.
Yeah, not sure how we got out of that one. Fair play to Accies, they came out with blocks firing. I think they scored off the first kick-off, and then they got the tails up, and had some really good individuals in that squad that took it to us, and nervous times at the end, but thankfully we got there.
Melrose must have been very disappointed last season not to win the Kings of the Sevens, because it was really close between you and yourselves and Kelso. Yeah,
the Kings of the Sevens is something we really target. It's a fantastic event and tournament throughout the season. So it was disappointing, but we've got a clear intention this year to go at it and try and find ourselves at the top of the table come the end of the season.
And of course, the big change this year is you're back in the Premiership.
Yeah, so that starts a few weeks away now. So the guys have been training really hard. We know it's going to be a big challenge, but we're excited to be back in the Premiership and looking forward to Harriet's on the 31st of August.
Yes, it's not that far away, as you say. Still, now today you'll be wanting to win the Peebles Sevens and get 10 points on the board in the first round of the Kings of the Sevens.
Yeah, as I said, the Kings of Sevens is a massive target for us. If we can get a good start here, we'll take it into Maroon Sevens in 2 weeks' time.
OK, we'll let you get back. Doug, all the best for the rest of the afternoon. That's Doug Crawford of Melrose. Let's head on with the next tie then, here at the Gytes. It is our visitors from Orkney up against the home side, Peebles. Changing the commentary team, Sam Mathews is now with Dale Clancy.
Peebles defending for the opening exchanges of this game. Orkney deep inside their own 22. They have to get back. It's Mark Sinclair for the Orcadians getting back and scooping up the ball. Orkney have got a terrific Sevens tournament up in Orkney that I've had the pleasure of being at and also winning in my time. But it's a long partnership between these two clubs. Peebles for many years have sent a travelling Sevens team to Orkney as an end of season social event more than anything else, but it's something that the club have always taken very seriously, and it's great to see Orkney make their way down here for this tournament early in the season as they link up on the 22 yet again, look to try and break free, and they've made some good inroads this time. There's some space on the stand side here for Orkney if they're able to utilise it. It's a pincer-like defensive effort there from McKeever, and that is brilliant play as well from Gregor Porteous, who's been able to release Mark Sinclair, and Jordan Charters chasing all the way back. He's not going to be able to get there, but a round of applause there for Gregor Porteous, who was under all sorts of pressure on the touchline and was able to pirouette and sweep the ball back in field, and it set up a wonderful try there for Orkney, and they strike the first blow.
Yeah, exactly. Mark Sinclair getting the first score of this tie there. A great start, and as you mentioned, Orkney, a really good outfit, and probably one of the best examples of how community clubs run. They are doing such wonders on that island. They're getting themselves in National 3, so close to National 2, just sort of petering out at the end of the year. But yeah, a great example. Nice to see them get on the score sheet early, unfortunately against the home side this afternoon.
And number 15 for Orkney, Willie Thompson, who is the first Orcadian to win Melrose Sevens, I believe, with his time with Watsonians. That Watsonian side that won just before the kind of shake-up and change of the Melrose Sevens a few years ago. And it is going to be Orkney to get play back underway. A little bit of running repairs centre field for a Peebles player. Just needing to get a little bit of treatment at the moment, and play will be resuming shortly. And it does look like it's Hodgkiss who is getting a little bit of medical assistance and retreats back towards his 22 metre line. There's been a slight wardrobe change as well for Peebles. They're wearing their thin blue and white hooped tops because Orkney have got the white and red hoop shirts on, and Hodgkiss has passed the medical test because he's gathered the ball first and foremost, and then James Dow looks to find a space in the defensive line, not able to, and it's been offloaded, and the pressure coming on from Orkney, it's been fumbled forward there, fortunately so for Peebles, because they're under all sorts of pressure as Jordan Charters tried to filter the ball infield to Finlay Collins, just not able to gather cleanly, so it'll be a put into the scrum. But Orkney certainly maybe benefiting from not playing already, but they're coming out here with a lot of energy.
Yeah, they are. You can see it in their defence. They're really getting up in the faces. Jordan Charters there and Finlay Sinclair both I think they had milliseconds before they received player as they received ball. So if they can keep that up for 14 minutes, Orkney are really going to have a sort of ascendancy in this game.
Max McKeever puts the ball into the scrum, but Orkney are able to nudge Peebles away, and Willie Thompson now is able to try and find a gap. He goes right across the face of the Peebles defence and invites his teammate Marcus Guthrie onto the ball. And Peebles fighting on the floor, but they concede the penalty, so Thompson goes quickly, gets it into the hands there of Scott Rendell, and then linking up again and throwing the dummy, Gregor Porteous. He is a player that's certainly building on his highlight reel here. A great bit of play there from Orkney. And they extend their lead here against the horse Peebles.
Yeah, Gregor Porteous looks like he seems to be the real sort of talisman and sort of string puller for this Orkney outfit. Lovely little dummy. He was just orchestrating his man on the outside, Tom Croy, to run that switch line, but didn't utilise him, showed him the ball, hid it well from the defenders, exactly what your coaches would be looking at for your textbook of keep it shielded. The last person that knows about it is the defensive line, and as you said, he just saunters over in the corner here down on the stand side towards the Tweed.
Taking his time as well, getting back to take the conversion attempt. 12 points to 0, Orkney lead Peebles here. Peebles were victors against Berwick in the opening game, 26 points to 14. And make no bones about it as well, that final game in that pool will be a difficult one for Orkney, going on the balance of these opening exchanges in this game, because Berwick have a strong squad here this afternoon. A few eyebrows raised about the layout of the draw. Mine as well, but I've been assured that it certainly was a fair draw. I've been involved in draws before that we've tried to make fair, and they've not worked out, as Louis White has to go back into his own 22 metre line to gather the ball, and then he stomps at his heels, and then he's going to try and look to utilise his pace. He's a speedster, and then throws it and flings it centre field, and Peebles have tried to play from out with their own try line, and they've just passed it straight into the path of an Orkney player who has just grounded the ball. And it is an abundance of mistakes here from Peebles, and it's another try for Orkney. 17 points to 0, they lead.
Yeah, you have to say a real calamity of errors, but I think it just phases from that defensive pressure from Orkney. They were looking to just try and suffocate them, and Peebles were just clearly trying to just get the ball and keep it, and they were throwing disastrous passes, but throwing a 20-metre pass on your own try line, you would always invite in trouble, and Tom Croy there plucked it out the sky and just had to fall to the ground. Didn't even have to get his feet back on the floor, and they've now got it all to do again. Of course, at Orkney, they've been taking these kickoffs, and they really try to pin Peebles back, so they'll probably have to come out from their own 5. 19
points to 0, Orkney lead, and yes, I'm from Peebles, but I wouldn't be disappointed to see Orkney get into the semi-finals. Got a bit of a soft spot for that club. Kieran Brown, his first real involvement in this game. He looks to try and travel forward, almost runs into some trouble, and Peebles will enjoy a bit of possession now with the ball in hand. It's been flung a little bit wider. James Dow tries to weave his way through this Orkney defence, but again it just fans out, it plugs the gaps, and then flinging it away. Britty Steer, who was the player who actually threw that pass. It's now Rowan McKeever. He's able to find Finlay Collins, who's been defended brilliantly well by Orkney yet again, fumbles the ball forward, and now Orkney are on the counter-attack through Gregor Porteous. He weaves one way, spins out of contact, and he's able to distribute it to Chris Guthrie now, and back into the hands of Mark Sinclair. He bounces at his feet and retreats back, but only to try and find that gap in there as Scott Rendell travels forward with the ball in hand, but it's just been flung out of the field of play. Not an Orkney player loitering there, but Orkney defensively pretty astute and certainly clinical in attack.
Yeah, they are, and you can see they're happy to have ball in possession. You've got Marcus Guthrie, Willie Thompson and Gregor Porteous. They all look comfortable with the ball in hand. They were comfortable just taking that step back, that bounce side step, taking all the speed out of their legs, and they had time to keep their head on a swivel. So they show that they can also be dangerous when they keep the ball in hand. It shows that they can really play with or without the ball.
And Peebles have just thrown the ball squint into that line out. I think if there was somebody canoeing down the Tweed at the moment, they were going to be closer to that ball, because it was horrendously squint from Peebles. So what they've done is they've passed possession back to Orkney on the 10-metre line inside the Peebles half. Orkney scrum down. They try to get the ball out of that tunnel pretty quickly. It's crumbled, so the referee is going to reset that there. But we've watched, I think, about 6 minutes of this first half, and it has been all Orkney in possession.
Yeah, it has. I don't think we've even had to really look left, because obviously Peebles are attacking back in towards Curfield Park, but it has been really impressive on both sides of the ball from Orkney, as I've alluded to. They just look a lot more comfortable than Peebles right now, and I think they've starved them of the ball and making them play frantically.
Comes out the channel, and it's in Peebles' possession now. Dow gives it to White, and White is going to have to try and back himself here to spark a bit of life into this Peebles campaign. He's been grounded on the halfway line, and British Steer then gives the ball a little bit wider to Max McKeever. Max McKeever has found it. Rowan McKeever, he stops, he goes one way then the other. He is able to find a gap there. James Dow is just then being hauled down to ground by a desperate Orkney defend, and then Collins gets it into British Steer, who then is able to distribute to Kieran Brown. He goes one way then the other. Big fend comes in from Kieran Brown, and he's going to breathe a little bit of life back into this Peebles campaign. He'll go underneath the uprights for a try, and it is a vital time to score for Peebles as well.
Yeah, it is, and it's nice to see Kieran Brown getting a score, but it's also nice to see him just playing rugby again. Obviously his first time back on the pitch was at Walkerburn at the end of last season. He's missed a lot of rugby over the past couple of years, but he's shown what a dynamic runner he is. They're coasting in from 22 metres out.
Yeah, anything to get away from changing nappies and looking after kids. I think it's a safe haven at the rugby club.
You playing next week?
No, not at all. Not at all. You still have to be physically able, I think. So, but yeah, good to see Kieran Brown back in any sort of rugby colours. Had a bit of time down at Gala as well, and then a little bit of time away from the game. And he's getting himself on the score sheet here at Peebles Sevens. And at half time, Orkney 19 points to 7 victors, and they're very, you would say they're very healthy for their lead.
Yeah, you'd say they've earned it. There's not been anything they've obviously that last try they got, it was sort of gifted by frantic Peebles play, but they made them work for it. They kept them pinned back for, like you said, 6 minutes of that first half. They felt like they weren't out their own 22. They maybe saw the 10 metre line once, but that was at a kick-off. So yeah, Orkney very, very much bang for their buck so far in this tie. Interesting
how Sevens ties can pan out, because obviously the deficit, 12 points between these two sides. Peebles have got, I would say, a strong squad. Likes of Louis White, who's starting this game. Battier's a very pacey player as well. Jordan Charters, who's perhaps not been able to utilise that pace so far, but players like Kenny Rogers as well. You know, these are players in that Peebles squad that they'll be hoping, the likes of Graham Patterson and Greg Rayburn, the coaching staff, will be hoping these players can make an impact. But you can see the Orkney team on the right hand side, Willie Thompson, is barking the orders at his teammates, and he comes with so much experience from his time with Watsonians when he was in the capital. A very successful Sevens team at the time as well, so they'll be relying very heavily on him.
Yeah, and you can see him when he's just orchestrating even how the team conducts when they have the ball, when they haven't got the ball. Having those two clear voices, it makes it easier for the rest of the team as well, because half the thinking's taken out of it for you. You just do exactly what you hear the inside man telling you to do, and that's like having an extra player for a team when you just have that clear, decisive action of 7 boys working together.
Gregor Porteous just hacks it downfield over the head of Max McKeever. He's going to watch this bobble all the way out, almost out of the field of play, because he's been able to ground it in the goal area, and it's going to go back to the halfway line for a free kick to Peebles. Rowan McKeever, ball in hand. He's probably winning the award for the baggiest shirt out there at the moment. Untucked as he makes his way towards the halfway line, just taps it with his right foot, and then British Steer then looks to try and give it to Euan Murray, one of the new recruits for Peebles. McKeever to Dow on the halfway line, spots a little gap there, and then tries to get the fend on Louis White. Now he's got a little bit of space to work with, but has been defended well by his opposite number, Mark Sinclair, who got across. Max McKeever floats the ball into the path of British Steer. And then Rowan McKeever now to Kieran Brown. Kieran Brown's got Euan Murray outside him, not opting to use him because Scott Rendell's just got a big paw in there. The referee has not got an itchy hip, because I think he's going to be digging at his left pocket, and it's going to be a yellow card for the Orkney number 2, and that could be a really important point in this game. Rendell, a big ball carrier, he obviously entices a lot of defenders onto him. Orkney down to 6 men as play is back underway. Rowan McKeever gets it to Max McKeever, and then into James Dow. James Dow looks one way, then the other, puts the brakes on, then goes through a gap. He's been wrapped up by the Orkney defence, but presents the ball back pretty well for Peebles. Louis White has to act as scrum half, very lateral here for Peebles at the moment as Kieran Brown gets it over to the far side to Euan Murray. He'll use to try and use some of his physicality to barrow over this Orkney defence. Takes it closer towards that 22 metre line now. Kieran Brown back to Rowan McKeever. Max McKeever centre field, looking to be the kind of orchestrator of things, look to try and offload, but he's just fumbled the ball forward, so Orkney have got the ball in hand, and they hack it downfield through Chris Guthrie, and it looks like that advantage is going to be over. Kicking it all the way downfield. A tired and leggy Orkney defence is chasing this back against what is a an exhausted Peebles attack as well, having to attack now from deep. Louis White wanted to in some space, he just stabs it forward. Great weight on that kick, great scoop up as well. He's going in field, there's no support there from Peebles, but he's able to present it back. It gets there quickly. Kieran Brown centre field, there's a huge amount of space in front of him. There's loads of players out wide as well. Rowan McKeever gives it to Max McKeever, then into the path of James Dow, who's able to gather, and Peebles are going to go in for a try. They're not going to get close to the sticks, but they're able to ground it and get that try. This is going to be a tight finish here between Orkney and Peebles.
It is, and it's amazing how when you lose that man, how much bigger the pitch looks for both sides. All of a sudden, the gaps look so much bigger for that attacking Peebles outfit. That 12 points looks much more assailable, but even more worrying when you're the defensive side as Orkney. All of a sudden, these two touchlines look so far apart. But one thing I did like there from Mark Sinclair, he knew he was beaten. As you mentioned, there was a huge overlap. It was a case of who wanted to score, but Mark Sinclair just shepherded them out and made sure that kick was as hard as could be, and I think he's kind of got a reward out of that.
And British Steer looked like he was almost going to just hook that in between the uprights, but not able to. So it remains a 7-point gap between these two sides. And Batia, I can see, is now on for Peebles. Alex Scarth as well is on for Orkney. He started the second half here as it's high into the sky. A bit of pressure coming on from Kenny Rogers, but the player getting away there was Tom Croy from Orkney, able to get it back in field to Alex Scarth. He's taken a couple of players to get him down to ground, and again, some great running there from Tom Croy. He's went to ground, he's been able to offload the ball to Porteous. Porteous has just hacked it downfield, but it's went off the field of play. There's going to be a throw into the line out for Peebles here, deep inside their own territory, and certainly Gregor Porteous is starting to find a bit of a second wind. This Orkney side are really drawing in some air into those lungs as they look to try and hold on to this advantage that they currently have over the hosts Peebles. Accurate line out this time. Batia wrapping round from that line out, gives it to British Steer. British Steer then gives it to James Dow, who quite nonchalantly and casually takes it forward. Louis White then tries to find some space. Again, has been wrapped up well there by Sam Croy this time. James Dow has got himself into some space. Louis White barking for the ball back inside, but James Dow has went the wrong way, but he's been able to brush off Porteous in behind. Has he got the legs to get all the way here at the Gytes for Peebles? They're looking to try and get underneath the uprights to make the conversion attempt that much more simple for them, but Mark Sinclair for Orkney has got back and been able to defend for this side. British Steer is going to go over and he's going to start making his way towards the uprights, but just dots it down. It's going to be a challenging conversion for Peebles, but somehow by hook or by crook, a terrible first 7 minutes or 6.5 minutes, all of a sudden they're back in the game.
That's it, you're exactly right. Peebles will be wishing this was the first half with how they've started. 2 quick tries and they're capitalising on that yellow card as we alluded to, but all the play to James Dow there. He knew he went the wrong way when he saw Louis White zig when he zagged, but he made the most of it. He ran as far as he could, as hard as he could. He got scragged down by Mark Sinclair, but the good supporting lines resulted with Kenny Rogers getting himself over the line right at the end there, and as you say, another missed conversion, so unfortunately still 2 points down, but what was once an unassailable lead, they're coming back in close at 19-17 to Orkney. 2
points is the deficit here. Peebles will be hoping to try and secure their place in the semi-final. Any sort of points will see them through. They kick long downfield into the hands again of Tom Croy, who's taken a big effort to bring down Kieran Brown, the player to challenge there. There's some space now for Orkney to get back downfield. Batia getting across to cover, but back in field goes Sam Croy. He does some great footwork from the Orkney speedster. The ball was there to be played, and Batia is able to pick the pocket of Orkney. British Steer and gives it to Kieran Brown. And James Hodgkiss now centre field, looks to go round the outside of Willie Thompson, who uses all his experience just to wrap up the youngster for Peebles. Kenny Rogers, British Steer. Louis White now looks to gather the ball and has just knocked it forward. The referee, the signal, there's been a knock on there. There's still a little bit of time to play here. The fumble forward, energy zapping, that is confidence draining as well for Peebles, and it looks like Louis White will be replaced by Jordan Charters for the final exchanges of this game. But it's a big scrum coming up for the hosts.
It is, and they've managed to circle it well there. You've got Kenny Rogers, Finlay Collins and Kieran Brown, both men that know how to win on the side of the scrum, so they'll be using their knowledge of the back row to try and get an upper hand here. But like you said, that's a big front row that Orkney have put in as well for the Sevens tournament, so could go either way. Obviously try to get the ball back and win this game.
Gregor Porteous gets the ball back and Thompson flings it centre field into the hands of Chris Guthrie. He goes wide then the other way, and then wrong foot in the defence is Sam Croy now. Orkney almost being able to get in behind this Peebles defence. Willie Thompson linking back up with Croy into the Peebles 22 now, and Peebles have to try and keep this ball alive, if anything, defend with all their might, but also try and look at an opportunity to take the ball and make it count, because it's got wide now into the path of Tom Croy, who's just knocked it forward, but the referee is spotted. There's a scrum put in, but it's going to be Orkney who are going to steal this, because the referee has brought this game to a close, and it is Orkney who are victors by 19 points to 17, and they deal a sucker punch to this host side, and they've got a big game against Berwick coming up.
They have, and it was a big game. You know, that'll be no easy game, as you alluded to earlier. Obviously, players like Aidan Rosie know how to make people miss, so Berwick will not be, but a very tenacious performance. They showed that they were really dragging at the end of it there. They'd put in a huge first half, so it'll be an effort of how much air can they get back in the lungs, can they keep the legs fresh, keep the lactic acid out of the muscles. But they do look the real deal here, Orkney. They've come to play, and now Peebles will be hoping that Berwick can do them a favour.
They definitely will be hoping for that, and we might need to get Barbara Shield on the old abacus to make sure that we can get the figures right if it comes down to a bit of a points difference. Peebles currently, they had a 12-point swing against Berwick. They are probably 10 points to the good, so Orkney have to pretty much just defeat Berwick by more than 10 points, and they'll see themselves into the Peebles semi-finals and victors of Pool C. Next up though, we're back into Pool D, and it's Hawick who have already played. They were defeated by Jed-Forest 7 points to 26 against Selkirk, recent winners of the Peebles Sevens, and it's going to be Kirk Ford to get us underway here. He kicks towards the marquee side. It's contested but well brought down, and it's been won by Hawick through Hughie Donaldson now, who gives it to Gareth Welsh, and then Grant Huggin gathers, but the referee signalling that Selkirk were offside in the middle. Cameron Eason being penalised at centre field. Grant Huggin takes the penalty, gives it back to Hughie Donaldson, then Charlie Welsh is running with the ball in hand, links up well, and Hawick are now in behind Charlie Welsh, juggling the ball, almost waiter-esque, on his way towards scoring in the corner. The referee, quick console with his assistant referees to award the score, because the corner flag went flinging, and Lachlan Ferguson trying to get back for Selkirk, but Hawick do score the try, and it's a brilliantly well worked try there, and it's scored by Charlie Welsh.
Yeah, a very well reserved. They started with the kick-off, won it back. Is now a bit of ill discipline from young Cammy Easton, a player with all the talent in the world, but he can be guilty for that, for just being lazy and tracking back, so it has to get in. Like you say, Charlie Welsh, almost prime Michael Jordan Statue of Liberty, had the hand out in front of him, just trying to keep his fingertips on the ball as he got it down in the corner, and then having Kirk Ford as well to take kicks for you from the touchline makes a hell of a difference. Yeah,
that's almost archery-esque from the sidelines. He's been able to just guide that right in between the uprights. Excellent conversion attempt there from Hawick, who have not found the going pretty well at Peebles Sevens over the last few decades. If it's been at the end of the season or before, they've struggled to find success here. Selkirk, on the other hand, recent victors over the last few years, and they were Selkirk Sevens victors last year as well. So they do come with a bit of confidence, and some familiar faces in there in the Selkirk side, and some new faces as well. And one of them, Hawick will know pretty well, and Corey Tate, who is going to be playing for Selkirk next season in the Premiership. Kieran Westlake has been retained as well. So some familiar faces there, and some new ones as well for this Suitor side. They get the put into the scrum now. Grant Huggin alongside Cameron Eason, and he rolls the ball in. It's been flapped back. It's been gathered at the tail there by Lachlan Ferguson, who travels forward with ball in hand. Westlake gets the penalty, takes it quickly, palms off Welsh, goes across laterally across the 10 metre line, links up with Eason, and then Cottrell with a little kick of the heels, and he's been dragged down by Charlie Welsh. Referee Stephen Turnbull just saying that there's an infringement there, so it's going to be a penalty to Selkirk. Cottrell takes it quickly, he looks to try and go it alone, he goes direct, kicks it over the top, but there's a big roadblock there in Charlie Welsh. And behind now is the Hawick defence, who have managed to turn the ball over, get it back on their side. Owen Gray was in behind, and now Gareth Welsh makes his way out of his own 22, flings the ball back, and Selkirk are quick to this. Lachlan Ferguson is able to dribble the ball, and now Cameron Eason offloads back to Lachlan Ferguson, who weaves his way inside of Grant Huggin. and Selkirk get a reply score straight away. It's scrappy stuff from the suitors, but they get a score.
Yeah, they have, and I spoke about Cammy Easton. He may not be the most disciplined in tracking back and staying on the back foot of the ruck, but that's one of the great parts of his game. That's what he does, that beautiful one-handed offload, almost rolls it out. It seems another basketball analogy, but that layup sort of style, he just lets it flick off the end of his fingers. It goes straight into the hand of Ferguson, and he gets himself over the line. A very talented player as well in his own right, so gets themselves back within two with a kick to come.
Cameron Easton to take the conversion attempt. He just scrags it across the face of the uprights, but I do echo what you say. Cameron Easton for me is a player that Selkirk probably could have developed a little bit more last year when they were never going to get relegated, and they had a youngster there that could have really benefited from playing in that 10 jersey a little bit more for the suitors. But he's going to take the restart here. He pops it into the air. He's asking Westlake to get up and palm it back. He does, into the hands of Corey Tate. Lachlan Ferguson then linking up with Ryan Cottrell back in field. Lachlan Ferguson is looking to try and show this Hoyt defence a clean pair of heels, floats the ball into the path of Ryan Cottrell, and he's not going to be caught even by Charlie Welsh from that distance. Goes in for a try, and Selkirk take the lead.
They do, and we spoke about Cammy Easton getting a bit of chance to develop there, but having Ryan Cottrell back, obviously missed a lot of rugby last year just with concussion protocol, keeping players safe. As you said, probably the fact they knew they weren't going to get relegated probably assisted that in the time that he spent off the field, but having him back, a real difference maker and a one-on-one match winner, he's pivotal to this Selkirk side, and he will be in this tougher Premiership.
Ryan Cottrell with a conversion attempt, and I think my car's in more danger than the posts are, because it's just went towards the right hand side, more towards the corner flag than probably the post where they wanted to put it, but we can probably forgive him for his lung busting effort to score that try. Going to be a restart here for Selkirk, and again Cameron Easton will be wanting to try and, I thought he was maybe going to give his teammates something to run on to, but the suitors are coming up in a nice flat line because Easton has kicked it pretty long for Grant Huggin to deal with, and he's been wrapped up by Lachlan Ferguson. The ball's gone loose almost on the try line there for Hawick. They've been under all sorts of pressure, and they twist and roll themselves out, and it is Kieran Westlake to just burst over the line. He was just able to rip the ball away from the Hawick defence and bundle over for a try. I said the first one was scrappy, well that was even worse.
Yeah, that was I don't think they'll mind me saying that was a very low standard quality try there, but all of them count the same. They're all worth 5 points, and Kieran Westlake, that's what shows you bringing a bit more of a big bruiser than a nimbly pace man brings you into a sevens tournament. You can really put pressure on it. The man in front of us here, Euan Wilson, he was really good on that sort of umbrella defence, the end of the line. He just sort of siphoned it and gave them that no option. He had to turn back on himself there, the Hawick man, and as a result he just kind of got hounded over his own try line, and Kieran Westlake ripped the ball off him and fell over the whitewash.
Cameron Easton, a right-footed swing at the ball again, but the referee has signalled that there's Selkirk players offside, so there's going to be a free kick centre field to Hawick. They take it quickly, and then they're looking for options. One of them is Kirk Ford. He gives it to Gareth Welsh, who gets the ball at pace, and then linking up back on that far side is Marcus Brogan, who's been brought on for Hawick now. Hughie Donaldson, Charlie Welsh now runs direct at Cameron Easton, and he's just been fended off at ease, and now it's the chance for Lachlan Ferguson to chase Charlie Welsh down the touchline, or in between the centre of the field, because Charlie Welsh went underneath the uprights for a reply score for Hawick, and it's end-to-end stuff here between these two sides.
It is. It's nice to see some attacking rugby getting played, and Charlie Welsh, a great job of he keeps his feet paddling right into the collision. You normally associate telling the defender to keep his feet paddling, stay on his feet, but Charlie Welsh, he gave Cam Easton a total mismatch. He was totally off balance, and as a result he's able to just palm him off easily and go straight through underneath the sticks just before the half-time.
Half-time here, it's Selkirk 17, Hawick 14, and Hugh is with Peebles. James Dow.
Yes indeed, I've got the skipper of the Peebles team here. James, that was a tough game against Orkney.
Yeah, certainly. Started pretty poorly, just like the first game. We gave ourselves a wee bit too much to do there. It proved at the end. I think we've 2 tries down, maybe 3 in the first half, so it's always going to be tough, but super proud. I mean, we've stuck in, brought it back to 2 points at the end and gave ourselves a chance, but just not quite to be, was it? So.
Unfortunately, that means that qualification is out of your hands, actually, because it depends what happens in the game between Orkney and Berwick.
Yeah, some eyes on this next game, and we'll see what happens. But Orkney, unknown, no one's seen them play, and they were pretty good, to be fair. So it will be an interesting game there.
How important is it for Peebles to do well in your own sevens?
Oh, I mean, your own sevens is massive. It doesn't matter, what town you are. You want to win your own. we've not had much results here the last wee while, so every year it's a huge target and, falling short, so...
Yes, but maybe, there's still time yet. You don't know. You just got... It's very difficult when it's out of your hands, isn't it?
Certainly out of our own hands, so a nervous wait at least.
Absolutely. We wish you well for the rest of the afternoon. Let's hope you get the break between Orkney and Berwick. You really want Berwick to win, don't you?
Well, I don't know. I can't say what now. It'll be an interesting watch. So
I think the great thing about it's one of my favourite Sevens tournaments because there's such a fantastic atmosphere. The crowd are so partisan when you play, obviously.
Yeah, certainly decent numbers down here. So it'll be. It's a shame we're not still in it, but we'll see.
James, thanks for joining me up here. So James Dow, the skipper of Peebles. Let's return to the action on the pitch then. It's Selkirk against Hawick and Sam Mathews and Dale Clancy.
Physical collision in front of us as play gets back underway. I think it's been 13 years since Peebles have last won their own sevens, and I can't remember where I was. Charlie Welsh, though, is getting a chance to just streak all the way downfield and go in between the uprights, and it's a blistering start to the second half for Hawick. 19 points to 17, and they take the lead for the first time in this game.
He is, and we spoke about in the last game, we spoke about Gregor Porteous being Orkney's sort of talisman. You can see this Hawick team look to Charlie Welsh to sort of lead from the front there, and he does it really dynamically, getting his hat-trick of the tie underneath the post. Nice and easy there for Kirk Ford. He probably won't get an easier kick than that, and a man of his quality always going to go straight through the post there. So Hawick get themselves back in front right off the start.
It could be quite a big season for Charlie Welsh as well, because he's kind of burst onto the scene. He started in that Border League tie against Jed-Forest a couple of years ago, and then he's been a mainstay in this Hawick side, which has been predominantly forwards based, but he's shown here what pace and what skill he's got.
I was about to say exactly that. You think of the person he sort of took the place of out of the team, Ronan McKean. He couldn't get a look in towards the end because Charlie Welsh was playing that well. Not only that, but his defensive work as well. Having a winger that can cover your fullback, basically playing with that dual fullback in defence, is pivotal, especially in a league where you're more forwards heavy than you are backs heavy.
Lachlan Ferguson gets the ball for Selkirk and then distributes it to Cottrell, and he's looking to try and go round the outside, and he's spotted a little gap there, and he's looking electric here as he's going down that touchline. He's able to get his body in a position where he can face his teammates yet again and floats it into the path of Finn Mallon. And Corey Tate is waiting there to try and gather the ball, but it's just been fumbled forward, and a bit of disappointment etched on the face of the ex-Hawick hooker, and also the ex-Boroughmuir Bear and Scotland under-20 hooker as well, now playing for Selkirk. Disappointing for him to fumble on against such familiar faces as well on that Hawick team.
Yeah, you can imagine there was probably a few well-done Corys there, but you could see he was sort of looking up to his teammate there saying, what do you want me to do with that? He was picking it up off his bootlaces, but he's made amends, he's won the scrum back, and off they go.
Lachlan Ferguson looks to try and bounce through Kirk Ford, who does well just to wrap him up. The play goes to the ground now as Kieran Westlake has to act as scrum half to Cam Eason. Cam Eason to Corey Tate. Corey Tate is looking to try and go directly forward as Andrew Cochrane flings the ball to Ethan Wilson. Back in field to Cochrane again. He's running out of options because this Hawick defence is just flanked up, and Wilson has to be scrum half to Westlake. Westlake to Mallon now. Mallon's got Lachlan Ferguson outside him. He might not need him because he's thrown the dummy and just haired it into the corner for a try. And Finn Mallon gets Selkirk back in front here. 22 points to 21 now they lead.
Yeah, and it's been a real back and forth, hasn't it? I think the lead's changed 3 times now in this second half alone, but Finlay Mallon, he's the one that threw that pass that Corey Tate couldn't get off the top of the grass, but the best way to make up for a mistake is to get some points on the board for your team, and he did exactly that with that lovely arcing run, just round in between the last man and the second last, comfortably through 22, as Cammy Eason now just gets too much under his kick. The backspin just takes it away from the posts.
The pitch is looking pretty plush. I don't know what pile my dad has actually been able to get on the grass, but it's certainly pretty impressive. But 22 points to 21, Selkirk can now lead. This is an important game for Selkirk because they'll be hoping to make it pretty much a straight knockout between them and Jed in the final game of this pool. And Jed-Forest victors against Hawick earlier on, 26 points to 7, and from the restart it's been gathered there by Hawick but knocked on in flight. And just a reminder that Melrose have made their way through from Pool A ahead of the final fixtures as well between Watsonians and Edinburgh Accies. A last minute try has seen them through, and then in Pool B, Kelso have made their way through as well from Pool B. It's going to be an interesting final game in Pool C between Orkney and Berwick, because any one of those sides can still progress through to the semi-final, and Selkirk can make things interesting if they can see themselves over the line here against Hawick. Cottrell travels with the ball in hand off the scrum, looks to link up with Corey Tate. He just looks to try and arrive at the ball at pace and burst through the Hawick defence, but it just ricochets off the barrel chest of his, and then into Hawick hands, and it's a knock on and a put into the scrum to Hawick.
He is, and as you mentioned there, Corey Tate, he's got a bit of muscle in him. That fabric looked like it's really struggling there, and not for once, probably not in a bad way for a jersey. It's quite tight around that chest of his, but you can see where he wants to go. He wants to go direct every time he gets the ball. He wants to make men commit, and I think the key for them will be trying to get him as much on the ball as they can in that first or second phase.
Managing to find some space up that far side. Hawick have broken free, and it looks like they're going to go in for a try and retake the lead here, and it is Sean McMiken who has got the try for the Green Machine, and it means they now lead 26 points to 22 with the conversion to come. Not got a lot of time left in this second half here at the Gytes in the first round of the Kings of the Sevens, but that could be an important try in Pool D.
It does, and it shows you how easy points are to come by towards the end of a Sevens tournament, or the end of a Sevens game, if you use your subs well. That was first phase, straight off the scrum. They just drew the men in, and Sean McMiken, he clearly had the legs to get down that far touch side in front of the majority of the punters in the beer tent, but he was well worth his 5 points there. Great stride on him.
Kirk Ford just drags the ball to the right hand side. He always gets an immaculate connection with the ball, and that time it is just ghosted to the right hand side of the upright. Stephen Turnbull with a quick glance at his watch on his left wrist, and he takes his place. He has another one as well, because he's not confident that he got the time right in the first one. He has another look, and he then watches Kirk Ford bobble the ball on the halfway line to get play back underway. Right footed kick hoisted high into the air again underneath Westlake waits, and then gathers ex-teammate of Corey Tate at Boroughmuir Bears, and they're now both in Selkirk colours for the season ahead. Lachlan Ferguson getting it to Cottrell, who's on the wing. Again, that trademark kick of the heels, which usually takes him away from contact. Cam Eason moving with the ball in hand, tries to float it one-handed into the path of Westlake. The referee is going to give the marching orders to Marcus Brogan. He's been yellow carded for the knock on there in open play. So the referee signals that play is back underway. Penalty. Cottrell, he finds the space, he finds Lachlan Ferguson over the 10 metre line. Now he weaves back infield. Sean McMiken is there, makes the tackle, but Kieran Westlake links up well there with Mallon. Mallon looks to try and go round the outside, but Kirk Ford is just bundled young guy Finn Mallon, into touch. And that is the final play of this game. It was an opportunity for Selkirk to take it into the final game against Jed-Forest, but it means that Jed-Forest are now favourites to proceed from Pool D, because Hawick have just won 26 points to 22.
Yeah, and you have to say, what a great play by Kirk Ford there. He's just kept Hawick's admittedly slimmer chances, but still chances in this tournament to progress alive, with a great tackle there on young Mallon right on the far corner, bundling him out at the 5. But as you say, that is now another group where it is totally all to play for there in the last round of this first round tie. So a really interesting two final games to come for the Group C and Group D this afternoon.
Final round of fixtures are upon us now. Watsonians versus Edinburgh, Accies, Gala versus Biggar are a bit of dead rubbers, but the final two games, Berwick versus Orkney and Jed-Forest versus Selkirk, are going to be vital in seeing who's going to proceed from Pool C and Pool D to join Melrose and Kelso in the semi-finals.
This is Rugby Radio. Rugby Radio.
Your pet deserves the best, and that's why your pet deserves the care and treatment offered by Border Vets. We focus on delivering the very best care to each and every one of our patients and clients. We get to know you and your pet and offer treatments tailored to every animal's individual needs, from our conveniently located surgeries in Gala, Selkirk and Earlston. Ask about our Pet Health Club for your cat or dog, giving you peace of mind by spreading the cost of vaccinations, regular checks and more. From dental care to travelling abroad and the whole range of veterinary services, bordervets.co.uk is where you'll find everything you need to know. Border Vets, where your pets are part of our family.
Based in Gala but covering the whole region and beyond, Borders Mortgage Hub is your one-stop shop for all things mortgage related in the Borders. Visit us at bordersmortgagehub.com or call us on 01896 807 008. That's 01896 807 008. Borders Mortgage Hub. Mortgages for the Borders in the Borders.
Borders water, Borders barley and Borders people. That's what makes the Borders Distillery. Working exclusively with local farmers, the Borders Distillery is bringing whiskey making back to the region. Our award-winning distillery is open to everyone, where you can meet the people behind the scenes, explore our wash house, and shop quality local products. Tour your local distillery and discover the spirit of the Borders. Full details at thebordersdistillery.com. Always enjoy our spirit responsibly. Under 18s must be accompanied by an adult when visiting the Borders Distillery.
This is Rugby Radio. Rugby Radio.
Yes, coming to you live from the Peebles Sevens here at the Gytes on a Saturday afternoon. 4:30 is the time. We're right in the middle of the ties at the moment. Just to recap for you, in Group A, it's Melrose 29, Watsonians 0, and Edinburgh Accies 24, Melrose 31. In Group B, Kelso 22, Gala 0, and Biggar 15, Kelso 31. Group C, Peebles 26, Berwick 14, Orkney 19, Peebles 17, and in Group D, it is Hawick 7, Jed-Forest 26. And we've just seen Selkirk 22, Hawick 26. So we're into tie A again. It's the final one. It's Watsonians against Edinburgh Accies, and your commentary team for this, Euan Welsh and Robin Purdie.
Couple of minutes into this Edinburgh derby. It's Edinburgh Accies 7, Watsonians 0. Edinburgh Accies dominant in this tie so far. First try by the hugely impressive Rory Brogan. He went really well in the first tie against Melrose, and they're up and towards it. They're up in and around the 5 metre line again, and it's spun out here by Cadzo. Wee bit of a loose pass, and it's that man Brogan. He fires it back inside to the experienced Ben Granger. Ben Granger dots down for the second try, and Euan Welsh, Accies will be licking their wounds a wee bit, because in that first game against Melrose that they ultimately lost, they had Melrose dead and buried with a couple of minutes to go.
Yeah, both these teams have played Melrose as their first games in the pool, and definitely Accies were looking to, like, they were going to beat Melrose when they faced them. However, Watsonians were a wee bit more relaxed against them. It didn't quite work out for them, but no, Accies were really dominant against Melrose for large periods of the game, and it looked like they were almost going to do Melrose, but in the end, Melrose worked hard to get back in front, and as you say, Accies will be looking to then use this game as a real, a big game for them to really try and put a number on Watsonians and show what they can do.
Kick off by Cadzo. Boroughmuir Bears, not so long ago, in the days of Super Rugby, no longer with us, of course, but Watsonians, their first possession of this tie, nothing much to play for. As far as they're concerned, they were soundly beaten in their first game, also against Melrose, 29 points to 0. So they'll at the very least be looking to knock off the duck egg here, as they say, and it's into the arms of one of the unnumbered Watsonians players, but they're up towards the Accies 22, but a penalty's been awarded to Accies. That's good hassling, harrying by George Ellis Hancock. He of the black shorts, not in keeping with the usual Accies strip, and there's been a bit of chit chat in the referee's direction by a Watsonians player, and that is not going to help the cause. 14-0 adrift, and they're now down to 6 men for a couple of minutes. That will suit the likes of Brogan, the likes of Max Wallace, when the space will appear. And here comes Wallace. Wallace cuts back inside. Brogan's there in support, and Brogan plays scrum half out to Ellis Hancock. It's been knocked forward there by Accies, however, and that'll run down the yellow card clock, and that's just a wee bit loose, that Euan, from the men from Raymond Place.
Yeah, and they'll have been looking, when they've seen the yellow card come out the referee's pocket, they'll have been looking to really take that opportunity to get some points on the board, because when you have got an extra player in sevens, it can really create a lot of open space. And we mentioned how Accies will be really determined to put a big score in here because of the way that the game went against Melrose earlier on. So no, I think they will be disappointed, but they'll be looking to win the ball back as quick as possible here.
But they've conceded a penalty. Watsonians still with a man in the bin. They're on the Accies 10 metre line, looking to run down this clock, although they are 14-0 adrift. So back towards their own half. James Milligan retreating here, and Milligan, the burly figure of Milligan, is eventually up and over halfway, and that's a decent offload, and Watsonians are going to be in here for their first try of the tie, their first try of the afternoon, and it's dotted down, and Euan, that's against the run of play, and it's with 6 men.
Yeah, and it took 2 or 3 men to bring down Milligan, so then it created that wee bit of space that Watsonians wouldn't have been expecting. So they've exploited that gap there and went in for the try, and they are a team that, you say, there's no much to play for, but they'll be playing for pride in themselves. And I think it comes down to the different approaches to tournaments at this time of year, in terms of if teams are playing it's just a bit of pre-season, or if they're playing with an eye on the Kings of Sevens title. So I think Watsonians are here just to play for a bit of pride, but that was a nice bit of running rugby to create a space by Milligan, and then going for the try. It was quick clever play by Watsonians.
Ali Davidson it was who dotted down under the sticks. The conversion was good, so it's Watsonians 7, Edinburgh Accies 14, and it was that man Milligan that took the situation by the scruff of the neck, went route one, freed the hands and offloaded it to Davidson. So that, like I say, that's their first try of the afternoon, Watsonians, and that's a decent high hanging kick. They're back to the full quota now, and they're going to come up with a ball here. So they've won their own kick off just inside the Accies half. Looking at back into this, the men from Myerside back in the Premiership this season, of course. Finn Broomfield, the latest to be in possession here. That's been hacked back, but it's came back on the side of the Accies. But no, the referee's deemed that there's been a little knock on in there. I think Euan, he's blown for half time. The half time whistle goes. It's end of this half. Watsonians 7, Edinburgh Accies 14.
Could we have the captains of Gala and Biggar?
Thank you, chaps. With me now here in the grandstand at the Gytes is Ryan Cottrell from Selkirk. Ryan, that was a really, really tough match against Selkirk, against Hawick, and it didn't go your way.
Aye, no, tough tie. It's always hard sevens this time of year, and Hawick are a strong side, so just it was a tails this time.
Yeah, but it's one, it could have gone either way, and as I say, sadly, it just didn't go your way.
Aye, just a bounce of the ball. I mean, they got a good few tries at the start, then we came back, we went ahead, they got a few tries and could have scored at the end, but bundled it in touch, so it could have went either way.
But you're not out yet, because you've got one more tie against Jed-Forest. That will be a tough one too.
Play Jed next, still back, still in the tournament, but I think 4 or 5 converted tries against Jed and we're through, so it's we're up against it a wee bit
Selkirk love playing the Kings of the Sevens, don't they?
Aye, Kings of the Sevens, Selkirk always love playing it. I love it personally. It's favourite part about playing rugby, is the Sevens that draws the crowds in, and it's what makes their money and whatnot, so it's the best events of the year.
But by golly, you've got to be fit to play Sevens.
Aye, you've got to be a wee bit fitter than I am now, I think.
Well, we wish you well in the match against Jed. Let's hope it's a good one and it goes your way too. Ryan Cottrell from Selkirk, and with that we'll head back to Euan Welsh and to Robin Purdie.
And we're just about to get the second half underway here. Tie 8, all Edinburgh affair. Watsonians 7, Edinburgh Accies 14. Accies raced into a quick start in this one. Tries by young Brogan and the experienced Granger, and they were then a man to the good, but during that period Watsonians clawed their way back into it. So Accies now in possession. Ellis Hancock, they've got a Melrose, looks of things, they've got a reserve player on here, but the break is on for Edinburgh Accies, up and over halfway, and it's that man Brogan again. He's scorched over the 22, he dots it down. Euan, I believe he's still got another year left. He doesn't graduate from Fetty's Academy until summer next year, so what a prospect he looks.
Absolutely, very clever player, very aware, much more, very mature, not just a great skillful player, but also very mature, and it looks like he's got a decent head between the shoulders. And I think the word at half time for Accies will have been a case, how much do you want this, because at the end of the day we let the lead go against Melrose. What are we going to do in this game when it looked like they were running away with it at the beginning, but then they let Watsonians back in the game, so I think we can expect a really dominant and strong second half for this Accies side.
The conversion was good, 21 points to 7 they now lead, and that's a great kick-off. That's going to give them every chance to get under, and it's been palmed by Accies, but it's gone forward into the hands of Granger, so the referee's going to bring them back for what will be a Watsonian scrum, almost equidistant between their own 22 and their 10 metre line, over on that far side from our vantage point on the balcony here at the Gytes. really is a great place to watch rugby. Picturesque ground, balcony, raised viewing platforms over on this side, and there's a fairly full hospitality tent on that far side, basking in what is the Peebles sunshine now as well. And here come Accies again through the impressive Ellis Hancock. He comes out to the other impressive player in the ranks, Brogan. Brogan's over 22, he's been hauled down. Ted Jones is on for Accies. Now it's Wallace. There's a break on. No, good defence by Watsonians. It's flung back inside to Accies. They're hauled down 5 metres short. They've got men on this near side, an abundance of space as well. It's to Jones. Jones has got Brogan. Feeds Brogan. Brogan's going to be in once again. This hugely impressive youngster dots it down, and that is his 5th of the afternoon and his 3rd in this tie.
Yeah, quite a textbook try in terms of Sevens rugby. You know, they're deep inside the 22 and looking like they could really launch a bit of an attack, and then when it took 2 or 3 defenders to bring down the player on the far side, it meant there was acres of space on this side, and it was well exploited by the Accies attack.
It was Brogan. Rory Brogan held his position on the wing. The kick is going to drift just to the left of the uprights, but you feel it matters not into the second half. Watsonians 7, Edinburgh Accies 26. They've been very impressive this afternoon. Edinburgh Accies, for me, they weren't unlucky against Melrose. Melrose came back from the dead, but Accies really should have put Melrose to bed, and they would have been staring at semi-final place. But they're going to leave here with a decent victory against Accies, against Watsonians rather, barring a Watsonians comeback, but they have been given the penalty. The Watsons, the FPs, so here they go. Mabaya's on. They look a wee bit one-dimensional at this stage, hauled down, still deep within their own half, but another penalty's been awarded. It's been taken quickly by Finn Broomfield. Mark Fife is on, and another penalty's been awarded. This time for what looks like a high tackle. Now that looks like a reasonably... I think you and a Watsonians player's taken a dull one. Unfortunately, the medics were quick on the scene, and not for the first time this afternoon. Harry Makowski of Melrose needed a bit of treatment that ended his afternoon, and this doesn't look that great for the Watsonians player either, unfortunately.
No, but it's nice to see the ref just quickly, bring it to a halt rather than letting the play go on. I know it was efficient work by the official to bring the game to a stop, and hopefully the player he looks like he's all right, although he is definitely injured. He looks like he's okay in his own head. It looks like something on his leg or ankle that it looks like he's hurt, but it's no, I think it's Watsonians have been a little bit one-dimensional, but when they have had a plan, it seems like they've had a fair go at it. They scored a nice try when they made a bit of a break. So I think if they've got a plan of action in place, they can take down a defence. But Accies have been quite relentless in both their games, and yeah, they're unfortunate that they're not going to progress, but they'll be looking to have a essential win here to at least take that away from this, and a big season for Accies at 15's level ahead. It's they'll be wanting to build some groundworks and get some of the young boys also getting some game time, and that's obviously worked, and they've got some good players that have played today that are as you say, ones to note for the future.
As a Watsonians player departs the scene, unfortunately, so it's going to restart with a scrum. It looked like the referee had awarded a penalty initially, but the challenge must have been deemed legal, albeit it's caused a bit of pain. So halfway line, Accies scrum, but they've been driven back. Watsonians scrum, but they've been driven back there by Accies. Mamaya picks up, and that's a basic error in the midfield by Watsonians. It's been dropped, and now a penalty's been awarded to Accies, and it's been taken quickly by Cadzo, the ex-Boroughmuir Bears man, and that's a smart bit of running there by Max Wallace. Max Wallace inside outside, great piece of sprinting, round he comes behind the post, dots it down for his second try of the afternoon, and it's Euan. It's just that blend again we've spoken about for Edinburgh Accies, experience and youth working well together.
Yeah, and a little bit individual skill doesn't go amiss either, and I think on that occasion Watsonians have probably just kind of let the game go by the wayside now, and they've probably accepted their fate, but what it's meant was there is the little pockets of space, and when players like Wallace get the opportunity to exploit that, they're not going to hold back. And no, he's created a nice little try there for himself, and it adds another try on this game. But it has been a well played game for Accies.
Yeah, it's been a fairly one-sided affair. The conversion was good, converted his own try. Max Wallace, another ex-Boroughmuir Bear man in the ranks, played well for Caledonia in the Inter-District Championship last season as well. So it's Watsonians 7, Edinburgh Accies now up to 33, and the game is put to bed. They will, as I've said before, they'll be kicking themselves for letting Melrose back in to end that first tie. Here comes Mabaya for Watsonians. They've been awarded another penalty. Discipline a wee bit of an issue for Edinburgh Accies, but Watsonians not been able to capitalise as Mabaya again sees a bit of space down the short side and he's off and running here. Now, has he got the pace? He's got Jack Patterson after him. Patterson's done well to get back to Mabaya. You fancied the speedster, but the young Accies player did well, but they're still in possession here. Watsonians up now inside the Edinburgh Accies 22. Got a bit of space here in which to operate. Broomfield sells a dummy, tries to power his way over, but he's hauled down 5 metres short. Watsonians still with the ball, going one way then the other. Looping pass, 2-3 metres short now, out the back door, dots it down. Number 16's Josh Lukes, his first try of the afternoon, and just a little bit of consolation there. Euan just adds a wee bit of gloss to the Myerside men's scoreline.
Yeah, and probably a little bit of fatigue coming into play. You have to remember this is a lot of these boys' first round to the season, but I think it's one of those where when it becomes a bit of a dead rubber, you can sometimes get a really poor game, and towards the end of this game it's probably went that way, where there's just been a little bit of too many errors on both parts, but also then a bit of fatigue and a bit of indirectness. But no, it's a good kick play there for the Watsonians player.
Oh, it was a touchline conversion. Don't see too many of those in the abbreviated code, so that's a couple of converted tries now for Watsonians. 14 points to Edinburgh Accies 33 as we await Broomfield's kick-off. Luke's another young up-and-coming player at one of the Edinburgh clubs. They seem to have plenty strewn across the place, but Accies now in possession. Up and out of the 22, that was Archie Winnington Ingram, easy for me to say, that's come on, and again another piece of running there by Edinburgh Accies. Over halfway, 22, and again it is the young flyer Rory Brogan, 4th try of the tie, 6 of the afternoon. And Euan, we've waxed lyrical about him, and rightly so. He does look a real prospect.
Yeah, and that's where it's a shame for Accies. They'll probably be kicking themselves that they haven't then went on to progress, because with players like Brogan in your ranks, you can literally turn a semi-final or a final in your favour, so it's disappointing for them that's how it's ended for them.
The referee, after the conversion, has brought it to an end. Watsonians 14, Edinburgh Accies 40, and a good performance by Edinburgh Accies. They've scored what? They've scored 64 points in their 2 ties, and they're not going to progress. You don't see that too often.
No, and I think that's what they'll take away from this, is they're disappointed about that, but then I can see that then progressing forward, and if they have then got the same sort of team at Gala in a couple of weeks' time, then I can see them really wanting to progress in that competition, because they have the individuals in the team. And we talk a lot about in sevens how you need a team, yes, but you also can do a couple of individuals that can really spark fire into the game, and that's what Accies have got in their ranks at the minute.
Oh, they have, and that, their most impressive individual this afternoon was Rory Brogan. As mentioned, 6 tries at probably 17 years of age. He's a well put together young man. It'll be interesting to see if he plays first team rugby in the 15-a-side this season, because he certainly looks built for it. But the next tie of the afternoon is Gala, beaten in their first round game 22-0 against Kelso, against a bigger team that gave Kelso a decent run before Kelso managed to come out on top by 31 points to 15. But based on evidence this afternoon, the bookies might ever so slightly favour Biggar in this one, and they've come up with the early possession again from inside their own half. They're going to be in here. He's over the 22, the Biggar player. It's Rowan Stewart, the ex-Boroughmuir Bears man. I seem to have said that a lot this afternoon. That's a few ex-Boroughmuir Bears players, and one of them is Rowan Stewart. And again, Euan, we've seen it a few times this afternoon from various players. That's a good piece of running at this time of the year in particular.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's one of the things. It is a dead rubber as such, but it's not a dead rubber at the end of a season. It's a dead rubber at the beginning of the season. So both teams are using it as a bit of pre-season training at this end of the day. So it's good to see teams that are going to be going full throttle in this one. And I think if I was having an outside bet at the beginning of the day, it probably would have been Biggar, because they didn't have a bad 15 season last year, and we don't often get to see them at sevens. But they are a team that have got individuals that can really spark fire into a game.
And they've gone for the cute kick-off here, but that's great covering by Sam Smith, the 15-a-side flanker who'd read the danger, and a penalty's been awarded on the back of that good work. And Gala now with their first possession. Gregor Collins tries to spin out the tackle. He's managed to get up and into the bigger half, and this time Smith plays scrum half. He goes to Rory Wilson. Now it's in the hands of the flyer Richie Mitchell, and it's been hacked on by Mitchell, and he's been clattered late, and a penalty's awarded. And not only that, the try scorer for Biggar is going to take a 2-minute leave of absence. Rowan Stewart heads towards the touchline. Forlorn body language. Gala now are going to take a penalty from where the ball ended up. So Rory Wilson taps it. Sam Smith, it's flung out to Jack Niven. A wee bit of a loose pass, didn't go forward. This is Gregor Collins. Now Gregor Collins tries to fend off Rhys Cullen. Rhys Cullen, impressive performer over the years. 15s and 7s, let's not forget he was very much part of one of the great Watsonian dynasties a few years ago. Now it's out to Glen McCrum. Glen McCrum's bounced off the first man, loves the contact, does McCrum. Seen yellow in the first tie, which didn't help the Gala cause. However, now Gala have conceded a penalty, so Biggar with a man still in the bin just inside the Gala half as the sun continues to beat down here at the Gytes. Bit of a breeze blowing about the place, and tactic that you see more in the international sevens than the club game. Biggar have kicked it down the touchline to touch, and that's smart play because it eats up the clock. They've got a man in the bin still, so they're going to try and maintain possession. They're still 7-0 to the good in this first half. Now Rhys Cullen, good footwork by Cullen, clever little player. Now Biggar trying to stamp home their authority with 6 men, and that's a lovely floated pass by Cullen, but the referees stated that that's gone forward, that they're playing an advantage. So Biggar are going to have a penalty here. Let's not forget there's still a man in the bin. Cullen again looking to wind down the clock, and he's kicked it towards the try line. Now a Gala player, Richie Mitchell's having to go back here, and he's inside his own 5-metre line. He's done well to come back inside. Smith's ridden the heavy challenge. Now there's a chance here for Gala. They're inside their own 22. Niven feeds it inside to Wilson. That looked forward, and the referee agrees because Gregor Collins was gone. But yeah, it was right in front of our vantage point. It was a neat little pass, Euan, but yeah, it was half a yard.
Yeah, a couple of mistakes for Gala, and suddenly Biggar are back up to their full strength of 7. So missed opportunity for Gala there in terms of taking on one of their, taking on the opportunity when they were only playing against 6. So I think Gala will be looking to try and get a better foothold in this game and try and build something with ball in hand, but they're going to have to do it against 7 rather than 6 now. Yeah,
they wasted the opportunity to benefit from a man advantage. More often than you'd see a team come away with something against the 6 men, but it's still Biggar in possession. It's the man that's come back on, Rowan Stewart, and again he's come in off that left foot from 35 metres. He's behind the line, he dots it down, and yeah, he's a player, Euan.
Yeah, he's had a fair bit of involvement in this game, and certainly in the way the game's unfolded so far. But no, I think I've been really impressed with Cullen as well. Although he's not been scoring the tries, I think he always seems to be a phase or two in front, which is impressive. And I think that the creativity side of things comes from him really, and he's the one that's going to take the conversion.
Yeah, he's the playmaker. Rhys Cullen had a stint at Bristol Bears, no less. The scrum half, that alone puts you firmly in the nay mug bracket. The conversion was good. So Gala 0, Biggar 12. Biggar have kicked off again, but player has encroached in front of the kick, so it's going to give Gala a chance to claw their way back into this one. Russell Kerr's on now. McCrum inside to Jack Niven. Niven, one of the playmakers, and that's a decent kick. There's looking for Richie Mitchell. Now he is a flyer and he's gathered at Mitchell and he's going to be in here. Smart play by Gala. He's scotched round behind the posts as well. The young flyer dots it down and they're right back in this.
Yeah, he's a name that we've mentioned a lot when commentating on sevens, and no, he is a flyer, as you say, and I think the benefit of that is sometimes you can, if you can just do somebody on pace, if you've got the right creativity in your ranks, then that can be all the difference, and that's what happened here for Gala, and they'll be really looking to bounce back now and chase down Biggar's lead.
Russell Kerr has added the extras, so Gala 7, Biggar 12. There's life left in this first half. So Gala clawing their way back into this. It's their first try of the afternoon, believe it or not. Almost at half time in their second tie, beaten 22 points to 0 by Kelso in the first tie. That's been gathered in, the kick-off there by Tom Main from Biggar, and they're playing an advantage. Cullen comes on this near side to one of the forwards. That's Andy Lamb, and now he's off here. Lamb, he's managed to find the space up and over the 22, heading towards the sticks, dots it down. Another try for Biggar just in the dying embers of this first half, and that unit is the last thing that Gala needed.
Yeah, I mean he dummied the whole of the Gala team with the one dummy pass. He actually dummied me as well because I was looking for the ball in the middle of the pitch. But no, he was very clever, very opportunistic, and it's, you know, to take them into half time with a nice lead, bouncing back from that Gala try.
So that is half time. The kick was not good from bang in front. So half time in this one. It's Gala 7. I make it Biggar 19.
Thank you, Robin and Euan. Back with them for the second half shortly, but I've now been joined by Rory Brogan from Edinburgh Academicals. Rory, a good victory against your local rivals Watsonians, but sadly not enough to take you to the semi-final.
No, really annoyed to not get the win over Melrose. They were really good, and to just miss out on a try is heartbreaking, but we got our back against Watsonians, so happy with that.
Yes, I suppose if you beat your local rivals, that's always a good thing, isn't it?
Yeah, not bad, not bad.
Now, you've got no talisman today, no Richard Mill. Tell us where he is.
I think he's out in Paris watching the Olympics.
I wonder if he's watching the Rugby Sevens.
Yeah, Rugby Sevens, probably a bit of the hockey with his wife. But yeah.
Well, you were telling me, though, that Richard actually taught you how to play rugby.
Yeah, so he taught me how to play rugby. He started coaching me when I was 11 years old, and then I've seen him throughout my career, and he's been coaching me, giving me pointers. Really good mentor.
He's a fantastic guy, isn't he? I mean, he just brings so much experience to the game and to training young players like yourself.
Oh yeah, no, he's amazing with young players, and playing with him is amazing because he never stops talking. He's always encouraging. Amazing teammate, amazing mentor.
He'll be back, though, I'm sure, for the next sevens in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, hope so.
And you're at Fettes College. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so at Fettes, going into my final year, and excited to see what kind of opportunities I get coming out, university, Accies, all that.
Keen to keep playing rugby?
Oh, definitely, I love it.
Rory, wish you well for the future. Thanks for joining us up here in the grandstand. All the best.
Thank you.
Rory Brogan from Edinburgh Accies. Now it's back to the second half of the game on the pitch at the moment, and we'll rejoin Euan Welsh and Robin Purdie.
Yeah, Rory Brogan, 17 years of age. First time we've seen him on the circuit, and it undoubtedly won't be the last. Player with a big future, and he's a big man, let me tell you that. I stood just next to him there. 17 years of age. Biggar with the attacking impetus at the start of this second half, but they've knocked it on the Gala 22. So as a reminder, Gala 7, Biggar 19. The kick, the conversion of that third Biggar try, bang in front, was sliced. So will that give Gala the opportunity that, you know, the little bit of impetus, if you like, that they need to get back into this? It's been a reasonably average showing by them this afternoon. Biggar with the defence just outside the Gala 22. Gala still in possession though. Smith trying to take it to the men from Hartree Mill, and he's won his side a penalty, and it's been taken quickly by Kerr. Kerr comes out to Niven with a hitch kick and go. He's been wrapped up by the other Cullen and the Yanks, the other Cullen in the ranks, rather. That's Isaac Cullen of Biggar. And Smith, again, that's a decent offload to Kerr. They're up towards halfway, Gala, but they're making reasonably heavy work of it, and it's been held on too long. And Biggar have been awarded the penalty. It's been taken quickly, but no, the referee's going to bring them back because there's an injury there to Rowan Stewart. He of 2 tries in this tie. Impressive performer, eventful tie for him. 2 tries, yellow card, and now it looks like he's taken a bit of a sore one, Euan, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is going to halt the game just for a little, and that'll give both teams a chance just to kind of reassess the situation. And I think what they'll be trying to do, both teams now, is just see this as a learning exercise. How can they learn from their experiences today, but also this game in particular? And it must be difficult, in a dead rubber situation to try and get yourself fired up on a Saturday afternoon when you're not even going to make the semi-finals stage. But I think there has to be the heads amongst the teams that say, let's try and show off. It's a big crowd here, sun's out. Let's try and show what we're capable of, and make a bit of a statement, considering this is the very beginning of a very different season for all the clubs involved this year. Everything's a bit changed. Nobody really knows what everybody's going to look like. So it is about just kind of getting that first run out, seeing how everybody looks, and making a bit of a name for each individual team, and try to work out, are they going to be big hitters this season, or are they going to have maybe a no so good season? Are they going to be surviving rather than thriving? I think that's what these first couple of sevens weekends are going to be about.
Yeah, both of these teams will be facing off in National 1 this season, and that's got a very different look about it this year as well, with the addition of Stirling Wolves, Stirling Super 6 team in Boroughmuir, who were the Boroughmuir Bears in Super 6. So one would assume that those teams will both go pretty well at that level. But speaking of going well, Biggar are going well here, and that's a decent dab forward. Cute play, but it's just drifted in to touch the little grubber, and it looks like it's going to be a Biggar throw. No, the referee's awarded a penalty against Gala. So Biggar, again, prominent attacking position here on the wraparound, just outside the 22, and there's a straighten and go there, and Biggar are in here once again. Strong fend, strong handoff by Tom Main, and under the post he goes. And Euan, you have to say they've been good value for this lead, and it's looking like good value for a victory.
Yeah, and actually on another day, you would almost have said that this is a bigger team that could have maybe made the semi-finals on another day, but it's not been their day in terms of the Kelso game. But they have then put on a good performance here against Gala, and yeah, I'm sure there'll be plenty of positives for them going forward. And it is we don't often get to see them on the Kings of Seven circuit very often, but today that they've shown what they are capable of, and maybe they want an invite out other places.
Yeah, they'd be a useful addition. Now the scoreboard operator's having an absolute mare there. He's awarded that try to Gala, but I assure you it was Biggar that scored it. I am colourblind, I have to say, but I can't tell the difference between the Gala maroon and the black of Biggar. And it's now there's no score on the scoreboard, but I can tell you it's Gala 7, Biggar 26. I have been just keeping a note of it myself. But Gala now in possession, just outside the 22. Not had much joy here this afternoon, and there's a kick. That's a smart kick though, and it's going to come right in it should have come right in the breadbasket of Richie Mitchell, but he allowed it to bounce. He could have taken it on the full, but he's still in possession here, Mitchell, and that's a good offload to Smith. Smith's been their best performer for me this afternoon. He's taken it to ground. Mitchell's in playing scrum half, and they're going to be awarded a penalty here. Gala taken quickly by Niven to Russell Kerr, and that's a good tackle by Biggar, just shy the line now. The referees deem that he's not been 10, the player though, so into the bin the Biggar player goes. Gala 7 points to 26 adrift. Smith tries to power his way towards the whitewash. Has he got that over? No, it's been stolen by Biggar. The referee's having a confab with the in goal touch judge though. They're having a chat. Let's see what this brings. Gala coming back towards the 22 as the chat continues. Oh, the try has been awarded to Gala, so Gala, that takes it to Gala 12, kick to come. Biggar 26, it'll be Russell Kerr with a conversion. And Euan, that's probably too little too late.
probably. I think that they have shown flickers of what they're capable of, and let's remember Gala will be looking to have a big weekend in a fortnight's time when it's their own sevens, so they'll be looking to, this is their only preparation before that in terms of competitive fixtures, and it's at sevens, so they will be looking to have a good weekend in a fortnight's time, so they'll be try to learn as much as possible from these games, but they have been shown a number in both their games in terms of they've definitely been the second best team on both occasions.
It's a very good point that you in a fortnight's time marooned at Gala, and the home side on that occasion they'll need to find something from somewhere in that fortnight period, because they've been a wee bit unlike themselves this afternoon. They went pretty well on the King's circuit last season. They finished third on 43 points, so they'll be disappointed with their work this afternoon. Biggar in possession now, and it's been hacked forward here by Andy Jardine, but Gregor Collins did well to get back, but he's been wrapped up by Jardine, his opposite number, but Gala managed to snaffle possession, albeit deep inside their own half, and it's Niven's a workhorse, he's full of running, but he's been hit hard there by Cullen. Still in possession though, and he's tried to chip it forward over the Biggar defence. It's going to drift into touch there, and the referee has seen enough in this one. The tie, by the looks of things, is over yet. The players start to shake hands. Gala will leave here winless this afternoon because this tie's finished. Gala 14, Biggar 26.
Thank you to Robin and also to Euan Welsh on that one. We'll be having a little chat with hopefully Glen McCrum of Gala and find out his thoughts ahead of the new season, which will be starting very, very shortly on August the 31st, of course, for the Premiership and for National 1. Here at the Peebles Sevens, though, Group A, well, everything's beginning to come to light. The ties for Group A: Melrose 29, Watsonians 0, Embrackies 24, Melrose 31, and Watsonians 14, Embrackies 40. That means Melrose will go through to the semi-final. In Group B, Kelso 22, Gala 0, Biggar 15, Kelso 31, and also Gala against Biggar, as we've just seen, ended Gala 14, Biggar 26, and that means Biggar are through to the... No, they're not. The Kelso, of course, beat Biggar, didn't they? So Kelso are through to the semi-final to play Melrose. In Group C, Peebles 26, Berwick 14. It was Orkney 19, Peebles 17, and Berwick against Orkney is coming up very, very shortly. So all three, in fact, are still capable of going through. So it's going to be an exciting tie. Live commentary coming up on that one. And in Group D, Hawick 7, Jed-Forest 26, Selkirk 22, Hawick 26, and Jed-Forest against Selkirk will be the last of the ties in Pool D. And again, Selkirk will have to win that one by a comfortable margin to go through to the semi-finals. But it's just about ready for Orkney against Berwick. Let's return you to commentary, and it's Robin, Purdie and Dale Clancy.
Orkney are going to get play underway here. They're playing from right to left against Berwick in this first half. Peebles were victors over Berwick in the opening game in this pool, 26 points to 14, but then Orkney turned over the hosts, 19 points to 17, to give us a mouth-watering clash between these two sides, probably the two furthest aside parts teams in the competition. Berwick from the north of England and Orkney from the Isles at the north of Scotland, and it's Berwick coming to try and break free from inside their own 22 early on in this game. It's Euan Thompson with the ball in hand, dispatched away by James Thompson into the hands of Aidan Rosie. It's now been brought down, still inside the 22. Berwick looking to try and play a patient built-up game as Aaron Jackson skips back in field. He's able to avoid the first challenge, and then he's looking to try and go round Gregor Porteous, who's acting as sweeper for Orkney, and Aaron Jackson looks like he could go all the way. He pumps the brakes on, he's got some support in field, and it's almost been guddled there by Jordan Jackson, who's got Aaron Jackson back for some support, who's looking to try and offload, but this Orkney defence has got back. Scott Rendell having to work hard to try and get back in the defensive line, so Orkney are a little bit dishevelled at the moment as James Thompson takes play forward now into the hands of Ben Simmons, a bit wider through Ali Grieve, and then Aidan Rosie is going to get the first score in this game, and it is first blood to Berwick, and a little reminder that any one of these teams can go through, so it's going to be an interesting pool, certainly, because if Berwick can turn over Orkney, it might mean that they've got a better points difference in Peebles, then they could go through, and likewise it could be Berwick win with a lesser margin and Peebles could be the benefactors.
Yeah.
Or Orkney could also go through.
Yeah, there's all kinds of permutations, Dale, you're absolutely right. This is, with that in mind, this has been a really, really interesting pool, and it's been an entertaining pool as well. And yeah, Berwick have come up here with a what you'd maybe say is a stronger than we've seen previously squad, and Orkney have kind of been a bit of fresh air, and yeah, it's a decent pool. This will be a decent tie, and I don't think there'll be too many sevens ties on the circuit over the years where neither of the teams have been from the mainland of Scotland, other than maybe at Melrose Sevens.
Yeah, that's probably correct. I had to take me a while to actually figure that one out, but yes, it's Berwick from Northern England against Orkney, which is always a great place to visit, and they've had a couple of good years in the main 15 competition in national rugby. I'm just missing out on promotion into national 1 last year, and it's Ali Grieve carrying forward national 2 last year. Sorry, as Euan Thompson is supporting at the base of that ruck. He carries forward. He's been wrapped up there by Alex Scarth, and then Rosie is linking up with James Thompson, who's back at Berwick now. The offload out of the back door is swept up there by Ben Simmons, who's ex-Gala, now playing for Berwick, and Rosie now travels with the ball in hand, looks to try and get through the two Orkney defenders, offloads into the path of James Thompson, and he's able to gather and go in for another score there from Berwick, and they stretch their advantage here through the return in James Thompson.
Yeah, Berwick, they were maybe a wee bit unlucky. They'll maybe feel a wee bit aggrieved they didn't put Peebles away in the first tie, and Orkney certainly gave a good account of themselves against Peebles. Obviously they were victorious there, so yeah, maybe the smart money would have been on Orkney at the start of this tie, but Berwick kind of ripping up the form book at the start of this one. Yeah,
Willie Thompson and Gregor Porteous and Tom Croy were all instrumental for this Orkney side in that game against Peebles. Slow starters, Peebles, in both of their ties. And Berwick arrived with a very solid squad. The likes of Euan Thompson and James Thompson returning back to Scremerston, Aaron Jackson as well, and Berwick colours, and Ben Simmons, who previously played for Gala, now going to be playing as rugby at Berwick. So they've been very active recruiting this close season, and obviously benefiting off that close link up with Kelso as well, with those returning players, the Thompsons and also Aaron Jackson there as well. Play is back underway. Ben Simmons takes the restart. Ali Grieve underneath it, gets the ball back, and James Thompson then gathers the ball. He's going to put boot to ball, but luckily for him on this very plush playing surface, it just stops dead, and he was able to gather it, but Ali Grieve then knocks the ball on. And it's going to give Orkney their first real opportunity with the ball in hand in this game.
Yeah, they've had none of the pill so far, and they're going to have to do it the hard way, just inside their own 22, and he looks full of running. James Thompson scored his first try not so long ago in this one, and yeah, that's a very handy acquisition back in Berwick colours. He gave a good account of himself in the Premiership last season.
Penalty from the scrum is awarded to Berwick, and Euan Thompson is waiting there, just sizing up his options, goes towards the right hand side, gives it to Ali Grieve. Ali Grieve has got a supporting player, Jordan Jackson, outside him, and he is looking to try and pin the lugs back and go round Willie Thompson, but yeah, a man that comes with a great sevens pedigree gets play back underway pretty quickly. Scott Rendell now with the ball in hand, just fizzes a ball out wide. It bounces, sits up nicely for Orkney out wide, and now it is a foot race, and what pace has been displayed here from Orkney, because scampering down Chris Guthrie is looking to try and gather, but James Thompson gets back there. A little point as well there from Alex Scarth. Wise play from Orkney, and then offloaded back into the path of Mark Sinclair, and Orkney replies straight away, and probably importantly right underneath the posts.
Oh, frame that up, Dale, and hang it in the Louvre. That's a beautiful piece of sevens rugby. We mentioned it was deep inside their own 22, and it was a kick downfield. Then it was the foot race. You love to see it, and yeah, Guthrie. That was a the player he burned there was a Premiership winger last season, and that was no mean feat. He also had the presence of mind to come up with the offload, another pass later, and under the post he went. That was a beautiful try.
Alex Scarth was instrumental in that build-up as well. Intelligent play to just signal there was a bit of ground with nobody in it. The defensive players filtering back for Berwick, but he knew if the ball was just flung there, he's got a bit of time and space, and then able to link back up with Mark Sinclair, and Alex Scarth has had a little bit of time to get some water on. He's getting even more time to get his breath back as well, because he's probably not your traditional sevens player, along with Scott Rendell as well, but both physical specimens for this Orkney side. Ball now back on the pitch, and it is going to be Scott Rendell to take the restart, and he lumps it downfield deep into Berwick territory, and it's been guddled there by Jordan Jackson, and just lets the ball trundle down his chest and knocked forward, and it's a chance for Orkney now to launch an attack in the closing stages of this first half. And they looked almost dead and buried. That Berwick side looked pretty good in the opening exchanges, but Orkney getting back into it.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of sevens, Dale. You get a chance, you take it, you're right back in it, and then a mistake like that, and they could head down the half-time tunnel, so to speak, in the lead, and you'd have got long odds on that 3-4 minutes into this tie.
Mark Sinclair puts it into the scrum, and then he spots a little bit of space in behind that Berwick scrum there, and he's wheeling it in for a try. And it is going to be Orkney who take the lead, 12 points to 10. They now lead. And I think Peebles, who are watching on the sideline, still kitted up, are watching with great intent, because there's a 2-point difference between these two sides there, and they'll just be hoping this is a close game, and it doesn't matter who wins as long as it's a very narrow margin.
Yeah, I think there's going to be some maths to be done in this one here. That's normally, as you mentioned in the first, that's normally the domain of Barbara,
our resident Rachel Riley.
Yeah, she's paying no attention at the moment, deeply engrossed in her phone. But yeah,
she's got the calculator app up.
Half time in this one.
Yeah, half time here, and it is Orkney who hold a slender advantage in Pool C, as they're leading Berwick 12 points to 10.
And the good news for the rugby radio team is the foot has arrived. Mind you, it won't last long with Dale Clancy around, but that's another story. But anyway, on with the interviews, and with me now is Glen McCrum of Gala. Glen, not a good day at the office for Gala, really. 2 losses.
No, not good at all. I think we had quite a young team going into this, and we know it was a big challenge, but it was good to get a runabout and a run in the legs, I'd say.
Yeah, you're playing in the 15s team this season as well, aren't you?
Yes, I am. Big season ahead of us. A few new teams in our league. I think we've got a good chance though. A new coaching team, a few new players in, fresh legs. I like our chances.
Yeah, you were saying you've got a new head coach in Euan Robbie, haven't you?
Yeah, Euan's been fantastic. He's been a really good coach, changing up our lineouts and stuff, and we've been learning quite a lot from him. He's been putting us down our paces down at Netherdale. It's been good.
And you'll have some border derbies because you'll be playing Jed and Peebles as well.
Yeah, it'll be good seeing what Jed are like this season. I think it'll be quite a big challenge. And Peebles coming up, they were quite good last season. Did they lose a game last season? Yeah, so quite excited for that. It's a bit of a shame that we're not going to be playing Melrose next season, but we'll see them on Boxing Day.
You certainly will. Now, 2 weeks today, it's at Netherdale. It's your own sevens.
Yeah, it's marooned. I think we've got a good chance of that before the young boys, and we'll have a few boys coming back in from holidays, injuries, and yeah, I like our chances at that.
We'll see you at Netherdale in a couple of weeks' time. Glen, thanks for joining me. Glen McCrum of Gala. Right, back to the action once more, and this will decide who goes through from Pool C into the semi-finals. It's Berwick against Orkney. Let's rejoin our team of Robin Purdie and Dale Clancy.
Willie Thompson just knocking the ball on from the restart, and his play went towards the beer tent here at the Gytes, which is opposite the main balcony side, the main stand side here in Peebles. Berwick just fumbled the ball forward. So 12 points to 10. Orkney currently lead. As it stands, it does look like Peebles perhaps will be going through from Pool C if the scoreline and the margin remains the same. But both sides have still got a lot of rugby to play in the second half. Aaron Jackson now gets the ball to Ali Grieve on the 10-metre line. He just straightens the ball up, and Alex Scarth is waiting there ready to put in a challenge. Aaron Jackson gets the ball back off the deck from Ali Grieve. He looks to weave his way towards the touchline, puts the brakes on yet again, ball in one hand, just waving it about, waiting for a Berwick player to make a daring run towards a pocket of space which has been left there by the Orkney players. A little bit wider now into the path of Aidan Rosie. He links back up with Mason Emery, who is waiting there. It's been picked off there, and Orkney have intercepted, and they're going to try and go the distance and go down the pitch. There's a little bit of space that's been lumped forward, and now it is a foot race, and it looks like Orkney are going to benefit from the bouncing ball, and Sam Croy is looking to get the ball down. The referee has awarded the try, and it's innovative play there from Orkney. And it is that man again, Willie Thompson, who's the catalyst of it all. But it's finished off by Sam Croy, who was able to receive the crossfield kick, and a tired and dejected Berwick defence just could not get back to stop that try.
No, they had a try in the first half that was directly from a great kick downfield, and that was another one. They're not shy to put boot to ball, Orkney, and yeah, they've been they've obviously come down here as an unknown quantity, and they've been a breath of fresh air in this tournament.
Yeah, I've got certainly their exploits in 15s in National Rugby last season has started to develop a real soft spot for Orkney. It was very well hosted when I went up there for a sevens tournament years ago. A really, really good club, and it just shows you the kind of attitude to travel all this way to play in a sevens tournament at this point in the season. And just unfortunately for them at this point, 9 points might not be enough to get them through out of this pool, but we've still got a bit to play.
Oh yeah, and possibly could there be some coverage required of a game in Orkney potentially this season.
I was always saying that to Stuart. It's a good trip. Orkney get play back underway. It's Mark Sinclair who's lumped it down the throat of Aaron Jackson. He gathers the ball, he straightens it up, and he looks to carry the Orkney defence with him. Willie Thompson makes a nuisance of himself in Ali Greaves' face, and Euan Thompson now gets the ball and he weaves one way, then the other, then he goes inside one defender, then he's got Mark Sinclair for some company. He's been brought to ground, and Aidan Rosie then filters the ball wide to Ali Greaves. Again, Willie Thompson up in defence. Ali Greaves now runs an acute line. It is also Ryan Wilson on the pitch for Berwick. Back in field, it's been gathered there by Rory Musgrove. He's been speared towards the ground. Ali Greaves gathers the ball. Aidan Rosie links up with Aaron Jackson. It's now an opportunity for Berwick to get in behind. The offload there comes. Aidan Rosie, he's just got in behind again, and Berwick are going to reply and going to squeeze it in the corner. And Berwick narrow the margins here. It's now Berwick 15, Orkney 19. And again, in the context of this pool, probably the biggest winner in that try there is probably Peebles at the moment.
Yeah, looks like it. Nip and tuck this tie, end-to-end stuff. Second try of the tie for Aidan Rosie. Been around the scene for a while now. The big burly Berwick winger. So we'll wait the conversion. But yeah, Berwick right back in this.
Conversion attempt on the 22 metre line on the right hand side. Ben Simmons swings at it, and he's certainly got good height and good distance, but just not the right angle, and it's unsuccessful. So it stays at 4 points, which is probably as a neutral. This is the kind of scoreline that you'd want at this stage, because there's a bit of a lot rolling on this, and it's a good scoreline for Orkney to go and chase from the restart. And it's been gathered there by Mark Sinclair. He's been joined by Ryan Wilson and Ali Greaves, two very bulky figures in Berwick shirts. Going laterally across the pitch now is Craig Slater, a player who's perhaps seldom been mentioned in this game. Scott Rendell has, and now Orkney are in behind again. Craig Bruff has got some clear space, but he's been chased all the way back by Euan Thompson. He's going to have enough space to get over the try line underneath the posts as well. So at the moment it's 9 points. The conversion to come would give them 11 points, and that would be enough to put Orkney into the semi-finals. So a huge kick to come.
Oh, a huge kick to come, but what a lung-busting run by Craig Bruff. But never mind that, who was the player with the pass? That was Finn Russell to Hugh Jones against England a few years ago. That was a beautiful piece of vision. Put his runner through the gap, and he was harried and chased down, made it to the line. But another great try by Orkney. Like I said before, they've been a joy to behold so far this afternoon.
Yeah, it's always good to see a kind of left field addition to the Kings of the Sevens, and Orkney are playing their part in this first round of the new season here at the Gytes in the Kings of the Sevens. Already defeating hosts Peebles, and they are currently have 1 foot in the semi-final, where they will play what looks like it will be Jed-Forest, but there's still a lot to play for in that pool as well. Going to be a restart there by Porteous. He kicks it long. It's been gathered by Jackson, and then back to Emery there, and Simmons linking up and looking to try and find that pocket of space. It's just not coming for them here, and the tackle from the Berwick spectators thinks it's riding a little bit high, and Ali Greaves wants to go quickly. Can Berwick be the spoilers of the Orkney party? A long travel for this club to come to Peebles Sevens at this point in the season, and a try for Berwick would put Peebles into the semi-final. Ali Grieve on the 10-metre line links up with Aaron Jackson. Now he looks to just run directly towards the heart of that Orkney defence. He's been brought down there by Alex Scarf, but presents the ball back well. Scarf is through as well, putting a bit of pressure on Ali Grieve. He's got no support there. Scarf is off his feet as he tries to compete for the ball yet again, and it's been dispatched to Wilson. Wilson links back up with Mason Emery there. He's a little kick of the heels as well across the halfway line, and then looks to release Ben Simmons. He goes on the inside of Scott Rendell, but then lies prone on the ground, and the Orkney players can then start to look to gather the ball. Porteous has got it in his hands now, and he's weaving his way over the 10-metre line. He's got some support back inside. Great offload there. It came on from Marcus Guthrie, but the referee is signalling there's going to be a yellow card there for Ali Grieve. I didn't catch that as I was looking at little bits there. Was it a cynical trip?
It was a trip. It was an Ali Grieve foul.
That's that's a trademark Ali Grieve foul there, and Orkney looking to try now play the time. The Porteous kicks forward, and there was a hint of offside there as well, with the player coming through. It was Tom Croy who was chasing through. But it's going to be the final play there, and it looks like Orkney have made their way out of Pool C and into the semi-final, and they are going to top Pool C. 2 victories from 2, one over Peebles and a narrow one over Berwick as well. 15 points to 26. They are victors here, and you've got to say, even after a slow start in this game, they certainly deserve it, Robin.
Oh, definitely. Been so impressed with them this afternoon. Dale, they're going to have a tie possibly against Jed in the next round, but whoever they face, they're not going to be, they're not going to be taken lightly. That's for sure, because Orkney giving a really good account of themselves, and deservedly in the semi-finals.
This is Rugby Radio. Rugby Radio.
Borders water, Borders barley and Borders people. That's what makes the Borders Distillery. Working exclusively with local farmers, the Borders Distillery is bringing whiskey making back to the region. Our award-winning distillery is open to everyone, where you can meet the people behind the scenes, explore our wash house, and shop quality local products. Tour your local distillery and discover the spirit of the Borders. Full details at thebordersdistillery.com. Always enjoy our spirit responsibly. Under 18s must be accompanied by an adult when visiting the Borders Distillery.
Your pet deserves the best, and that's why your pet deserves the care and treatment offered by Border Vets. We focus on delivering the very best care to each and every one of our patients and clients. We get to know you and your pet and offer treatments tailored to every animal's individual needs, from our conveniently located surgeries in Gala, Selkirk and Earlston. Ask about our Pet Health Club for your cat or dog, giving you peace of mind by spreading the cost of vaccinations, regular checks and more. From dental care to travelling abroad and the whole range of veterinary services, bordervets.co.uk is where you'll find everything you need to know. Border Vets, where your pets are part of our family.
Based in Gala, but covering the whole region and beyond, Borders Mortgage Hub is your one-stop shop for all things mortgage related in the Borders. Visit us at bordersmortgagehub.com or call us on 01896 807 008. That's 01896 807 008. Borders Mortgage Hub. Mortgages for the Borders in the Borders.
This is Rugby Radio. Rugby Radio.
Yes, it is live from the Gytes this afternoon, 26 minutes past 5. We're into the final tie of the pools. It's Jed-Forest against Selkirk in Pool D. Let's rejoin Robin and Dale.
Rory Marshall has just offloaded the ball into the path of Aaron Weatherhead. And Jed are on the attack here, just squeezing in the corner. Gregor Young is able to ground the ball, and from the offset in this game, Jed-Forest have been in the ascendancy. They've been on the attack and pinning Selkirk but deep inside their own 22, and they eventually are able just to squeeze out a try from it.
Yeah, and it's not your typical Gregor Young try. He didn't run it in from 40 metres. He crashed over from about 4 inches, and like he did in the first tie, used his strength on that occasion rather than his pace.
Yeah, we speak about his strength that he does possess earlier on in the opening game, when he was able to outmuscle some of the covering defence to get in for a try, and again just showing some experience and awareness on the pitch to get the first try in this game. So 5 points to nil, Jed-Forest currently lead. and they take their time to get back towards the halfway line, and it's going to be Finlay Scott to get play underway. Right-footed kick, and then the player who looks identical to him in that blue skull cap just runs by him, Rory Marshall, but it's been gathered by Westlake, and he puts a big fend there on Robbie Douglas, and he's starting to make his way towards the try line. He's got Corey Tate in support, but Westlake fancies another fend, offloads to Tate. Marshall is there to haul down Corey Tate. He looks to present the ball back, and Cochrane is trying to drive Rory Marshall over his own goal line. Great defence, cover defence there from Jed-Forest, and they eventually win the penalty, but what effort there from Robbie Douglas to get back and put that challenge on Kieran Westlake, who just did not back his own pace.
He didn't back himself. He should have been in there for me. Westlake, pin the ears back and go, and at least make Douglas tackle you. He still has to tackle you, and it's a bigger man against a smaller man, but a shout out there for Rory Marshall. That was unbelievable defensive work. That would have been unbelievable defensive work in April, never mind the first outing of the season, barely into July. That was lung-bursting stuff by the veteran.
And he's currently got his hands clasped on the back of his head at the moment, trying to get in some air into those lungs again.
Yeah, he's breathing heavily yet.
He is breathing heavily.
That's what you get from him, though.
Yeah.
Absolute graft, as well as the class that he's got. He's an absolute workhorse.
Jed-Forest from the penalty. It was ghosted over the head of Cottrell, but it has bounced off and went out for a throw into the line out for Jed-Forest. They've thrown it straight into the hands of Cochrane, and then Cam Eason is having to sweep the ball up in behind, but Finlay Scott is on the youngster's back and bundles him down to ground, but Selkirk arrive with the ball, and Lachlan Ferguson gives it to Ryan Cottrell, and he's running laterally across the field of play, and look how much room he just buys himself and creates for their players round about him as well. He made his way up towards the halfway line, and Lachlan Ferguson now has got the ball in his hands, back on towards his own 10-metre line. Westlake gets the penalty, takes it quickly, looks round him, gives it back to Cottrell, who just glides over the surface yet again. He evades the challenge, then there's another one comes on. He's able to offload into the path of Ethan Wilson, who's now looking to try and find his way around the Jed-Forest defence, but the cover is coming on there. Matthew Palmer for Jed-Forest doing well, but eventually the ball is in the hands of Lachlan Ferguson on the left-hand side of this pitch, and he's able to go in for a reply score for Selkirk. But again, just you could watch Ryan Cottrell play rugby all day. How he glides over the pitch, it's brilliant to watch.
Oh, we sometimes get accused of waxing lyrical too much about certain players, but it's hard not to, Dale. We speak about him all the time in the sevens, and justifiably so. He's just an absolute class act. He doesn't run. As I said before, he just glides over the turf, and a day like this today, great conditions, beautiful surface, is just absolutely made for him.
Yeah, he got the ball just on the cusp of his 22 and travelled quite laterally across the pitch over towards their 15-metre line, but there was 3 Jed-Forest defenders round about them, and nobody was wanting to commit to actually making the challenge. It's easier sometimes just to stand off him and hope that you're going to have enough room to get him into an area where you can double up or make that challenge, but he just buys himself so much time.
That's it. You don't want to commit because he's going to make you look like a fool.
Cam Eason kicks downfield, gathered by Finlay Scott deep inside of his own half, and then Robbie Douglas gives the ball to Ben Fotheringham, who's looking to try and straighten up now. Ryan Cottrell is working back to try and bring the big man to ground, and he's been swatted off like a toddler as he's been trying to get back. Ben Fotheringham just bats him away on the 10-metre line and makes it up towards the Selkirk 22 now. The ball was out there, so Corey Tate has been able to pick the pocket of Jed-Forest. Cam Eason in the centre field just pumps his left foot and glides over the surface again in between the Russian dolls of Rory Marshall and Finlay Scott, who combine on the youngster. He knocks forward, but it was good power from Fotheringham to watch, wasn't it?
Oh, it was. Fotheringham, again, speaking of varying degrees of fitness on show here this afternoon, but he's another player that looks like he's maybe just shed a wee bit of the timber, and over the summer he looks in decent nick for the time of year anyway, and yeah, he certainly gave Cottrell a message there, and Cottrell's now got his hands on his thighs.
Yeah, they were on the ground for a bit as well, as they had to kind of hoist himself back up to his feet and back in an upright position. But now Jed-Forest linking up. Douglas finds Marshall. Marshall looks to try and go in between Ethan Wilson there and Cam Eason, who are linking up. Dean stoops down at the ruck, gives the ball away, and then Scott to Fotheringham. Fotheringham gives it into the path of Weatherhead, and then waiting out wide is Matthew Palmer there. He floated back inside. Weatherhead does well to gather the ball, offloads to Fotheringham again, and then Cottrell, who fancies a little bit of him again, but with less momentum in the build-up to that play, is able to bring him to ground, but the ball was knocked on. But there is going to be a penalty there, and it does look like Ryan Cottrell is perhaps going to be sent into the sin bin. He's not really seen yet that the match official is signalling. He's now pointing to his own chest and going, pleading the fifth, and he's now making his way off.
He is indeed. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what that was for. A cynical foul potentially, but either way, they're down to 6, Selkirk.
Fotheringham centre field has got the ball in his hand again, looking for a bit of movement off the ball from this Jed-Forest side, and Ben Howe links up with Palmer, and then Gregor Young, he looks to have a go on the outside. Ethan Wilson and Cam Eason have to try and link up to defend, but the cut was too crisp there from Rory Marshall, and he's just sliced through the Selkirk defence. He's gone underneath the uprights, and he's going to get the ball down for a score that is going to take Jed-Forest into the lead.
Beautiful line cut by Marshall there. He did exactly what Westlake didn't do earlier. He just picked the line, he backed himself, and he said to the defence, you're going to have to stop me, you're going to have to tackle me, and nobody was available for that particular task, and under the post he went.
And a conversion attempt from Finlay Scott means at half time it's Jed-Forest to hold the advantage here. It's Jed-Forest 12, Selkirk 5.
And with me now is James Thompson of Berwick. James, 2 games, 2 losses. Not a very good day for Berwick.
No, not a good day at the Sevens, but we'll learn from this, and we've got plenty of Sevens to go at the end of the season. Concentrate on 15s for now. We're really looking forward to National too, but yeah, not a great day at the Sevens, but we had a 15s match going on at the same time, so we had a fair few players at that, and yeah, not a bad day, but obviously we prefer 2 wins rather than 2 losses.
And with Colin Young having relinquished his post as head coach, you've got Paul Pringle now has stepped up to the plate.
Yeah, Paul's really enthusiastic. He, as soon as he got the call, he wasn't sure whether he was going to take it on, and then we had a bit of chat, me and him, and decided that we'd like to give it a go. It's rare you get a clean slate as a club, and obviously Youngie's done amazing things with Berwick, and now me and Paul have got a chance to build on what Colin's done and sort of take us into pastures new, hopefully, and try and keep pushing on, get up the leagues, and then, like we say, Paul's keen for us to have a decent crack at the Sevens as well, so we'll come around to that at the end of the season.
Now, you wear another hat as well as Dunn's Youth Development Officer. Is it tough to get youngsters to play rugby these days?
Yes and no. So the ones that come through all the mini sections, I think they're the ones that'll stick in all the time, and they'll come through, and then you might get 1 or 2 as you go, but like, some teams are struggling, and the further out to the sea you get, like Eyemouth Way, there's more football towns and football teams to compete with, so that's what we struggle with a bit, competing with the football teams, but word of mouth's the main thing. Get kids talking about how much they love rugby, enjoy rugby, and get them playing on a Saturday, and numbers will grow, and yeah, it's not as bad as it used to be.
Well, we'll see you presumably at Netherdale in a fortnight's time.
No, not at Netherdale. We'll be playing a 15s game against Jed.
Oh, really?
Yeah, 15s against Jed, and they'll probably still be sending a team to Gala, but we want to get a first team together for that and get stuck into the 15s now. That's us done until, I don't know which Sevens tournament's first now at the end of the season, but 15s now, and that's us done for Sevens for a bit.
We wish Berwick well for the coming season. Thanks for joining me, James.
Thank you very much.
James Thompson from Berwick joining me up here in the stand. Right, let's return once more to the action. Jed-Forest against Selkirk for the right to play Orkney in the second semi-final. Let's rejoin Robin and Dale.
Selkirk on the attack, and I've just kicked the ball over the try line, so it's going to be a 22 dropout. Jed-Forest take it quickly, get it into the wider channels where Gregor Young is waiting, but it's just been trundling off the field of play. So it's going to be a throw into the line out to Selkirk here, and it's been a relatively bright start to the second half for Selkirk.
Yeah, it has, trailing 12 points to 5, but still very much in this tie. The winners of this pool looking to get through to face-off against Orkney. Don't think they'll be relishing it. Orkney, whoever proceeds will. Orkney got nothing to lose now, regardless.
Yeah, they look like they've got certainly some real game winners in their squad, and for teams like Jed, they're a relatively unknown quantity, but Jed are doing a great job at the moment of just manipulating this back line and this back division and this flat defence to try and find the gaps that are waiting out there. Gregor Young links up with Marshall, and then Weatherhead there is Ross Nicholl, has got his hands on the ball. Marshall looks to try and clear himself over that ruck there, but there's a couple of physical batterings coming on from the Jed-Forest defence. Camison got the ball in hand, puts boot to ball, tries to get in behind, is looking to try and gather his own ball. He trundles it forward a little bit further and then out the back door to Mallon, who's waiting there to go in for a try, and it's well worked there from Cameron Eason. A good bit of individual brilliance is able to release Finn Mallon for a score.
Yeah, one of the best bits of individual play we've seen this afternoon, individual skill from young Eason there, and that's put Mallon in, and Selkirk right back in this now, and yeah, been a decent tie. Selkirk of course spent a couple of minutes with their talismanic figure of Cottrell in the bin, but they've managed to stay on Jed's coattails here.
Robbie Shearer-Gibb is going to come on for Rory Marshall as well for Jed-Forest, which is not a bad substitution to make in your squad. Experience for experience, and Shearer-Gibb is also been able to procure a lovely striking pair of aqua blue boots.
Yeah, he has. There's a few bright pairs of boots on show here today. Summer acquisitions.
It's certainly probably not been in my boot bag, those ones. But Robbie Shearer-Gibb will be wanting to try and show Selkirk the heels of them in the next few minutes as Cam Eason strikes the ball downfield. It is bounced on the 10 metre line, and the referee has adjudged it's just shy, so it'll come back for the free kick, and then the penalty for a bit of chat back there from Lachlan Ferguson with his right knee heavily strapped. So it's going to be a penalty restart for Jed-Forest as the sun comes out on the immaculate surface here that Colin Thompson has helped look after, personally rolled it, and it's now a little bit wider on the halfway line. Gregor Young just again weaves the hips and looks to then give it into the path of Kyle Grieve, who's just bouncing his way through the Selkirk defence. A couple of players have to commit to that breakdown for Jed-Forest to get the ball back, but it eventually does come for Jed-Forest, and Weatherhead then filters the ball out wide into the path of Finn Scott, who's hugging the touchline. He's got some support inside. Is he going to need it? A lovely offload back inside, but unfortunately for him, it has just drifted forward for Lewis Elder, so they're not able to get the score. But it was a lovely pass there from Aaron Weatherhead to get the ball out to the wider channels.
Yeah, it was to Finn Scott. Almost a beautiful offload, but it did drift ever so slightly forward. Jed for me, Dale, and it'll no doubt look the same at 15s as well, but certainly in this 7, Jed just look a different outfit altogether with Finn Scott back in the ranks.
Yeah, definitely he's a classy player. He was good in the semi-pro level, and then now back in Jed colours, he'll be a welcomed reintroduction to this squad. Obviously passionate about his club, otherwise he could be playing elsewhere, but obviously wants to help the Jed-Forest cause as that scrum crumbles. But eventually the ball does find its way to Gregor Young, who looks to try and go around the outside of Lachlan Ferguson, but is going to give it to Weatherhead, who is weaving his way out of trouble. A player who was probably a standout in a very successful Jed-Forest semi-junior side as well. Ben Howe gives it to Lewis Elder, who's been clattered centre field by Cottrell, but Howe's got the ball again and then to Finn Scott, and hugging the touchline now is Fotheringham, and he's going to go over for a try and extend Jed-Forest's lead here at the Gytes.
Yeah, typical Jed 7's try, not for the first time this afternoon, maintaining possession, slick passing, beautiful flat pass in there by Ben Howe, and yeah, Fotheringham's gone in for that one there, and yeah, he's a decent afternoon's work so far, the big man.
Yeah, good balanced squad, some youngsters coming through, Robbie Douglas, they've got the likes of Weatherhead as well, and some good young players coming through, but the familiar experienced heads of Gregor Young and Marshall and Shearer-Gibb are still at the forefront of everything for this Jed-Forest side. The conversion attempt unsuccessful, but it does mean that Jed-Forest hold a 17 points to 10 advantage as we are fastly approaching the semi-finals in the first round of the Kings of the Sevens here at the Gytes. The start of the rugby season, believe it or not, is now upon us. And we're waiting for the first semi-final, which will follow this game. Melrose versus Kelso, and then Orkney will play what is most likely now going to be Jed-Forest. The formalities, just the confirmation required as Corey Tate gathers off the restart and tries to take on a few Jed defenders. He wins the penalty as well. So Selkirk have got an opportunity to get something from this game. has been taken by Westlake. Westlake then finds Lachlan Ferguson. Ferguson then floats it into Ryan Cottrell. Cottrell goes one way, then the other, then fires a lovely pass to Finn Mallon, who looks to try and go round the outside. Weatherhead does well to make a textbook challenge. Coming across now, Jamie Francis travels and links up with Lachlan Ferguson. Westlake slowing play down and tries to absorb a couple of the Jed defenders. Does well to carry with them initially and then wins the penalty. Lachlan Ferguson looks to take it quickly. It links up there with Ryan Cottrell, who's just clattered on the cut, and then he's given a second lump as well from Ben Fotheringham. He's certainly introduced himself to Ryan Cottrell in this game, as Westlake is then battered by Fotheringham as well. Lachlan Ferguson looks at his options. Ethan Wilson is one of them, but he's not able to use them in the first attempt, but is for the second, and Ethan Wilson is going to siphon through for a try for Selkirk, which is going to give them an opportunity to bring things level here at the Gytes. It's now 17 points to 15 in Jed's favour.
Yeah, game on here. Jed with the most slender leads. Selkirk kick to come. There's some big shots flying in there by Jed players. There's a few weary looking bodies out there now. A couple of Jed players on their haunches as we await this conversion.
Ethan Wilson, previously of Gala, I believe, now in Selkirk colours, left-footed strike, watches it, and it's unsuccessful. And the final kick of the game means that Jed-Forest are undefeated in Pool D. They were always going to go through no matter what the outcome of that kick was, but they're undefeated, 17 points to 15 victors, and they will play Orkney in the second of our semi-finals.
Yeah, and it's a mouth-watering prospect. Dale, Kelso and Melrose, obviously old foes, but prior to today we didn't know much about this Orcadian outfit, certainly not from a Sevens point of view, but they're going to go up against the old stagers Jed-Forest, renowned on the circuit over the years, and yeah, nothing to lose there for Orkney. Bit of pressure on Jed for that one, but yeah, first up we're going to have, what on the face of it could be a classic between two impressive teams, probably the two most impressive teams this afternoon in Kelso and Melrose.
Both sides have experienced a little bit of a shake-up in close season, with Melrose with the appointment of the head coaches of Scott White and Ian Chisholm, and Kelso with the new team of Nicky Walker and Bruce McNeil. And both teams absorbing coaching experience from the Super Series and now looking to try and implement that on the club game. Melrose are going to kick off from left to right in their white tops with black shorts, with their yellow and black hoop socks, against Kelso with their striking black tops with the rips and tears of white throughout it, with a little hints of red with the black shorts and the red and white hoop socks as well, as Dwayne Patterson looks to gather the ball on the 22, but he's not able to. He hacks it downfield and Doug Crawford is waiting there. Adam Hall then gathers the ball, but the referee has signalled that there's no advantage to come from that there. No, it's going to come back for a put into the scrum to Melrose, but this is going to be an interesting game.
Yeah, it doesn't make too many mistakes. Patterson, neat and tidy player, but he's made one on that occasion, and that's just given the early impetus to Melrose. They're going to have a scrum to be fed by the live wire that is Doug Crawford, so good match up here at scrum half.
Flings the ball in, tries to get it back to Struan Hutchison, who's having to get back to gather the ball. Dwayne Patterson was breathing down his neck, and now just that slalom run from Struan Hutchison has got him in behind the Kelso defence, and getting back there was Archie Barber. Offloads into the path of Connor Spence, who crashes over the line, and it's first blood to Melrose here, and it is again the likes of Struan Hutchison at the centre of absolutely everything for Melrose in setting up that try.
Oh yeah, it was a frankly terrible pass by Doug Crawford to Hutchison. He had to retreat, go down on the ball. He was under pressure from Barber, but he managed to get up and just put his head down and hared off towards the line. He was hassled and harried and hauled down just shy of the line, but Connor Spence, again, we talk about unsung heroes, we talk about workhorses. He gives everything for the cause. He's always there, he's always on the shoulder, he's always grafting, and for good measure, Hutchison nonchalantly strokes over the extras from a reasonably difficult angle.
7 points to 0, Melrose lead. Well, Kelso are going to have to come from behind. They've started this game with the ball in hand and then gift an opportunity to this Melrose team from that knock-on. So it's a chance, and Melrose again in that traditional confident fashion just take their time to get back to the halfway line to just further frustrate their opponents. And now Struan Hutchison, right-footed kick, propels it downfield, and Adam Hall gathers. He's shaking off the earlier shoulder knock that he had, and the ball has been fought for on the ground. And Doug Crawford looking to spin his way out of trouble because it's came back on the side of Melrose, and somehow he's been able to squirm away from the three Kelso defenders who were looking to try and grab onto him. But Connor Spence has been penalised for sealing off the ball and not allowing Kelso to compete, so they can breathe a sigh of relief that there was no punishment there from a weak fight on the floor as Patterson takes the penalty inside his own 22, gets the ball wider to William Tweedy. And then Kelso, now they break free from their inside their own half. Donald Crawford is having to try and get back to Robbie Tweedy pretty quickly. Offload to Murray Woodcock. He has just overrun the ball. So Connor Spence sweeps up the ball, which was loose on the floor. And it's become a little bit of a fight in these close quarters between these two sides. They're going to have to really protect this ball as Donald Crawford gives it to Doug Crawford. Now to Hamish Weir. Good footwork from the towering winger as he's able just to wrong foot the Kelso defence. Doug Crawford waits there. He then goes one way, then the other, then sizes up his options and tries to squirm underneath Adam Hall. Not for the first time in this game, as Scott Clark is scrum half. Donald Crawford gets the ball. Connor Spence looks to try and just tuck the ball under his shoulder and make headway into the heart of the Kelso defence, but it holds firm this time. Donald Crawford then almost gets hung up, but takes two players to bring him down. Dwayne Patterson almost read that offload as well, but Struan Hutchison just able to get in front of him centre field. It's then been flung back from Kelso. Murray Woodcock tried to hack it downfield, but Scott Clark was on the ball first. There's going to be a penalty for holding on the ground to Kelso. Dwayne Patterson takes it quickly. He's signalling to the referee that Melrose are not back 10 as Murray Woodcock gives it into the hands of Tweedy, and Tweedy is going to burn round the outside. Robbie Tweedy is going to go in for a reply score for Kelso, and he's going to have the luxury of just sauntering in underneath the post as well for the easiest of finishes as well. But what pace he's been showing in the last few minutes.
Yeah, he looks really sharp at the start of this season, but my word, Dale, that last couple of minutes, what an absolute scrap between these two teams. No quarter-assed, battles on the floor, big shots, tough competition. Then it ends up, however, once the penalty being awarded, a couple of slick passes, Patterson to Woodcock, Woodcock to Tweedy, and he just burned down that far side.
I thought you were going to start singing We're on the Ball there. That was almost like that tune, the Kelso version. But, you know, traditionally, years gone by, you probably would be expecting a bit more of a fight from the Kelso side and a calculated and calm approach from the Melrose side. But that was years ago. You know, now this Kelso outfit is they've got a lot of classy rugby players in there, and none more so than Dwayne Patterson, who's just signalling to his teammates where he's going to be launching this ball. A couple of bubbles on the halfway line, and then the right-footed kick from the grey scrum-capped number 4 from Kelso. Not happy with the way it has left his boot because it gave Hamish Weir a lot of time to gather the ball, and we're waiting underneath that now is Matty Klein. Passes it on to Luke Townsend, and Rolly Brett is waiting there. He gets it back from Rolly Brett, and then Doug Crawford takes it forward, almost loses the ball relatively under no pressure at all, but it's went back. Rolly Brett fires the ball to Matty Klein, and then Hamish Weir is waiting a little bit wider. He's got some support outside him in the shape of Will Ferry. He now gets the ball in his hands and he's tucking it underneath that left arm of his. Dwayne Patterson looks to launch himself in, but Adam Hall is there to help out his Kelso teammate. Ball goes wide now into the hands of Townsend as looks like there's a player down, and benefiting from that is Luke Townsend because he is just going to streak in for a try for Melrose to the left hand side of the uprights, and they take advantage of the fact that Kelso had a player down. It did look like Murray Woodcock perhaps on the ground, is it? But there's certainly a player down there getting a little bit of treatment at the moment, but Melrose do get the score. There's a conversation going on with the match officials at the moment because I think that there's going to be no change to this. I think there's signalling that there's potentially a head knock in there and the game should have perhaps been stopped, but we'll keep you up to speed with what's going on at the moment because Struan Hutchison is just waiting to take the conversion attempt. So the try stands, and it does look like, if I'm not corrected, is that Rory Brogan in the Melrose top?
I was going to say, Dale, before, if somebody picks up an injury, or if Melrose pick up an injury, then the first man surely they will go to is Rory Brogan. He was in the same group. He obviously played against Melrose before, 6 tries, arguably the star turn here this afternoon. So yeah, they've called on his services the youngster, but there's going to be a break in play here because I think it possibly is Murray Woodcock.
It is Murray Woodcock on the ground at the moment, but the try was awarded and it took us to half time. Melrose 14, Kelso 7. Murray Woodcock is sitting upright. He's under the support of the respective medical teams that are here from Kelso and Melrose, and both sides are holding court either side of the halfway line. Kelso to the left hand side, Melrose to the right, and they're joined there by Andrew Nagel, who's returning to Melrose action. Scott Clark is very animated in the middle of that huddle as well, signalling how he's wanting things to go, which is great to see from a player who's arrived from Selkirk, perhaps not with the same decorated maybe catalogue of achievements as some of his teammates, but it's great to see that he feels he's got that voice in there as well.
Oh yeah, definitely. As you mentioned, he's certainly animated in there. Again, it was a Melrose source told me this week that he's in possibly the best physical condition he's been in. Scott Clark, so they're looking for more from him this season. But yeah, speaking of physical condition, it's good to see that Woodcock's back to his feet, and it looks like he's good to continue as well. That would have been a real blow because he had a nasty injury towards the end of last season that made him miss 2 or 3 tournaments. The less said about that injury, the better.
Very lightweight, but he just does not hold back at all, does he? He's a very confrontational young character.
Tough kid. Got the makings of a great sevens player. Pace to burn, but he's got the grunt to go with it as well. I think he is heading to the touchline, but he looks okay, pleased to say.
Bruce McNeil is just having a conversation with Stephen Turnbull about how he feels that went and other aspects of the game, and he's golden after returning from, he was down in Cornwall last week, and
he's looking well.
Yeah, so he's either been to Tantalise or it's been good weather down south.
Just to go back a step, Dale, great to see Brogan again, but I disagree with this entirely. In a 12 player format, there is absolutely no way that a team, in my opinion, unless they get down to the absolute bare bones, this has enhanced the Melrose team, and that can't be right.
Well, that's what it was for. The 12 teams were to stop that sort of that interchanging, and there was a time where teams would arrive with 10 players. One of them was already injured, and then they would just change them after the first round because they had a good enough 9. But players back underway. Struan Hutchison has kicked it downfield, and he's now been joined by Archie Barber. He almost took him off the ball there. Stephen Turnbull, the match official, does agree with that, and I think that's a good call from the referee.
He's kicked it away, Hutchison, as well, and my understanding is there's zero tolerance on that, but yeah, I think he's got away with one there.
He's quite animated there as well, which is not something that I'm too familiar with. Struan Hutchison, usually quite polite, but he was certainly approaching the match official there to have a bit of conversation, but it has been a penalty to Kelso, so Patterson kicks it downfield, and he's made good ground from that. Again, not something too commonplace in sevens, but he's been able to kick it downfield and up towards that 10-metre line and gives Kelso an attacking platform inside their own half.
Yeah, I'll be looking to claw their way back in. There's only one score adrift, but it is a converted score. It's Patterson looking for a ball here, not for the first time, been a wee bit of a delay here this afternoon.
Ball now in the hands of Dwayne Patterson on the 10-metre line. He sizes it up, throws it towards the tail, and it has been well gathered by William Tweedy, who's waiting there. He's on the halfway line. He's linked up with Archie Barber, and he is scorching it through now. Roly Brett and Brogan are there doing the chasing, but it's been swept up. It's been flung into some space, and Robbie Tweedy is waiting there. William Tweedy is there in support and stretching towards the line. A thumbs up again from David Changling, in a great position to see the grounding of that ball from Kelso, and it is another score for Robbie Tweedy. Electric pace from Archie Barber, but good finishing there from Tweedy.
Yeah, needed to be, because Brogan had got back to Barber. Again, not sure how I feel about that. Very, very few players here this afternoon would have got back to Barber there.
I'm pretty sure I know how you feel about that.
Yeah, it's not for me this, Dale, I have to say. You know, it can't be the case that you can bring in a player from another team that enhances, you know, Melrose are strengthened by that. There's no two ways about it. He's been the best player on show here this afternoon.
He wasn't able to stop the try. He was able to get back and lend a hand to try and to stop Kelso, the drawing level, but he's been able to keep them out at least towards the touchline, because Dwayne Patterson couldn't add the extras. I do echo, fully agree with you, Robin, and the 12 team, especially a team like Melrose. You look down the list of names there: Connor Spence, Rolly Brett, Struan Hutchison, the two Crawfords, Townsend, Matty Klein and Will Ferry, and Craig Fairbairn as well, who we've not seen a lot of in this tournament, but he's a really good player.
I'm looking to see who's actually gone lame for Melrose.
Makowski.
This lad, oh yes, that's right. So
Scott Clark takes the penalty centre field. He then gives it to Hutchison, and he's again just gliding over the turf, and Clark then rifles into the path of Matty Klein, who just ducks one way then goes the other, but he's been defended well by this Kelso side. Clark there quickly at the breakdown gives it to Doug Crawford, then Struan Hutchison. The ball bounces off the ground but ends up in the hands of Donald Crawford. He looks to go round Dom Buckley, who has a relatively lame attempt at trying to bring Donald Crawford to ground. It's been flung back into some space. The referee signals that the Kelso defence was offside there. So Stephen Turnbull signalling that there's going to be a penalty awarded to Melrose. Doug Crawford taking his time to get across to the mark where Stephen Turnbull is waiting off the left boot, gives it to Struan Hutchison. Struan Hutchison linking up there with Scott Clark, makes his way towards that 22 metre line. Matty Klein was defended pretty early there by William Tweedy, and rightfully so, and the penalty has been given to Dwayne Patterson. He takes it quickly, gives it to Tweedy. Tweedy gives it to Dom Buckley, who's occupying the centre of the field. Andy Tate now, the experience has been dispatched from the bench for Kelso. William Tweedy feigned to kick and then has just run down an alley where the Melrose players are waiting to just defend the youngster. Dom Buckley travels with the ball in hand, gives it back to Dwayne Patterson. He was waiting for a line there from Andy Tate, who links up well with Adam Hall. There's some support there, but he's burst through. He's been well defended by Scott Clark. Tweedy then gathers the ball, flaps it back to Andy Tate. He gathers the ball. It was loose on the ground, but he does well to get it back in under his control. Dom Buckley eventually gives it to Robbie Tweedy, who wanted it a whole lot earlier, but he's able to offload it to Andy Tate. Archie Barber not able to gather the ball at the first attempt. He almost lets it ride over his hand and then go to ground, and Adam Hall is going to take the penalty, takes it quickly. Referee will bring that back, and Kelso, they know they need to score now to get through to the Peebles final.
Yeah, they do. Possibly a wee bit pedantic there. He was all a half a metre away from the mark when he took the quick penalty. But Patterson now looks like he looked like he was shaping to go at the touchline, but no, they've gone quickly here.
He's done that a couple of times this afternoon, and he's been able to slice through the defence. He's got Dom Buckley in support on the left side. Is he going to have the pace? Because again, that man Brogan gets back. Buckley is able to thwart the attempt. He's able to carry himself over the line. He's got the ball down. The referee is going to have a conversation here with David Chang Ling to see if the ball has been grounded. No try, knocked forward by Dom Buckley. There was some support there. Kelso inches away from taking the lead in this semi-final, but it's going to be a put into the scrum to Melrose.
It is, and a try-saving tackle is by that man Rory Brogan. Twice he's got back. Twice it would have been a Kelso score.
Yeah, he's certainly lent a hand.
It's something that the powers that be need to look at this deal, because it's in a knockout tournament where there's 10 in a squad, possibly fair enough, but not in a 12-man squad.
The young 17-year-old who's still got a year at Fetties is certainly lending a hand, and now he has got the ball in his hands, and he is going to go from his own try line. He's over the halfway line. There's a couple of Kelso players looking to try and get back to thwart this try-scoring effort from Brogan. He coasts underneath the sticks, and he is going to seal Melrose's position in the final. Stuart Cameron said it about half an hour ago. There's a chance he could be player of the tournament because he had 6 tries. He's now got 7. He said it's usually given to somebody in the final. His team's knocked out. Rory Brogan's in the final.
Yeah. Whatever happened, stick a big fat asterisk next to this one for me, Dale. Yeah. Bone of contention, talking point, whatever you want to call it, it's something that needs to be looked at, because it makes a wee bit of a mockery of the whole thing for me.
21 points to 12. Melrose are victors, but we still have to probably the rules are the rules. A round of applause for Rory Brogan.
It's not his fault, and it's arguably not Melrose's fault either. But Rory Brogan, what a player! Absolutely, what a player! I mean, he's come on at half time, and he's been the man of that tie. Let alone the player of the tournament. 2 try-saving interventions, and then he goes the length. He's the best player on show here. He's been the best player on show here this afternoon by quite some distance.
Yeah, he's a 17-year-old. He's still got a year at school, but he's certainly delivering a few lessons to some of the more experienced players out on the field today. He's had a great showing here, and he says he's playing for Edinburgh. I dare say that Ian Chisholm and Scott White might be having a word in his ear this afternoon. Our talented young rugby player who has put in 2 great defensive efforts against some really experienced and knowledgeable players in the Kings of the Sevens circuit, stopped a couple of tries, and he's also been able to go the length and score a try that has sealed Melrose's place in Peebles' final. And they're going to await the victors of our next tie, Orkney, who have made it.
I think it's, can I say, Dale, as well, it's interesting that he's replaced Mikowski, who got injured very early in the tie against Watsonians. Now, Melrose subsequently played a second game against Accies, and they didn't pull a Watsonians player in, so they played that second tie with 11 men with a view to beating Accies, and then, to my mind, cherry-picking the best of what was available from the 2 teams that they played for a semi-final. Would it be wrong?
No, I think you're completely right. I just think that perhaps is going to be a conversation that you're going to have with Stuart Cameron over a 3-hour lunch or something at some point. It'll be recorded and available for everybody to watch and dissect as this second of our semi-finals is underway. It starts with a penalty to Jed-Forest, and Gregor Young has got the ball. He's been able to get it off of Rory Marshall, and then Weatherhead has got the ball in his hands. He's been wrapped up well. Orkney trying to get back, but the referee signals there's a high challenge in there, so Weatherhead pops to his feet pretty quickly, links up with Douglas, and then it's filtered across to Ross Nicol. Back in field comes Ben Fotheringham for Jed-Forest, and then over the ball there is Alex Scarth for Orkney. A lump of a player, but he's got some engine on him, being able to get about the field pretty well today. So it's back in Orkney possession. It's with Craig Bruff, and then into the hands of Gregor Porteous. Scott Rendell, a robust character for this Orkney side, takes play over the halfway line now, and what a story that would be if Orkney were able to get out of the pool with the hosts Peebles and then defeat the seasoned campaigners Jed-Forest to compete in a final against the Melrose. What a distance they've travelled, and what a story that would be. It's a penalty now for Jed-Forest just inside their own half, and tapped quickly into the hands of Finlay Scott. Then Ben Fotheringham. Gregor Young now gathers the ball just on his shoulder. He sizes up his options. One of them is Rory Marshall. He's tackled there by Willie Thompson. He just slips slightly, lobs the boot into the crowd as well, but it doesn't matter much because Gregor Young is just hearing it in for a try in the corner. He's able to just squeeze over and get the first score for Jed-Forest in the second of our semi-finals, and they've been building towards it. They've been made to work hard for it, but they've got the first score.
Yeah, and that'll relieve a wee bit of the pressure on Jed. You'd imagine they'd come into this just feeling it a wee bit, a game that many would think that is theirs for the taking, but we're certainly not writing off. It would be foolish to write off this Orkney outfit. That's a great conversion by Finn Scott as well. So Jed now in the ascendancy, 7-0 to the good.
7-0, good start for Jed-Forest in the second of our semi-finals. Finn Scott just waiting for it.
I do like to see a boot get lobbed as well. A lost boot. It's childlike, it's petty, but I do enjoy.
You've got to do those things to win the finer battles on the field of play. As Alex Scarth gets the ball off of Willie Thompson, he tries to go centre field but has just fumbled the ball forward. Fotheringham just then filters the ball through his hands, and Gregor Young then just fumbles at the ball and fingers it forward. There's going to be a put into the scrum for Jed-Forest. The play being brought back for that earlier knock-on for Orkney. Yeah, there's a few players who probably get up to that kind of skullduggery on a field of play, throwing boots and things like that.
Yeah, one to your immediate left.
Yes.
In our commentary box here.
We'll be hearing from him shortly. He'll be joining Hugh. We'll keep you guessing who that might be. But the ball put into the scrum from Jed-Forest. Well, filtered away there by Robbie Douglas. Then kicked forward, and it's now a foot race towards the line. Getting back well for Orkney there is Chris Guthrie, able to scoop the ball up, and now it's a fragmented and disjointed defence. He looks at his options and flings it back in field where there's a supporting player there as Orkney try and break free from their own 22. Jed-Forest doing well to get back to defend this here. Ball into the wider channel. Scarth now with the ball in hand, and he's got Willie Thompson outside him. He's just not able to get the ball under his control, as there was a slight scrag at Scarth when he was trying to distribute the ball, and Jed-Forest want to take it quickly as Douglas again has got the ball in his hands. He gives it to Gregor Young, links up with Rory Marshall, who's again just puts the brake on and sizes up his options, goes one way then the other, and then he's been poleaxed to the ground. Douglas gives it to Scott from the base, and he just pumps off that left foot, and he's going to have the pace to go in, and he's going to stretch Jed-Forest's advantage in the second of our semi-finals here. It's Orkney 0, Jed-Forest 12.
Under the post as well, so you'd imagine this 12 will very quickly become 14. First try of the afternoon for Finn Scott, gets through so much work, and it's high quality work as well. He really is a tidy operator.
Yeah, a really good player, Finn Scott. He just sizing up the conversion attempt, makes no mistakes, and it splits the Kinlan, and it means that it's a full complement of 14 points for Jed-Forest, who are able to ring some changes as well, taking off Ben Fotheringham. Going to be replaced, Ben Howe coming on, and you can see Kyle Grieve is there as well. Another physical character in that Jed-Forest side. Good to see him back playing again. Finn Scott makes his way to the halfway line again. A couple of drops of the ball to see, and then puts it in a completely different point of the pitch and kicks it downfield. Willie Thompson waits underneath it, gives it back infield, and waiting there is Mark Sinclair to try and breach this Jed-Forest defence. Goes across and he's able just to fling off Finn Scott. That's no mean feat. And then Rory Marshall can have a bit of that as well, over the 10 metre line and out to the halfway. Rory Marshall makes no mistakes at the second attempt, and he just spears Sinclair to the ground. There's a little bit of afters as well, and that'll be interesting. I don't think I don't know who'd win between the Orcadians and Jed-Forest, to be fair.
That'd be a decent ding dong.
Scarth back in field, he's able to find Chris Guthrie, and then linking up on that far side there. Orkney are going to go in for a reply score. Great pace being shown when they scorch in for a try through Sam Croy, and they're able to get as close as possible to the uprights, which will make the conversion attempt a little bit easier for the Mark Sinclair. But still they trail 5 points to 14.
Oh, they do. They've got some decent players though, Orkney, haven't they? You know, guys that can run, guys with a bit of flair, a bit of skill. They've got the workhorses as well, and very much look like a team that work hard for each other.
Just not able to add the extras there. The ball just drifting to the left hand side of the uprights from Mark Sinclair's left boot. 3 tries from him so far, so he's certainly contributed in terms of scoring points. And the very physical prowess of Scott Rendell is going to show some of his finesse from the right boot as he restarts. And there's little finesse about that. He's just lumped it downfield, out in the full as well, so it'll come back for a free kick on the halfway line for Jed-Forest. They're looking for a ball to be brought back into play. One of the players, Robbie Douglas, is waiting there. A little kick of the right boot to start play again. Ben Howe to Kyle Grieve. Kyle Grieve on the 10 metre line finds it. Gregor Young goes back in field. The tackles are slipped, which almost gave Gregor Young a little bit of an opportunity to make some more inroads in this Orkney defence. Howe now to Finlay Scott. He gathers the ball at the second attempt, but he's been scragged well there. Going back against the grain, Rory Marshall throws the dummy, and then he's in behind the Orkney defence. He's got some support there, and it's a great offload, and Jed-Forest are going to be in for another try. And I think that is Aaron Weatherhead. I might be wrong, it's down as Ross Nichol, but it's another try there for Jed-Forest. And it comes at a pivotal time as well in this game, just before half time. It means it's 19 points to 5, and all the tries have come centre field underneath the sticks.
Yeah, crucial, the conversions in this form of the game, and this is going to be meat and drink. The player of Finn Scott's character, and right on the stroke of half time, that third Jed try has come up.
21 points to 5 at half time, and we did say there was going to be a player with Hugh who likes a bit of skullduggery, and I can bring you him now.
Yes, indeed, Dale, it's Dom Buckley, the veteran Dom Buckley. I don't think it's unfair to call you that, is it, Dom?
No, I'll take that.
You decided to keep playing for another season then?
Well, yeah, don't know how much I'll play or whatever. There's a lot of young boys at Kelso and they've done really well, so just plug away at training and play as and when I can, and help out if there's injuries or anything like that. So yeah, just
Now, last year, of course, was a huge success for the club and lifting the Kings of the Sevens trophy, and that must have been, you must have been very proud.
Yeah, I was quite impressed. Obviously, quite good pals with a lot of the boys that were in that Sevens team, and having won the Kings a couple of years ago before that, I know how hard it is. So they all worked hard together, and there is a kind of core group of young boys that have all come up through together, and it's obviously paying off, and fairly fit, and their basic skill set's good. They all work for each other, as I say. So hopefully after today we've had a bit run out. It's the first kind of end-to-end sevens we've done. So see where we go from there.
Now, Kelso won the Peebles Sevens last year. You haven't this year. You've been put out by Melrose, but there is a bit of controversy about it because your director of rugby, Neil Hinnigan, has put in an official complaint to the referees about one of the Melrose players.
I'm not sure the ins and outs of it, but I'm sure we'll find out in the coming hours or minutes or whatever. I reckon what happens, but we'll see. This controversy follows Hinnigan, doesn't it?
We couldn't possibly comment.
No, I don't know the details, but yeah, I believe so.
How are Kelso feeling about the coming season then, both in the sevens and the 15s?
Sevens, they've got to be quite confident. As I said, that's our first run out with the sevens. We've never done any real training or anything for it, so to get 3 ties under the belt and run Melrose probably fairly close there. If we get that try at the end, it's our game, then they go the length and score, so it's them. So we'll be confident with the sevens. 15s is kind of unknown. No one really knows what the standard's going to be like with the Super 6 boys coming in or whatever, but you just have to take it as it comes and work hard for each other and see where you're about at the end of the season.
Wish you well for the coming season, Dom. Thanks for joining us here on Rugby Radio. Right, back then to the semi-final between Orkney and Jed-Forest, and awaiting them are Melrose in the final. Let's rejoin Robin and Dale.
Orkney got off to a promising start there, being able to fling the ball about, but eventually they just flung it too far forward, and the referee has brought it back for a scrum put in to Jed-Forest. I thought the controversy was perhaps about the try or no try at the end for Kelso, so it'll be interesting to see what comes of that from Neil Hinnigan. Obviously not happy with some of the decisions and some things that has seen Kelso knocked out by Melrose, but Jed-Forest certainly will probably not need as much controversy to make their way into the final, because they're firmly in the driving seat against Orkney. 21 points to 5 they currently lead. They're on the attack inside the 22. Gregor Young scoops the ball away from the breakdown. Weatherhead then tries to fling it over to Howe. It's went over his head, but Finn Scott is gathered, and then again a pump of that left foot and bounces forward through the gap and in for a score. And Jed-Forest, it's just probably a matter now of just managing the players and trying to just maintain a little bit of continuity ahead of the final.
Yeah, you'd imagine that'll be tie over, Dale. Just a bit too much daylight now between the two teams, and cometh the hour, cometh the man. Finn Scott, no tries prior to this tie, although he has been impressive, but no tries prior to this tie this afternoon. 2 in a semi-final. Big moments, big games, big players.
Finn Scott takes his time with the conversion as well on the 15-metre line, and he kicks it accurate and long, and the assistant referee's flag is raised to signal that it's a successful conversion. And almost a little bit of the sting has come out of this game as well, because we've got 6 minutes left to play, and Orkney started the second half pretty brightly, but there's almost a little bit of a flatness now amongst both sets of players who kind of probably know their destiny in this game. Robbie Shearer-Gibb getting up to try and flap this back. It's been scooped up eventually by Lewis Elder. And Orkney gathered the loose bouncing ball, but has just travelled forward. The referee signals there's going to be a penalty in there. A player that we've not seen a lot of in this game certainly is Tom Croy, and he takes the penalty. Then Rendell gives it to Porteous. Another player who's been relatively quiet has been Jed-Forest's prowess in this game. Sam Croy, Porteous again. He gets it a little bit wider into the path of Craig Brough, who thinks he spots a little space. A try scorer against Berwick in the previous game. And again, Croy has got his hands on the ball, and he's going to show Palmer a clean pair of heels. He's going to try and get as close as possible towards those uprights, and he gives Orkney an additional 5 points. Perhaps we think it's probably not going to be enough to get them back into the game, but it's still great to see them displaying that pace and that good 7 skill set.
Oh, definitely, as I've mentioned on more than one occasion, they've given a really, really good account of themselves this afternoon. Been a great addition. Like to almost see more of them on on the circuit. Clubs that are having tournaments could do a lot worse than invite Orkney.
I would hate to think of their travel bill to come down to all the Kings of the Sevens, but yeah, they're a great. Remarkable.
Stay down for the duration.
Yeah, for a few months. I'm sure that will go down well with the families in Orkney. Jed-Forest get to play back underway inside their own 22. Finn Scott again looking to try and weave some magic and spark another attack from deep inside their own half. It's been taken quickly by Lewis Elder and gathered again. It went pretty scrappy there, and he looks to try and offload to Robbie Shearer-Gibb, but Robbie Douglas is waiting in behind. He's got some options outside him. He's got Palmer, and he just opts not to use either of them, and Robbie Shearer-Gibb is waiting there. He's got some support outside, and Elder again. Elder is going to have to try and put the afterburners on to get to the corner, but that is a brilliant challenge. I don't think it's going to be enough to stop the try, but coming in there like a cannonball was Craig Slater for Orkney. He was able to count Lewis Elder, but he was springing back on his feet pretty quickly, and he dives in the corner, and Jed-Forest again rack up another try in this semi-final.
Yeah, good try by Lewis Elder. Like I say, he was well tackled, but he wasn't held. He had the presence of mind to get up and go again and make his way to the line. And yeah, another player that in what was a tough 7th season for Jed, last season he emerged with credit, and that can only stand him in good stead going forward. A tough kid, and he's emerging into a decent player as well.
33 points to 10, Jed-Forest lead the second of our semi-finals. A reminder that Melrose were 21 points to 12 victors over Kelso in controversial fashion, but it certainly was a good display from one of the players that they've been able to draft in after an injury to Harry Makowski. The kick out has gone out on the full, so it's going to be a restart centre field and tapped off the boot of Porteous. He looks to try and give it back into the path of one of his teammates, but just not able to gather it at the first attempt, so the referee will signal put in to the scrum to Jed-Forest. Is again a bit of the stink, as I've said, has come out of this game, but you do reckon, I think Orkney will have quite a good weekend down in Peebles.
Oh, I think they'll have a great weekend, and they'll have earned it as well.
Scrum,
I hope they do.
Scrum put in is an early shove has been signalled there by the match official, so Robbie Shearer-Gibb has travelled across the pitch, looking to try and use his pace and some of his evasive running to find a pocket, a gap in that Orkney defence. Elder to Howe. Howe then is linking up there with Ross Nichol. Ben Fotheringham back on the pitch now, is anchoring his run back in field, and not for the first time in this tournament. He's put in a brilliant fend, and Elder benefits from a delicious offload just wrapped round the body there from Ben Fotheringham. And now Howe, he gets the ball wider, and it's going to be another try for Matthew Palmer here. He's going to get in for his first try of the tournament, but it was brilliant build-up play, and the man at the centre of it all, Ben Fotheringham, is laid it on a plate for his Jed-Forest teammates as it gets slightly overcast here at Peebles, but Jed-Forest are burning brightly at the moment in this tie. They currently lead 38 points to 10.
Yeah, you mentioned it a couple of minutes ago, Dale, that it had just gone flat. Now that flatness will suit Jed down to the ground, because the last thing they wanted in this tie was for it to be nip and tuck, for the crowd to sense it, the crowd to get on their back, start to really support Orkney. Jed have done this really professionally, and they've seen off what has been a game-spirited and talented Orkney outfit.
Yeah, and by 40 points to 10 as well, because the referee has brought proceedings to a close. And you think on the balance of that, Orkney are probably not 30 points worse than Jed-Forest this afternoon, but they took their opportunities when they were afforded to them, and Orkney certainly can hold their heads high. Victors in Pool C, but they just fall at the last hurdle before the final to Jed-Forest. 40 points to 10, so it's going to be a final here at the Peebles Sevens in the first round of the Kings of the Sevens at the Gytes between Melrose and Jed-Forest.
Thank you to Dale and Robin. We'll be rejoining them very shortly for a wee chit-chat as well. And talking of chats, we've got Hugh Brown, who'll be getting the chairman of Peebles, Stephen Matheson, up for a little chat about their prospects for this season. Of course, they're going into National 1, having been promoted in a very exciting National 2 last year. So it's going to be a final here between between Melrose and Jed-Forest. Melrose have won 14, runner-up 5 at this tournament. Their last win came in 2018. Struan Hutchison was taking part in that one. He remembers it well, and they beat Heriots that time 17 points to 12. Jed-Forest have only won twice here in the past against Peebles. They've been runner-up 3 times. Their last win 2019 against Hawick, and of course it could be a great weekend for Jed-Forest and Jed Thistle, because their under-16 team were victorious last night at the under-16 sevens. A very entertaining tournament here at the Gytes. Okay, well, it's time that we hear from the new chairman of Peebles Rugby Club. That's Stephen Matheson, and he's been joined by Hugh Brown.
Stephen, this is the 101st year of the Peebles Sevens. 1923 they began, I think.
Yes, so I believe it is, yes. And I think, as our president said in his introduction speech, he said that it's taken a long time for us to actually win our sevens. But however, we have won it, and we always like to welcome a lot of people here when we have the tournament.
You must be happy though with the crowd, because it's a good number of people have come to the Gytes today to watch the Peebles Sevens.
Yeah, certainly we are, definitely, especially after last year, because the weather was so poor last year that we didn't have a great turnout. But it's good to see so many people coming down and having a good time.
One of the things about the Peebles Sevens was that up until 2016 it was held at the end of the season, and then it changed in the Kings of the Sevens and it was held at the beginning. So you actually had 2 winners in 2016. Do you prefer it at the beginning or at the end of the season?
I prefer it, personally, here in August, because it gives us the opportunity to have it hopefully in decent weather and always on a Saturday, because then that encourages people to come down and enjoy themselves here at the Gytes.
Now, the Kings of the Sevens is a very important tournament for all the Borders clubs and other teams that are invited. You've invited Orkney, which is really nice today, and of course the 2 Edinburgh clubs, or 2 of them anyway, Edinburgh, Accies and Watsonians are here. But it's changed a lot, and certainly the format and the dates, because we've got Peebles Sevens this week. Fortnight's time we're at Netherdale for Marooned at Gala. Then there's an 8-month break until the rest of the competitions are played. It seems a bit daft, does it not?
No, I wouldn't say so, no. I think it's the whole idea of sevens is to make money for your club, okay? And we have to look at, it sounds quite selfish, but we have to look after ourselves. And when we had our sevens in April, we were on a Sunday and the weather was poor. The numbers were dropping, and we said, no, we have to do something about this. So we said, right, we're moving to August, and since we've done that, it has been a success. And I think we are lucky, to be honest, that we've got this first weekend in August before the pre-seasons games and everything like that. And I know that like Gala struggle to get the teams to come to their tournament, and their tournament is fantastic, but yeah, we enjoy it, and I honestly think you look at the crowd here, everyone's enjoying themselves. The weather's fine so far. It's getting a bit cloudy just now, but fingers crossed we won't get any rain before the final. But we're here to make some money for the club, and it's a big revenue generator.
Well, let's talk money, because you mentioned that how important is today to the year-long round survival and income for Peebles.
Well, I think you probably have to speak to my treasurer about that if you want an in-depth analysis of the money. But it certainly provides a boost, or it should provide a boost to the club, so that we can do the things we need to do. Put the players on the pitch. Have them going from here to wherever, because we do like to ensure that our players travel in comfort and in safety, and travel in numbers. So we have to pay for that travel, and our sevens certainly go a long way to try and help that.
Now, Melrose have moved their sevens from the traditional second Saturday in April to bank holiday weekend at the end of May. That's a huge change. It means they become the last of the Kings of the Sevens rounds. But of course this is a different format because they have many more invitational teams from all over the world, and it means the Borders teams have got less chance, if you like, of scoring points in that final round of the Kings of the Sevens, which might decide who picks up the trophy. What's your view about it?
Well, Melrose, they look like they're struggling. Not struggling, but they're looking for a different format for their sevens. I think their move to, or I understand their move to May is only a temporary solution because of the increasing numbers of teams in the Premiership next season. I know that it pushes the noses out of various other events that are going on that weekend, but I'm sure Melrose don't want to do that, and they'll try and find a weekend that will suit everybody for their tournament. The fact that they have all the invitational teams, that's their choice to do that. We can't dictate what they want to do with their tournament. We just have to turn up and hopefully do the best we can.
But there is an argument, and some people have made it, that Melrose Sevens should not be part of the Kings of the Sevens because of that invitational format, and actually, they should be a completely separate entity, if you like.
Well, I'm not sure about that. I haven't heard that myself personally, but I do think that Melrose Sevens it's an institution. I do think personally, it should be an amateur tournament. Perhaps they should have a professional tournament on the Sunday. Keep their Colts on the Friday night, which we won last season, of course. But I think if they were to, as I say, go back to having just a purely amateur tournament on the Saturday, that they would get far more people coming to their tournament.
Going back to the Colts, you mentioned them because, of course, they're hugely important for the future of Peebles Rugby Club, aren't they?
Oh yeah, absolutely. In fact, all our junior section is important, and I think every club knows that their junior section is the future of their clubs, despite the fact that we have to let some of our better players go to bigger and better things, but we have got such a strong junior section here. Our 16s have been doing so well the last few seasons. Our Colts are being back-to-back winners of the semi-junior league, which has been just fantastic. We've had players coming through. Ross Wilfenden who's played for Scotland under 18s last season. We've got Rory McCaffey, who's in the under 18s this year. We've had various other players coming through as well. So I mean, it's just we've got such a good setup. Our coaches are fantastic. They're passionate about it, and it's just great,
Well, congratulations to the committee and everyone involved in today. It's been another fantastic tournament. Well done, and thank you for joining us on Rugby Radio, Stephen.
Thanks a lot, Hugh. Nice to see you.
Stephen Matheson, the chair of Peebles Rugby Club, joining me.
There we are. Well, on the pitch at the moment, it's a clan match, of course, which is the all-inclusive match, and it's great to see. And there's a big try in the corner right now, and plenty of joy on the faces down there. Lovely to see. This is going on, of course, whilst we wait for the final of the Peebles Sevens, which is going to be between Melrose and Jed-Forest. Well, let's bring in all the guys. We've got Euan, and Sam's going to come and join us as well in a second, and Euan I've mentioned, and Dale and Robin as well. Dale, tournament so far, has it gone as you expected?
I didn't know what to expect, actually. It's a new season, and
so
you never quite... Well, I knew I didn't know what to expect, so I think it's been well supported, and it's good to see some of the players have come out in really good condition. It seems like it's been a really short, closed season, but I think in some elements it has been with the merging of the Super Series stuff. I think that a lot of clubs have had to try and balance things to carry through and manage players' fitness. So there's a few players, a few new faces out there, a few old returning faces as well that look pretty good ahead of the new season, so it gives us a little bit of an insight as to where the clubs are at.
Interesting as well that of the 4 seeds, only one of them's made the final.
I wonder why you've directed that question to me, Stuart. Yeah, Peebles were obviously one of the seeds in their pool, but it's always going to be difficult for Peebles. I think the quality now of some of these club teams, Melrose, Kelso, Gala, even Hawick to a degree, Selkirk are pretty good, and then Accies, they're just unfortunate that they weren't in Orkney's pool and Peebles' pool, to be fair, because they were a really good outfit this afternoon. So the quality is quite high. So it's always going to be difficult for the host teams, likes of when you've got Berwick, Erost, and Peebles to make their way through. It's a different landscape now, and I think it'll be a few years before we see Peebles win their own sevens again.
Well, Robin, Hugh mentioned to Steve Matheson just now about the split. We've got 2 rounds, and then we have a whole season of 15s. 8 months later, it's into round 3. Not ideal. It's the way it is at the moment, but can you see it changing in the future?
I'm not sure, Stuart. To be honest, I can't think what the solution would be. I mean, for me, it would be so much better if all the tournaments were in the spring stroke early summer, but that probably doesn't suit Peebles, doesn't suit Gala. Then somebody has to maybe be into late March, early April, they start talking about the weather, the numbers don't come, the bar takings are not as high. So I completely get it why you'd want to have your tournament at this time of year. I mean, it's been glorious. It's looking like it's getting a bit overcast now, but it's been glorious weather here today, which makes for a good day. So I don't know what the solution is, to be honest. It's a tricky one, but I'd certainly like to see them all lumped together, that's for sure.
And of course the 15 season it's going to be very different this year because of the Super 6 teams coming into the Premiership and the National 1 setup as well, and that of course has had a knock-on effect with the K7s, as we mentioned, Melrose being put back to the end.
Yeah, that's raised a bit of chat, but yeah, I can see why they've campaigned for that, and they've been given it. Obviously, I think in a lot of ways that the sevens purists, sevens lovers are just going to have to accept that this season it's going to be a wee bit different come the end of the season. The Kings, the latter part of the Kings is just going to be a bit different this year. There's going to be 15s commitments, there's going to be players that would be playing sevens that are still going to be playing 15s, and it's just going to be the way it is this season, unfortunately. Hopefully it'll revert back when the Premier goes back to 10 teams the following season. It'll hopefully revert back, but yeah, it's going to have a different feel to it this season for sure.
Now Euan Welsh, of course, with us from Hawick, and Hawick, of course, just had to write off the sevens last year because of what they were doing with the 15s. Big campaign for them, and they went right down to the wire, and some great success, of course, in it as well, finishing top of the Premiership, winning the Cup final as well. But clubs really have to choose, don't they, between do they go for the 15s or the sevens? It's very difficult to actually fight on both fronts.
It is, but it's also difficult for the fans and everybody involved in the rugby as well, because you're having to choose where you're going, you're having to choose what you're getting behind, and in terms of a spectacle, in building a following, the competitions need to be able to work together, work off each other in order to have the people that follow it week in, week out. And so I think, from a club's point of view, as well as the kind of supporters and in general rugby lovers' point of view, they want to have the kind of understanding of when competitions are happening, when to follow it, when to get hyped up. Don't get me wrong, it's been a great day today, but I can't see many people paying attention to the Kings of Sevens table and like that just now, because it doesn't feel at the right time for that sort of thing. And so I think it's interesting the way that the tournaments are going to be phased this year across the competitions, because it's trying to get people to buy into the competitions as a whole and buy into then rugby in the area as a whole as well.
Well, Sam, we're probably in eight months' time we'll actually forget about who won the Peebles Sevens and who won the Marooned at Gala festival, because so much will have happened between now and then.
It is, and like you say, with that 8 month gap, you can't forget how pivotal it can be. Obviously, Kelso, last year's winners of King of the Sevens, it all started off here by beating Hawick so long ago between that and the Jed-Sevens tournament. So, as you're alluding to, trying to keep a focus on the Sevens, or trying to make the fans care about more than the day, more than the local people that are here to have a nice day out, but about saying you have to keep in mind about this fixture and this day for a full calendar year, and think about how that can play a part in the aspect, or even more so, you have to remember when this tournaments pick up again in April, you have to think, okay, so who looks really good at Gala, who looks really good at Peebles? Have those players moved on? Have those players got injured playing a 15 season? And on the difficulty or the congestion of fixtures, you were talking to James Thompson earlier. They've given up on Marooned at Gala because they want to get their first 15 together to get ready for the season, because the season's 2 weeks after that.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult. In fact, Dale, we were talking earlier that the season literally has gone 12 months this year. I mean, how sustainable is this? Something has to give.
Yeah, I think that we've tried. I think we've tried Super Series, and it overlapped so much. It's not obviously been what they wanted it to be, and it's going to take a couple of years for it to settle. But I think you almost need to just grin and bear it just now. Get through this season, because you're not going to be able to identify where things can change if you try and preempt everything. So you're going to have to watch and see how it goes. Like, obviously, like Super Series clubs, they're not coming back into the fold. They're essentially disbanded, and the clubs then take the central focus again. So obviously there's going to be a few things to iron out. League numbers, Kings of the Sevens, the Cup, Border League. Like, there's a lot of things, a lot of plates to spin. But over the next kind of 2-3 years, hopefully, clubs and everybody can work together. I think about Robin's point, like, everything comes down to money behind the bar, getting your sponsors in, getting yourself an environment where people are going to enjoy coming down to rugby clubs. But ultimately, they need to work together, and hopefully at some point they can all work together to make sure that the competitions are exciting, they're viable, and people want to be involved in them as well, because that's the main thing, not just players, coaches, spectators and media like yourself, Stuart.
Well, Robin, I had a chat with some of the SRU members during the week. It was very interesting to hear their point of view as well, because it's always, everyone puts the blame on the SRU as well, but of course they're kind of hosting, if you like, all the clubs, etc., trying to get all the opinions together, and my goodness, there are a lot of different opinions, but obviously they recognise that in the next couple of years, couple of seasons, it's going to be a bedding down from what it is going to be happening this year. How do you think it will bed down? I mean, can you see the club scene in 5 years' time?
Oh, it's hard to say. I'd like to think there'll be a period of stability, one way or another. As time's gone on, I've become quite excited about the season coming up.
Because the unknown. Literally.
Oh well, there's the unknown. There's these players coming back in from a higher level. It can only lift the quality in the top two divisions at least, and that that ultimately will filter down as well. I think just a period of stability. Then it will go back. The Premiership will go back after next season to 10 teams, and then it should therefore thereafter sort of find its feet from there, and it should progress from there as 10 team leagues at the top of the pyramid, and hopefully everyone will be happy. But as we've known since the dawn of time, that's not going to be the case. Somebody somewhere will have, or lots of people, lots of places will have their own agenda, and it will continue to be a melting pot of opinions.
Inter-district championship, there's another thing that we can throw in the ring. It's just come back, and already it's going to be controversial, because we don't know whether it's going to be, well, it's looking as if it's going to be May, which I think is from a south perspective, and the sevens and the overlapping is an absolute non-starter. But you've got a situation where two of the areas want it in May, and the other two want it December or January, so they can get a club international. I know Dale's about to burst a blood vessel to get in here.
But it's all about people working together. Like, and if I'm being honest, if you're asking me and going, what would you rather? I'd rather watch Inter-District Championship than Sevens at the moment. Like, I just think the excitement and appetite for Sevens is starting to dwindle, and with draws being questionable, with with the tournament itself being 8 months apart, it just doesn't work for me. So
with players being brought in from other clubs to.
So, like, for me, an Inter-District Championship in May, I think it works for the South, because all the best players will want to play in it anyway. So, and if you want to close the gap in quality, you go through a full league season, and then you bring their best players into the Inter-District Championship for 15s, because ultimately Sevens in the country's not back that well anyway. So, Sevens is a social event. The Inter-District Championship is competitive rugby that I'd rather watch.
Yeah, I totally get that, of course, and but of course it would further devalue the Kings of the Sevens, Sam.
I think so, but at the same time, I really agree with Dale. Secondly, I think Inter-District and Sevens, they're kind of irrelevant of each other. Like, your responsibility as a club should still be to go field the Sevens team. You can't throw your toys at the pram because going, oh, my star winger is playing inter-district rugby. Good, you've nurtured a player that's good enough to play inter-district rugby. that should be your commendment, but you should then focus on, okay, who's the next player in our system? Like, do we have an under-18s player that's really about to burst onto the scene? Is there a player that's been in and out of our squad that deserves a chance and he gets to have a full runabout representing the jersey in of it? So, if irrelevant of how you're affecting King of the Sevens, your inter-district championship has a place because it's a reward for the players. It proves that they've worked the hardest over a season to be selected to that situation.
Yeah. Well, I think we all collectively love the inter-district above anything that's even on the calendar, the whole Premiership, everything. However, of course, we have to acknowledge what Stephen Matheson has just said as well. As a club, this is so vital to have a good Kings of the Sevens tournament, and balancing it all is the hard part, Euan.
Yeah, no, I think the problem is more like the product in terms of rugby. Like, if you look at, not just here today, but in general, the last couple of seasons, the people who go to the Sevens tournaments are the people of that place, and they're not exactly avid rugby fans. They're maybe just gone for the hospitality or the social side of it. In terms of your general rugby fans, the buy-in to stuff like the South and the buy-in to the product of the inter-district stuff is much bigger, so there is almost a way that you could probably have both run at the same time, one that was accommodating the kind of rugby fans and one that was accommodating more your just general kind of social loving people, because I think it's turning into more of a product sort of situation rather than try to say that they're battling each other, because really if you look at the demographics of people that go to the games or pay money at the gate, it's very different types of people that tend to go to them.
Right, Robin, we're all looking forward to this new season. It's going to be fantastic, and we really don't know what's going to happen. I mean, if you read the press, it's all going to be about Ayr and Heriots in the Premiership and probably Stirling County in National 1, but I think there's going to be a lot more surprises, because also you've got 3 going down from the Premiership, and that's brutal.
Yeah, it is, and if we're looking at it with Borders tinted specs on, there could be border clubs in and around the bottom of the league, let's be honest, and geography's not been our friend down here, because clubs will, players will leave Heriots because they're not going to get first team game, they're going to leave Ayr, they're going to leave Heriots, and they're naturally going to gravitate more to Mar and to Curry and Accies, so there is a chance that Selkirk in particular, though they have strengthened, it stands to reason they finished 9th last year, they could find themselves down there. But yeah, there has been a lot of talk about Ayr, a lot of talk about Heriots, and I'm all in on that. I think Ayr potentially will go unbeaten this season from what I'm hearing.
Well, it's all very, very interesting, of course, and we'll be following this throughout the season, but we're not far away now from the final of this year's Peebles Sevens between Melrose and Jed-Forest, and let's rejoin our commentary team, Robin Purdie and Dale Clancy.
Melrose have made their way to the final after defeating Edinburgh, Accies and Watsonians, and Jed have made it through a pool with border rivals Selkirk and Hawick. So slightly different routes to the final, but it's the one task for both sides as they have to score more points than the opposition to lift the trophy here at the Gytes. And it started with a knock-on there from Melrose from the restart. So Jed-Forest will get the put in to the scrum. And there's going to be certainly loads of interest in talking points to bring you through the full 14 minutes of this game. We're going to start inside Jed-Forest's half, just to the infield side of the 15 metre line, rolled in and flung back to Rory Marshall, who was occupying the space in behind the scrum. He's been able just to slice through that beating heart of that scrum that was there and make good headway towards the halfway line. Douglas now, he gets the ball to Gregor Young. It ricochets back into the path of Robbie Douglas, but he gathers the ball at the second attempt, so Gregor Young has to protect him at the breakdown. Weatherhead then gives it to Nicol to Scott, and then Fotheringham bouncing back off of his space that he was occupying out a little bit wider. He presents the ball back to Finn Scott as he's brought to ground on the 10 metre line, and then another one of the youngsters, Weatherhead, gives the ball to Gregor Young again. Good possession-based play here from Jed-Forest, who win the penalty again, and Gregor Young takes it quickly over the halfway line, and Weatherhead quickly through the hands to Finn Scott, and then Nicol gets the ball in his hands, a little pump of the feet, and he's driven back in contact there from Doug Crawford, and then the muscle comes on from Melrose, and they're able just to blitz Jed-Forest off the ball. Scott Clark gets it in the space quickly because Donald Crawford is waiting there, and he wants to try and have a foot race with Gregor Young towards the corner, and he stole a march on the experienced Sevens expert in Young, and he gets in for the first score of this final, and it is Donald Crawford who strikes the first blow, and it is Melrose 5, Jed-Forest now.
Yeah, Don Crawford, we've seen that so often from him over the years, stands a man up, hits the afterburners. I've said this before, I'm sure he's put on a metre or two of pace in the last 2 or 3 seasons, and he showed it to good effect there, and first blood to Melrose after they'd soaked up Jed, hesitant to use the word pressure, Jed possession, because they didn't really do all that much with it, unfortunately.
Yeah, Jed, it's a hallmark of their play, isn't it? They have the ball, and then they'll eventually just grind you down. And you have to work really hard off the ball to defend Jed, because at some point there'll be a gap and they'll be able to exploit it. The conversion attempt, not successful, so it stays 5 points to 0. And we're back to the status quo of Melrose taking the restart and getting play underway as Robin Purdie's eagle eye has just spotted that the Orkney players are making their way around the back of the pitch, still in their kit, and there's not a free hand to be had, double pinted.
Yeah, they're all double parked, every single one of them, and why not?
Struan Hutchison to get play back underway here for Melrose on the halfway line. He kicks it high into the sky, which a slight chill in the air now in Peebles as it's overcast after a day of glorious sunshine here in the south of Scotland as Rory Marshall taps it right-footed from the free kick, gives it to Finn Scott, and then Gregor Young is waiting there. He's got Weatherhead for support. He's able to just get it ghost inside of Scott. Clark goes again. He's beaten 3 defenders, and Clark is able to rise off the ground and get back and bring the youngster to a halt as it gets through the hands. As it's now found Nicol is found Fotheringham. He flings the ball back, and Marshall is waiting there again. Just almost telepathic play from Jed-Forest, knowing that if they're running into trouble, just to fling the ball back. And Douglas then gives it to Scott, who are approaching the 10 metre line inside Melrose half as Weatherhead again goes for a little run, a little jinky run towards the Melrose defence, but just not able to unlock it this time. Gregor Young now grits the gum shield and passes to Fotheringham. Again, one-handed scoop out the back. He found Nicol, and then Nicol's got Rory Marshall there on the 5 metre line. A stamp of the ground with the right foot and bounces back in field. He's been clobbered by 2 Melrose defenders, but the gap is almost there. Gregor Young has been shackled by Struan Hutchison. Offloads back to Ben Fotheringham. It's been knocked on, and Doug Crawford now has the ball in his hand. It's been ripped from his grasp, but he's been able to keep hold of it. Matty Klein now, is he able to breach this defence? Struan Hutchison has almost got in behind, but Weatherhead, he's got back brilliantly to make that, and he's taken a sore one as well on his knee. That was an awkward position there, and I'll hope the youngster is able to shrug off this injury. He's got to his feet pretty quickly as Melrose have made their way to the halfway line. Klein gets the ball away. Struan Hutchison tries to chip it forward, but Rory Marshall is waiting there. He's given it into the path of Ross Nicol, who certainly looks like he's running in hummus at the moment because he's not really making much headway, but he's made it up towards the 22. He's staying tall as well, but he's flung it back in field. Rory Marshall tried to gather, but Struan Hutchison gathers the loose ball. He flings it back in field, and Finn Scott is waiting there, and now it is Douglas. He's managed to find Nicol again, who's still pretty much in the same place where he lost the ball originally. He's been brought down to ground inside the Melrose 22 now. Douglas to Gregor Young. Fotheringham, very lateral now from Jed-Forest. The stamps goes back in field, and the covering defence is almost there. The offload again to Gregor Young, but it's just fumbled off of his forearm and went forward, and it's going to be a put into the scrum. Great possession. It got scrappy at times, but Jed-Forest knocking at the door.
Yeah, they are knocking at the door, Dale. Breathless stuff, scrappy stuff, scrambled defence by Melrose. Plenty of possession from Jed, but they've come up just short. But they're going to keep Melrose hemmed deep inside their own territory here. I have to say, what kind of middle class utopia do you live in? I've heard they're running through treacle, and I've heard they're running through custard, but I'm yet to hear a run through hummus.
I just try to keep you on your toes, Robin. I certainly don't look like a man that has carrot sticks and hummus, but Scott Clark gets the ball away from the scrum. Struan Hutchison is waiting there, and he throws the dummy towards Donald Crawford, who gets it back off the ground to Scott Clark, and then Doug Crawford. Rolly Brett, who's on the field of play now, and Hamish Weir have got some space on this side. Will Ferry is there in support, but Hamish Weir is making great inroads in towards Jed territory. The offload to Will Ferry. Weatherhead is there. He's been almost palmed off at the first attempt, but he grabs on for dear life to the big bulky figure of Will Ferry. It's certainly a different weight battle, but great effort from that youngster. I was impressed with him at semi-junior, but he's shone in this tournament so far, the youngster from Jed. Howe now gets the ball to Fotheringham. He's again trying to weave his way and unlock this defence. Douglas, who's had a good tournament as well for Jed-Forest, gets it back from Howe in difficult circumstances. Gregor Young looks to try and power through, keeps the ball in his hands, and then the Melrose defence just slips away, and now Ben Fotheringham is looking to try and get in behind the Melrose defence. Donald Crawford is well back there to try and haul the big man to ground. It looks like there's going to be a yellow card here as well. I wonder if it's going to be Donald Crawford again.
It's going to be for A. Crawford.
Will Ferry, I think,
it's Will Ferry, yeah,
been shown the yellow card. not releasing on the ground. Desperate defence from Melrose, and now Ben Fotheringham, I think, is just going to go directly over the try line. He tries to get the ball down, but the referee has signalled it's been held up, so it'll be half time. Actually, that's first half in the Peebles final is gone in a flash. It's 5-0 to Melrose, and it has been breathless stuff. Jed-Forest trying with all their might to get a try at the end, and if anything, probably should have.
Oh, Dale, you've taken the words right out of my mouth. Jed have got to score there. They've got to be more composed than that. He's been really impressive this afternoon, Fothering, but he's got to take a step back and think, right, we're 7-on-6 here. He picked the ball up 5 metres out, and he just put his head down and run into the traffic, and they just had to almost fall over the line with him and held him up, and that was half time. And just a wee bit more awareness there, a wee bit more composure, that could be key come the end of this tie, because Jed have clawed their way right back into this, but they're coming away with no plan this first half, and yeah, that could just be a pivotal moment in this final.
All the play has been down here. It's been in the Melrose half essentially. But as you say, we were chatting about the fact that Jed-Forest like to keep possession, and then eventually there will be a hole in the defence. And when you've got 6 players against you, there is a hole there, and the defence have to work so much harder. So Jed-Forest perhaps just kind of going away from type there slightly.
Oh, yeah, you're exactly right. It's not what they tend to do. They normally pick off a situation like that, but yeah, just a wee bit white line fever. Back in his bulk, back in his power, but held up over the line. The chance goes a begging, and you'd have fancied them to got a 7-pointer there, let alone a 5-pointer there as well, Jed. So yeah, it's going to be interesting now to see what they do with the squads. Melrose, we know of, Melrose have got a strong squad anyway, and they've got young Brogan in the ranks. They used him to good effect in the semi-final, and yeah, Jed got a stronger squad, I would say, here today than they had last season as well. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it pans out from a personnel point of view in this second half.
Yeah, Jed have got a lot of pace. Like Gregor Young is quick, and Shearer Gibb are quick, but perhaps not as quick as they used to be. But Fotheringham and Scott bring power and pace. But the likes of Weatherhead have been impressed with, the Nickel as well. It brings a slight youthful exuberance to this squad. And the likes of, as you say, Rory Brogan for Melrose. I just think he's got that X-factor pace, which is just a little. It's a different quick, isn't it?
He's the quickest man on show here this afternoon.
It's going to be Jed-Forest to get the second half underway under the guise of Stephen Turnbull, who's a glance at his left wrist, a shrill of the whistle, and in the right-footed kick downfield. Hamish Weir hoisted highest and gathers the ball. Rolly Brett then gives it to Luke Townsend, who sizes up his options, gives it back to Weir, and what a partnership that is, a Weir and a Townsend linking up in Melrose colours. Rolly Brett now back to Luke Townsend. Luke Townsend to Doug Crawford this time, and he's broke free, and he's a guy who's going to be hard to catch once he's in behind. The wheels are turning, and he's going towards that try line. And Melrose, perhaps, if anything, have really just stuck the knife in there, because Jed-Forest should have scored before half time, and Melrose do it straight after.
Again, you've just said exactly what I was going to say. Take half time out of that. That's 30 seconds of rugby there. Literally 30 seconds of rugby. Jed have butchered the chance. They've kicked off. Melrose have taken it. 2-3 phases later, up the park. Doug Crawford's in, and that's what Melrose do to you. They've got great. You hear a term banded around now, rugby IQ, but that's what they've got, and they've got it in spades, and they've used it to good effect there.
Townsend adds the extras as well, which could be very important. 12-0. Currently, Melrose are leading. Here, the introduction of Hamish Weir in this second half, or the end of the first half, has been a brilliant introduction anyway, because he's certainly.
And Melrose did that with 6 players as well, let's not forget.
Yes, 6 players for Melrose as the sun shines yet again. The shadows becoming somewhat longer here as the day draws on, and Jed-Forest are able to gather the ball on the Melrose 10-metre line. They'll be hoping to keep possession, but it looks like Melrose have been able to grasp the ball. They collapse to the ground and set up that phase of play. Struan Hutchison loiters in behind and then gives it to Luke Townsend, who goes back in field, and then he's going to give it to Doug Crawford again, and he is hairing it down the touchline, and it's going to be a quick fire double for Doug Crawford, who dives in at the corner. Again, Rory Marshall, second time trying to chase back the wiry little number 11 for Melrose. And it's another try, and it's a 17-point advantage now that few would argue it's probably one that Jed-Forest can't get back into.
Yeah, and they've conceded another try again against 6 men. coughed up the chance, broken record time, coughed up the chance right before half time. Then second half, 2 tries, quick succession against 6 men. It's, like I say, it's what Melrose can do to you, absolutely, but Jed, to an extent, are architects of their own downfall here.
You'll be glad it's not closer, because the introduction of Rory Brogan is imminent, I think, and because there's such a distance between these two sides, I think your blood will be lukewarm at the moment, is it?
Oh yeah, and don't get me wrong, that's not Melrose's fault in the semi-final, and it's certainly not the players' fault categorically. It's the rules, the law is an ass in this instance, and it's something that needs to be looked at. But yeah, if he scores 3 tries in this final, in the second half of this final, and Melrose had won it, fair and square anyway.
Still a bit to play here. Struan Hutchison, we're going to get play underway with Melrose with a 17-point advantage, and he kicks it high. He gives something for his teammates to chase, but the Jed-Forest are able to flap that back pretty quickly. I know there's not much of a kick clash, but it's probably as close as you're going to get in this tournament. Is Elder, he travels with the ball in his hands. Rory Marshall gets it and then straightens up the line of attack, and he's looking to try and get round Struan Hutchison, but Will Ferry was back there waiting to support. Jed-Forest players almost off their feet, but the referee lets that one go. Is bursting out of the line. Rolly Brett puts a bit of pressure on Ben Howe. Finn Scott retreats and then sizes up his options. He then has a second go. Gregor Young is there and does exactly the same. Elder linking up with Howe, and then flings a big ball into the path of Weatherhead, who's able to get on the outside of Klein. He's got some options. He's going to put boot to ball to try go over Struan Hutchison, but it just gets caught up on the ground. And Jed-Forest are not able to retrieve the ball back in Melrose territory, as Rolly Brett is there ready to give the ball to Scott Clark in Melrose colours. Luke Townsend gives it to Donald Crawford. He puts the brakes on and slows play down, but there's a huge chasm in defence, and Crawford is in behind, but Rory Marshall is tracking. Luke Townsend is in some space, and he gathers the bouncing ball on the Jed-Forest 10-metre line, looks to anchor back in field, but the defence is back well for Jed-Forest at the moment, so the try is coming, but they're being made to work incredibly hard. But Rolly Brett is able to get round the outside of Kyle Grieve and go in the corner, and just when Jed-Forest looked like they were going to streak in for the easiest of tries, Melrose have made them work incredibly hard for it, but eventually Jed-Forest do get in the corner.
Yeah, I think that's as good a try as I've seen this afternoon, Dale. That's end-to-end stuff. Several players involved. Don Crawford with the initial break realised he wasn't going to go the whole way, flung a beautiful pass out to Townsend. Couple of bits of interplay between a couple of Melrose players, and again one of the unsung, if you like, heroes in the ranks for Melrose, Rolly Brett. Never gives anything less than 100, never lets you down, always makes the right decision. He was on hand with a support play there to run it in, and if there was ever any doubt that the tie was finished, then that is the final nail in Jed's coffin, unfortunately.
That conversion probably is, because it's a touchline conversion from Struan Hutchison, so a very one-sided final here between these two sides. Melrose holding the advantage, able to ring the changes as well and bring that young man Brogan on. He's been impressive. He's been involved in some controversy as well now that he's donning some Melrose colours in a squad of 12 after Harry Mikowski succumbed to a knee injury. But he has been impressive throughout.
Oh, he has. I have to say, Dale, Edinburgh Accies must be absolutely kicking themselves, because they had Melrose dead and buried.
Yeah, they've been impressive, haven't they? And
yeah.
It's just a shame that they came off second best because they conceded a try in the last minute to Melrose, which they then went on to thump. Edinburgh Accies went on to thump Watsonians, so it would have been enough to see them through, even if it had been a draw. So yeah, they must be kicking themselves as Jed-Forest make their way into Melrose territory now through Finn Scott up to the 22. He's weaving out of traffic, but not able to find that gap in that defence. Melrose working incredibly hard off the ball as Elder is trying to find Palmer, but there's almost a gap there as Scott Clark loses his foot in, and Elder is weaving his way. He offloads to Gregor Young, and he's able to get the ball down, and he's certainly not lacking urgency to get play back underway. The conversion attempt successful from Gregor Young, but 24 points to 7 now.
Yeah, consolation for Jed. 4th try of the afternoon for Gregor Young. You know what you're going to get from him, and that is tries throughout a sevens tournament. Seldom will he leave the place with less than 3 or 4 of an afternoon, and that's what he's got this afternoon. But yeah, too little too late, you feel, Dale.
Jed-Forest just waiting on the arrival of a rugby ball, which is surprisingly enough a fundamental component of a game of rugby. It's slowly making its way on. Gregor Young has got it. He's kicked it centre field for Finn Scott to now retrieve. He's going to get play underway. He's looking to go short here, and he's looking to try and find Palmer, and it's almost going to catch Melrose out cold here, because the man with no number on his back is able to find a pocket of space, and Jed-Forest retrieve their own ball. And how they could have done with that perhaps about 5 minutes ago, that sort of play, as Shearer Gibb angles his run, he splinters through the defence, and he's going to scorch through. Brogan is back for Melrose to try and defend, but Robbie Shearer Gibb, and he certainly gets a loud ovation here because of his connections to Peebles High School. Certainly a well-known face round about these parts, but a good try scorer here. And the referee is going to say that is the final act of the final, and it is going to finish 24 points to 12 in Melrose favour, and they are the first victors in the Kings of the Sevens this season at Peebles. But you've got to say, on the balance of play, you know, it's been pretty tight between some of the teams at the top, the likes of Kelso, Edinburgh, Accies, but ultimately Melrose made it to the final, and they made it pretty difficult for Jed there.
They won this tournament. Not only, you know, they've been the best team on show, but they dogged it out against Edinburgh Accies when pretty much any other team, maybe bar Kelso, were absolutely dead and buried against the Accies. But as we've seen before, I think it was at Jed Sevens even in the previous tournament, as it was, that, you know, they were the same. They were dead and buried against somebody. They dogged it out, and they went on to win the tournament. They've done exactly the same here today, and all credit to them, you have to say.
Two tries from Doug Crawford, one from Donald Crawford, and then one from Rolly Brett is enough to see them squeeze in front of tries from Gregor Young and also Robbie Shearer Gibb here in the Peebles final. Melrose are victors after they've defeated Jed-Forest 24 points to 12.
Thank you very much indeed to Hugh Brown and Euan Welsh and Sam Mathews and Kelly Riddle, Colin Black, Barbara Shield, Robin Purdie, and of course Dale Clancy as well. Look out for highlights of the final and post-match reaction on Borders Rugby Television tomorrow, and don't forget we're back in 2 weeks at the Marooned at Gala event at Netherdale. So it's Melrose who win the Peebles Sevens trophy for today for the first time since 2018. Rory Brogan of Edinburgh Academicals wins the player of the tournament, very deserved, 7 tries I think in the end for him, but it's Melrose who will have their name engraved on the trophy in a couple of moments' time. But for now, for me and the team, a very good afternoon.